Chapter 62. The Fire Festivals of Europe. Section 1. The Fire Festivals in general. All over Europe, the peasants have been accustomed from time immemorial to kindle bonfires on certain days of the year, and to dance round or leap over them. Customs of this kind can be traced back on historical evidence to the Middle Ages, and their analogy to similar customs observed in antiquity goes with strong internal evidence to prove that their origin must be sought in a period long prior to the spread of Christianity. Indeed, the earliest proof of their observance in northern Europe is furnished by the attempts made by Christian synods in the 8th century to put them down as heathenish rites. Not uncommonly, effigies are burned in these fires, or a pretense is made of burning a living person in them, and there are grounds for believing that anciently human beings were actually burned on these occasions. A brief view of the customs in question will bring out the traces of human sacrifice, and will serve at the same time to throw light on their meaning. The seasons of the year when these bonfires are most commonly lit are spring and midsummer. But in some places they are kindled also at the end of autumn or during the course of the winter, particularly on Halloween, the 31st of October. Christmas Day and the eve of Twelfth Day. Space forbids me to describe all these festivals at length. A few specimens must serve to illustrate their general character. We shall begin with the fire festivals of spring, which usually fall on the first Sunday of Lent, Quadragesima, or Invalcabit, Easter Eve, and May Day, Section 2. The Lenten fires. The custom of kindling bonfires on the first Sunday in Lent has prevailed in Belgium, the north of France, and many parts of Germany. Thus, in the Belgian Ardennes for a week, or a fortnight before the day of the Great Fire, as it is called, children go about from farm to farm collecting fuel. At Grand Hollow, anyone who refuses their request is pursued next day by the children, who try to blacken his face with the ashes of the extinct fire. When the day has come, they cut down bushes, especially juniper and broom, and in the evening great bonfires blaze on all the heights. It is a common saying that 7 bonfires should be seen if the village is to be safe from conflagrations. If the news happens to be frozen hard at the time, bonfires are lit also on the ice. At Grand Hollow, they set up a pole called Mackerel, or the witch, in the midst of the pile, and the fire is kindled by the man who was last married in the village. In the neighborhood of Moreland Wells, a straw man is burnt in the fire. Young people and children dance and sing round the bonfires and leap over the embers to secure good crops or a happy marriage within the year, or as a means of guarding themselves against colic. In Brabant, on the same Sunday, down to the beginning of the 19th century, women and men, disguised in female attire, used to go with burning torches to the fields, where they danced and sang comic songs for the purpose, as they alleged, of driving away the wicked sower who is mentioned in the Gospel for the day. At Paturages in the province of Hainaut, down to about 1840, the custom was observed under the name of Escouvion or Scouvia. Every year on the first Sunday of Lent, which was called the Day of the Little Scouvion, young folks and children used to run with lighted torches through the gardens and orchards. As they ran, they cried at the pitch of their voices, "Bear apples!" Bear pears and cherries, all black to Scouvion. At these words, the torchbearer whirled his blazing brand and hurled it among the branches of the apple trees, the pear trees, and the cherry trees. The next Sunday was called the Day of the Great Scouvion, and the same race, with lighted torches among the trees of the orchards, was repeated in the afternoon till darkness fell. In the French department of the Ardennes, the whole village used to dance and sing around the bonfires, which were lighted on the first Sunday in Lent. Here, too, it was the person last married, sometimes a man and sometimes a woman, who put the match to the fire. The custom is still kept up very commonly in the district. Cats used to be burnt in the fire or roasted to death by being held over it, and while they were burning, the shepherds drove their flocks through the smoke and flames as a sure means of guarding them against sickness and witchcraft. In some communes, it was believed that the livelier the dance round the fire, the better would be the crops that year. In the French province of Franche-Comté, to the west of the Jura Mountains, the first Sunday of Lent is known as the Sunday of the Firebrands, branded, on account of the fires which it is customary to kindle on that day. On the Saturday or the Sunday, the village lads harness themselves to a cart and drag it about the streets, stopping at the doors of the houses where there are girls and begging for a faggot. When they have got enough, they cart the fuel to a spot at some little distance from the village, pile it up, and set it on fire. All the people of the parish come out to see the bonfire. In some villages, when the bells have rung the Angelus, the signal for the observance is given by cries of, "To the fire." To the fire, lads, lasses, and children dance round the blaze, and when the flames have died down, they vie with each other in leaping over the red embers. He or she who does so without singeing his or her garment will be married within the year. Young folk also carry lighted torches about the streets or the fields, and when they pass an orchard, they cry out, "More fruit than leaves," down to recent years at Laviron, in the department of Dobbs. It was the young married couples of the year who had charge of the bonfires. In the midst of the bonfire, a pole was planted with a wooden figure of a cock fastened to the top. Then there were races, and the winner received the cock as a prize. In Auvergne, fires are everywhere kindled on the evening of the first Sunday in Lent. Every village, every hamlet, even every ward, every isolated farm has its bonfire or figo, as it is called, which blazes up as the shades of night are falling. The fires may be seen flaring on the heights and in the plains. The people dance and sing round about them and leap through the flame. Then they proceed to the ceremony of the granosmias. A granomio is a torch of straw fastened to the top of a pole. When the pyre is half consumed, the bystanders kindle the torches at the expiring flames and carry them into the neighboring orchards, fields, and gardens, wherever there are fruit trees. As they march, they sing at the top of their voices, "Grano, my friend, grano, my father, grano, my mother." Then they pass the burning torches under the branches of every tree, singing, "Brando, brandonsi, tsak branso." In Plampani, that is, firebrand, burn. Every branch a basketful. In some villages, the people also run across the sown fields and shake the ashes of the torches on the ground. Also, they put some of the ashes in the fowls' nests, in order that the hens may lay plenty of eggs throughout the year. When all these ceremonies have been performed, everybody goes home and feasts. The special dishes of the evening are fritters and pancakes. Here the application of the fire to the fruit trees, to the sown fields, and to the nests of the poultry is clearly a charm intended to ensure fertility. And the grano, to whom the invocations are addressed, and who gives his name to the torches, may possibly be, as Dr. Pomerol suggests, no other than the ancient Celtic god Granus, whom the Romans identified with Apollo, and whose worship is attested by inscriptions found not only in France, but in Scotland and on the Danube. The custom of carrying lighted torches of straw, brandons, about the orchards and fields to fertilize them on the first Sunday of Lent seems to have been common in France, whether it was accompanied with the practice of kindling bonfires or not. Thus, in the province of Picardy on the first Sunday of Lent, people carried torches through the fields, exercising the field mice, the darnel, and the smut. They imagined that they did much good to the gardens and caused the onions to grow large. Children ran about the fields, torch in hand, to make the land more fertile. At Verges, a village between the Jura and the Combe d'Inde, the torches at this season were kindled on the top of a mountain, and the bearers went to every house in the village, demanding roasted peas and obliging all couples who had been married within the year to dance. In Berry, a district of central France, it appears that bonfires are not lighted on this day, but when the sun has set, the whole population of the villages, armed with blazing torches of straw, disperse over the country and scour the fields, the vineyards, and the orchards. Seen from afar, the multitude of moving lights, twinkling in the darkness, appear like will-o'-the-wisps chasing each other across the plains, along the hillsides, and down the valleys. While the men wave their flambeaux about the branches of the fruit trees, the women and children tie bands of wheaten straw around the tree trunks. The effect of the ceremony is supposed to be to avert the various plagues from which the fruits of the earth are apt to suffer, and the bands of straw fastened round the stems of the trees are believed to render them fruitful. In Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, at the same season, similar customs have prevailed. Thus, in the Eifel Mountains, Rhenish Prussia, on the first Sunday in Lent, young people used to collect straw and brushwood from house to house. These they carried to an eminence and piled up round a tall, slim beech tree, to which a piece of wood was fastened at right angles to form a cross. The structure was known as the hut or castle. Fire was set to it, and the young people marched round the blazing castle bareheaded. Sometimes a straw man was burned in the hut. People observed the direction in which the smoke blew from the fire. If it blew towards the cornfields, it was a sign that the harvest would be abundant. On the same day, in some parts of the Eifel, a great wheel was made of straw and dragged by 3 horses to the top of the hill. Thither the village boys marched at nightfall, set fire to the wheel, and sent it rolling down the slope. At Oberstadtfeld, the wheel had to be provided by the young man who was last married. About Echternach in Luxembourg, the same ceremony is called burning the witch. At Vorarlberg in the Tyrol, on the first Sunday in Lent, a slender young fir tree is surrounded with a pile of straw and firewood. To the top of the tree is fastened a human figure called the witch, made of old clothes and stuffed with gunpowder. At night, the whole is set on fire, and boys and girls dance round it, swinging torches and singing rhymes, in which the words corn in the winnowing basket, the plough in the earth, may be distinguished. In Swabia, on the first Sunday in Lent, a figure called the witch, or the old wife, or winter's grandmother, is made up of clothes and fastened to a pole. This is stuck in the middle of a pile of wood, to which fire is applied. While the witch is burning, the young people throw blazing discs into the air. The discs are thin, round pieces of wood, a few inches in diameter, with notched edges to imitate the rays of the sun or stars. They have a hole in the middle, by which they are attached to the end of a wand. Before the disc is thrown, it is set on fire. The wand is swung to and fro, and the impetus thus communicated to the disc is augmented by dashing the rod sharply against a sloping board. The burning disc is thus thrown off, and mounting high into the air describes a long, fiery curve before it reaches the ground. The charred embers of the burned witch and discs are taken home and planted in the flax fields the same night, in the belief that they will keep vermin from the fields. In the Rhone Mountains, situated on the borders of Hesse and Bavaria, the people used to march to the top of a hill or eminence on the first Sunday in Lent. Children and lads carried torches, brooms daubed with tar, and poles swathed in straw. A wheel, wrapped in combustibles, was kindled and rolled down the hill, and the young people rushed about the fields with their burning torches and brooms, till at last they flung them in a heap, and standing round them, struck up a hymn or a popular song. The object of running about the fields with the blazing torches was to drive away the wicked sour, or it was done in honor of the Virgin, that she might preserve the fruits of the earth throughout the year and bless them. In neighboring villages of Hesse, between the Rhone and the Vogel Mountains, it is thought that wherever the burning wheels roll, the fields will be safe from hail and storm. In Switzerland, also, it is or used to be customary to kindle bonfires on high places on the evening of the first Sunday in Lent, and the day is therefore popularly known as Spark Sunday. The custom prevailed, for example, throughout the canton of Lucerne. Boys went about from house to house begging for wood and straw, then piled the fuel on a conspicuous mountain or hill round about a pole, which bore a straw effigy called the witch. At nightfall the pile was set on fire, and the young folks danced wildly round it, some of them cracking whips or ringing bells, and when the fire burned low enough they leaped over it. This was called burning the witch. In some parts of the canton also they used to wrap old wheels in straw and thorns, put a light to them, and send them rolling and blazing downhill. The more bonfires could be seen sparkling and flaring in the darkness, the more fruitful was the year expected to be, and the higher the dancers leaped beside or over the fire, the higher, it was thought, would grow the flax. In some districts it was the last married man or woman who must kindle the bonfire. It seems hardly possible to separate from these bonfires, kindled on the first Sunday in Lent, the fires in which, about the same season, the effigy called Death is burned as part of the ceremony of carrying out death. We have seen that at Spachendorf in Austrian Silesia on the morning of Rupert's Day, Shrove Tuesday. A straw man, dressed in a fur coat and a fur cap, is laid in a hole outside the village and there burned. And that while it is blazing, everyone seeks to snatch a fragment of it, which he fastens to a branch of the highest tree in his garden or berries in his field. Believing that this will make the crops to grow better, the ceremony is known as the burying of death. Even when the straw man is not designated as death, the meaning of the observance is probably the same. For the name death, as I have tried to show, does not express the original intention of the ceremony. At Coburn in the Eifel Mountains, the lads make up a straw man on Shrove Tuesday. The effigy is formally tried and accused of having perpetrated all the thefts that have been committed in the neighborhood throughout the year. Being condemned to death, the straw man is led through the village, shot, and burned upon a pile. They dance round the blazing pile, and the last bride must leap over it. In Oldenburg, on the evening of Shrove Tuesday, people used to make long bundles of straw, which they set on fire, and then ran about the fields waving them, shrieking and singing wild songs. Finally, they burned a straw man on the field. In the district of Dusseldorf, the straw man burned on Shrove Tuesday was made of an unthreshed sheaf of corn. On the first Monday after the spring equinox, the urchins of Zurich drag a straw man on a little cart through the streets, while at the same time the girls carry about a May tree. When vespers ring, the straw man is burned. In the district of Aachen on Ash Wednesday, a man used to be encased in pea straw and taken to an appointed place. Here he slipped quietly out of his straw casing, which was then burned, the children thinking that it was the man who was being burned. In the Val di Ledro, Tyrol, on the last day of the carnival, a figure is made up of straw and brushwood and then burned. The figure is called the Old Woman, and the ceremony burning the Old Woman. Section 3. The Easter Fires. Another occasion on which these fire festivals are held is Easter Eve, the Saturday before Easter Sunday. On that day, it has been customary in Catholic countries to extinguish all the lights in the churches, and then to make a new fire, sometimes with flint and steel, sometimes with a burning glass. At this fire is lit the great paschal or Easter candle, which is then used to rekindle all the extinguished lights in the church. In many parts of Germany, a bonfire is also kindled by means of the new fire on some open space near the church. It is consecrated, and the people bring sticks of oak, walnut, and beech, which they char in the fire and then take home with them. Some of these charred sticks are thereupon burned at home in a newly kindled fire, with a prayer that God will preserve the homestead from fire, lightning, and hail. Thus every house receives new fire. Some of the sticks are kept throughout the year and laid on the hearth fire during heavy thunderstorms to prevent the house from being struck by lightning. Or they are inserted in the roof with the like intention. Others are placed in the fields, gardens, and meadows with a prayer that God will keep them from blight and hail. Such fields and gardens are thought to thrive more than others. The corn and the plants that grow in them are not beaten down by hail, nor devoured by mice, vermin, and beetles, no which harms them, and the ears of corn stand close and full. The charred sticks are also applied to the plow. The ashes of the Easter bonfire, together with the ashes of the consecrated palm branches, are mixed with the seed at sowing. A wooden figure called Judas is sometimes burned in the consecrated bonfire, and even where this custom has been abolished, the bonfire itself in some places goes by the name of the burning of Judas. The essentially pagan character of the Easter fire festival appears plainly both from the mode in which it is celebrated by the peasants and from the superstitious beliefs which they associate with it. All over northern and central Germany, from Altmark and Anhalt on the east, through Brunswick, Hanover, Oldenburg, the Harz district, and Hesse to Westphalia, the Easter bonfires still blaze simultaneously on the hilltops. As many as 40 may sometimes be counted within sight at once. Long before Easter, the young people have been busy collecting firewood. Every farmer contributes, and tar barrels, petroleum cases, and so forth go to swell the pile. Neighboring villages vie with each other as to which shall send up the greatest blaze. The fires are always kindled, year after year, on the same hill, which accordingly often takes the name of Easter Mountain. It is a fine spectacle to watch from some eminence the bonfires flaring up one after another on the neighboring heights. As far as their light reaches, so far, in the belief of the peasants, the fields will be fruitful, and the houses on which they shine will be safe from conflagration or sickness. At Volkmarsen and other places in Hesse, the people used to observe which way the wind blew the flames, and then they sowed flax seed in that direction, confident that it would grow well. Brands taken from the bonfires preserve houses from being struck by lightning, and the ashes increase the fertility of the field to protect them from mice, and mixed with the drinking water of cattle make the animals thrive and insure them against plague. As the flames die down, young and old leap over them, and cattle are sometimes driven through the smoldering embers. In some places, tar barrels or wheels wrapped in straw used to be set on fire, and then set rolling down the hillside. In others, the boys light torches and wisps of straw at the bonfires and rush about brandishing them in their hands. In Munsterland, these Easter fires are always kindled upon certain definite hills, which are hence known as Easter or Paschal Mountains. The whole community assembles about the fire. The young men and maidens, singing Easter hymns, march round and round the fire till the blaze dies down. Then the girls jump over the fire in a line, one after the other, each supported by two young men who hold her hands and run beside her. In the twilight, boys with blazing bundles of straw run over the fields to make them fruitful. At Delmenhorst in Oldenburg, it used to be the custom to cut down 2 trees, plant them in the ground side by side, and pile 12 tar barrels against each. Brushwood was then heaped about the trees, and on the evening of Easter Saturday the boys, after rushing about with blazing bean poles in their hands, set fire to the whole. At the end of the ceremony, the urchins tried to blacken each other and the clothes of grown-up people. In the Altmark, it is believed that as far as the blaze of the Easter bonfire is visible, the corn will grow well throughout the year, and no conflagration will break out. At Braunrode, in the Harz Mountains, it was the custom to burn squirrels in the Easter bonfire. In the Altmark, bones were burned in it. Near Forkheim, in Upper Franken, a straw man called the Judas used to be burned in the churchyards on Easter Saturday. The whole village contributed wood to the pyre on which he perished, and the charred sticks were afterwards kept and planted in the fields on Walpurgis Day, the 1st of May, to preserve the wheat from blight and mildew. About 100 years ago or more, the custom at Alfenberg in Upper Bavaria used to be as follows. On the afternoon of Easter Saturday, the lads collected wood, which they piled in a cornfield, while in the middle of the pile they set up a tall wooden cross, all swathed in straw. After the evening service, they lighted their lanterns at the consecrated candle in the church, and ran with them at full speed to the pyre, each striving to get there first. The first to arrive set fire to the heap. No woman or girl might come near the bonfire, but they were allowed to watch it from a distance. As the flames rose, the men and lads rejoiced and made merry, shouting, "We are burning the Judas." The man who had been the first to reach the pyre and to kindle it was rewarded on Easter Sunday by the women, who gave him colored eggs at the church door. The object of the whole ceremony was to keep off the hail. At other villages of Upper Bavaria, the ceremony, which took place between 9 and 10 at night on Easter Saturday, was called burning the Easter man. On a height about a mile from the village, the young fellows set up a tall cross enveloped in straw, so that it looked like a man with his arms stretched out. This was the Easter man. No lad under 18 years of age might take part in the ceremony. One of the young men stationed himself beside the Easter man, holding in his hand a consecrated taper which he had brought from the church and lighted. The rest stood at equal intervals in a great circle round the cross. At a given signal they raced thrice round the circle, and then at a second signal ran straight at the cross and at the lad with the lighted taper beside it. The one who reached the goal first had the right of setting fire to the Easter man. Great was the jubilation while he was burning. When he had been consumed in the flames, 3 lads were chosen from among the rest, and each of the 3 drew a circle on the ground with a stick thrice round the ashes. Then they all left the spot. On Easter Monday, the villagers gathered the ashes and strewed them on their fields. Also they planted in the fields palm branches which had been consecrated on Palm Sunday, and sticks which had been charred and hallowed on Good Friday, all for the purpose of protecting their fields against showers of hail. In some parts of Swabia, the Easter fires might not be kindled with iron or steel or flint, but only by the friction of wood. The custom of the Easter fires appears to have prevailed all over central and western Germany from north to south. We find it also in Holland, where the fires were kindled on the highest eminences, and the people danced round them and leaped through the flames or over the glowing embers. Here, too, as often in Germany, the materials for the bonfire were collected by the young folk from door to door. In many parts of Sweden, firearms are discharged in all directions on Easter Eve, and huge bonfires are lighted on hills and eminences. Some people think that the intention is to keep off the troll and other evil spirits who are especially active at this season. Section 4. The Beltane Fires. In the central highlands of Scotland, bonfires, known as the Beltane Fires, were formerly kindled with great ceremony on the 1st of May, and the traces of human sacrifices at them were particularly clear and unequivocal. The custom of lighting the bonfires lasted in various places far into the 18th century, and the descriptions of the ceremony by writers of that period present such a curious and interesting picture of ancient heathendom surviving in our own country that I will reproduce them in the words of their authors. The fullest of the descriptions is the one bequeathed to us by John Ramsay, Laird of Ochtertyre near Crife, the patron of Burns, and the friend of Sir Walter Scott. He says, but the most considerable of the Druidical festivals is that of Beltane, or May Day, which was lately observed in some parts of the Highlands with extraordinary ceremonies. Like the other public worship of the Druids, the Beltane feast seems to have been performed on hills or eminences. They thought it degrading to him whose temple is the universe to suppose that he would dwell in any house made with hand. Their sacrifices were therefore offered in the open air, frequently upon the tops of hills, where they were presented with the grandest views of nature, and were nearest the seat of warmth and order. And, according to tradition, such was the manner of celebrating this festival in the Highlands within the last 100 years. But since the decline of superstition, it has been celebrated by the people of each hamlet on some hill or rising ground around which their cattle were pasturing. Thither the young folks repaired in the morning, and cut a trench on the summit of which a seat of turf was formed for the company, and in the middle a pile of wood or other fuel was placed, which of old they kindled with tine agen, that is, force fire or need fire. Although for many years past they have been contented with common fire, yet we shall now describe the process, because it will hereafter appear that recourse is still had to the tine agen upon extraordinary emergencies. The night before, all the fires in the country were carefully extinguished, and next morning the materials for exciting this sacred fire were prepared. The most primitive method seems to be that which was used in the islands of Skye, Mull, and Tiree. A well-seasoned plank of oak was procured, in the midst of which a hole was bored. A wimble of the same timber was then applied, the end of which they fitted to the hole. But in some parts of the mainland the machinery was different. They used a frame of green wood of a square form, in the center of which was an axle-tree. In some places 3 times 3 persons, in others 3 times 9, were required for turning round by turns the axle-tree or wimble. If any of them had been guilty of murder, adultery, theft, or other atrocious crime, it was imagined either that the fire would not kindle, or that it would be devoid of its usual virtue. So soon as any sparks were emitted by means of the violent friction, they applied a species of agaric which grows on old birch trees, and is very combustible. This fire had the appearance of being immediately derived from heaven, and manifold were the virtues ascribed to it. They esteemed it a preservative against witchcraft, and a sovereign remedy against malignant diseases, both in the human species and in cattle, and by it the strongest poisons were supposed to have their nature changed. After kindling the bonfire with the tine agen, the company prepared their victuals, and as soon as they had finished their meal, they amused themselves a while in singing and dancing round the fire. Towards the close of the entertainment, the person who officiated as master of the feast produced a large cake baked with eggs and scalloped round the edge, called ambonach betine, that is, the Beltane cake. It was divided into a number of pieces and distributed in great form to the company. There was one particular piece which whoever got was called Cailleach Bealtine, that is, the Beltane carline, a term of great reproach. Upon his being known, part of the company laid hold of him and made a show of putting him into the fire, but the majority interposing, he was rescued, and in some places they laid him flat on the ground, making as if they would quarter him. Afterwards he was pelted with eggshells, and retained the odious appellation during the whole year. And while the feast was fresh in people's memory, they affected to speak of the Cailleach Bealtine as dead, In the parish of Callander, a beautiful district of western Perthshire, the Beltane custom was still in vogue towards the end of the 18th century. It has been described as follows by the parish minister of the time. Upon the first day of May, which is called Belton or Baltine Day, all the boys in a township or hamlet meet in the moors. They cut a table in the green sod of a round figure by casting a trench in the ground, of such circumference as to hold the whole company. They kindle a fire and dress a repast of eggs and milk in the consistence of a custard. They knead a cake of oatmeal, which is toasted at the embers against a stone. After the custard is eaten up, they divide the cake into so many portions, as similar as possible to one another in size and shape, as there are persons in the company. They daub one of these portions all over with charcoal until it be perfectly black. They put all the bits of the cake into a bonnet. Everyone blindfold draws out a portion. He who holds the bonnet is entitled to the last bit. Whoever draws the black bit is the devoted person who is to be sacrificed to Baal, whose favor they mean to implore in rendering the year productive of the sustenance of man and beast. There is little doubt of these inhuman sacrifices having been once offered in this country, as well as in the East, although they now pass from the act of sacrificing, and only compel the devoted person to leap 3 times through the flames. With which the ceremonies of this festival are closed. Thomas Pennant, who traveled in Perthshire in the year 1769, tells us that on the 1st of May, the herdsmen of every village hold their Beltane a rural sacrifice. They cut a square trench on the ground, leaving the turf in the middle. On that they make a fire of wood, on which they dress a large caudle of eggs, butter, oatmeal, and milk, and bring besides the ingredients of the caudle plenty of beer and whiskey, for each of the company must contribute something. The rites begin with spilling some of the caudle on the ground by way of libation. On that everyone takes a cake of oatmeal, upon which are raised 9 square knobs, each dedicated to some particular being, the supposed preserver of their flocks and herds, or to some particular animal, the real destroyer of them. Each person then turns his face to the fire, breaks off a knob, and flinging it over his shoulders, says, "This I give to thee, preserve thou my horses. This to thee, preserve thou my sheep," and so on. After that, they use the same ceremony to the noxious animals. "This I give to thee, O fox, spare thou my lambs. This to thee, O hooded crow. This to thee, O eagle." When the ceremony is over, they dine on the caudle, and after the feast is finished, what is left is hid by 2 persons deputed for that purpose. But on the next Sunday they reassemble, and finish the reliques of the first entertainment. Another writer of the 18th century has described the Beltane festival as it was held in the parish of Logira in Perthshire. He says, "On the 1st of May, OS, a festival called Belton is annually held here. It is chiefly celebrated by the cowherds, who assemble by scores in the fields to dress a dinner for themselves of boiled milk and eggs. These dishes they eat with a sort of cakes baked for the occasion and having small lumps in the form of nipples raised all over the surface. In this last account, no mention is made of bonfires, but they were probably lighted." For a contemporary writer informs us that in the parish of Kirkmichael, which adjoins the parish of Logira on the east, the custom of lighting a fire in the fields and baking a consecrated cake on the 1st of May was not quite obsolete in his time. We may conjecture that the cake with knobs was formerly used for the purpose of determining who should be the Beltane carline or victim doomed to the flames. A trace of this custom survived, perhaps, in the custom of baking oatmeal cakes of a special kind and rolling them downhill about noon on the 1st of May, for it was thought that the person whose cake broke as it rolled would die or be unfortunate within the year. These cakes, or bannocks as we call them in Scotland, were baked in the usual way, but they were washed over with a thin batter composed of whipped egg, milk, or cream, and a little oatmeal. This custom appears to have prevailed at or near Kingassy in Inverness Shire. In the northeast of Scotland, the Beltane fires were still kindled in the latter half of the 18th century. The herdsmen of several farms used to gather dry wood, kindle it, and dance 3 times southways about the burning pile. But in this region, according to a later authority, the Beltane fires were lit not on the 1st but on the 2nd of May, Old Style. They were called bonfires. The people believed that on that evening and night the witches were abroad and busy casting spells on cattle and stealing cows' milk. To counteract their machinations, pieces of rowan tree and woodbine, but especially of rowan tree, were placed over the doors of the cowhouses, and fires were kindled by every farmer and cotter. Old thatch, straw, Frazer, or broom was piled in a heap and set on fire a little after sunset, while some of the bystanders kept tossing the blazing mass. Others hoisted portions of it on pitchforks or poles, and ran hither and thither, holding them as high as they could. Meantime, the young people danced round the fire or ran through the smoke shouting, "Fire! Blaze and burn the witches! Fire! Fire! Burn the witches!" In some districts, a large round cake of oat or barley meal was rolled through the ashes. When all the fuel was consumed, the people scattered the ashes far and wide. Until the night grew quite dark, they continued to run through them. Crier! Fire! Burn the witches! In the Hebrides, the Beltane bannock is smaller than that made at St. Michael's, but it is made in the same way. It is no longer made in Uist, but Father Allen remembers seeing his grandmother make one about 25 years ago. There was also a cheese made, generally on the 1st of May, which was kept to the next Beltane as a sort of charm against the bewitching of milk produce. The Beltane customs seem to have been the same as elsewhere. Every fire was put out and a large one lit on the top of the hill, and the cattle driven round it sunwards desolate to keep off murrain all the year. Each man would take home fire wherewith to kindle his own. In Wales also the custom of lighting Beltane fires at the beginning of May used to be observed, but the day on which they were kindled varied from the eve of May Day to the 3rd of May. The flame was sometimes elicited by the friction of 2 pieces of oak, as appears from the following description. The fire was done in this way. 9 men would turn their pockets inside out and see that every piece of money and all metals were off their person. Then the men went into the nearest woods and collected sticks of 9 different kinds of trees. These were carried to the spot where the fire had to be built. Their circle was cut in the sod, and the sticks were set crosswise. All around the circle the people stood and watched the proceedings. One of the men would then take 2 bits of oak and rub them together until a flame was kindled. This was applied to the sticks, and soon a large fire was made. Sometimes 2 fires were set up side by side. These fires, whether 1 or 2, were called coesurth or bonfire. Round cakes of oatmeal and brown meal were split in 4 and placed in a small flour bag, and everybody present had to pick out a portion. The last bit in the bag fell to the lot of the bag holder. Each person who chanced to pick up a piece of brown meal cake was compelled to leap 3 times over the flames, or to run thrice between the 2 fires, by which means the people thought they were sure of a plentiful harvest. Shouts and screams of those who had to face the ordeal could be heard ever so far, and those who chanced to pick the oatmeal portions sang and danced and clapped their hands in approval, as the holders of the brown bits leaped 3 times over the flames, or ran 3 times between the 2 fires. The belief of the people that by leaping thrice over the bonfires or running thrice between them, they ensure a plentiful harvest is worthy of note. The mode in which this result was supposed to be brought about is indicated by another writer on Welsh folklore, according to whom it used to be held that the bonfires lighted in May, or midsummer, protected the lands from sorcery, so that good crops would follow. The ashes were also considered valuable as charms. Hence it appears that the heat of the fires was thought to fertilize the fields, not directly by quickening the seeds in the ground, but indirectly by counteracting the baleful influence of witchcraft, or perhaps by burning up the persons of the witches. The Beltane fires seem to have been kindled also in Ireland, for Cormac, or somebody in his name, says that Beltane May Day was so called from the lucky fire, or the 2 fires, which the Druids of Erin used to make on that day with great incantations. And cattle, he adds, used to be brought to those fires, or to be driven between them, as a safeguard against the diseases of the year. The custom of driving cattle through or between fires on May Day, or the eve of May Day, persisted in Ireland down to a time within living memory. The 1st of May is a great popular festival in the more midland and southern parts of Sweden. On the eve of the festival, huge bonfires, which should be lighted by striking 2 flints together, blaze on all the hills and knolls. Every large hamlet has its own fire, round which the young people dance in a ring. The old folk notice whether the flames incline to the north or to the south. In the former case, the spring will be cold and backward. In the latter, it will be mild and genial. In Bohemia, on the eve of May Day, young people kindle fires on hills and eminences, at crossways, and in pastures, and dance round them. They leap over glowing embers or even through the flames. The ceremony is called burning the witches. In some places, an effigy representing a witch used to be burnt in the bonfire. We have to remember that the eve of May Day is a notorious Walpurgis night, when the witches are everywhere speeding unseen through the air on their hellish errands. On this witching night, children in Voigtland also light bonfires on the heights and leap over them. Moreover, they wave brooms or toss them into the air. So far as the light of the bonfire reaches, so far will a blessing rest on the fields. The kindling of the fires on Walpurgis night is called driving away the witches. The custom of kindling fires on the eve of May Day, Walpurgis night, for the purpose of burning the witches is or used to be widespread in the Tyrol, Moravia. Saxony and Silesia, Section 5, the Midsummer Fires. But the season at which these fire festivals have been most generally held all over Europe is the summer solstice, that is Midsummer Eve, the 23rd of June, or Midsummer Day, the 24th of June. A faint tinge of Christianity has been given to them by naming Midsummer Day after St. John the Baptist, but we cannot doubt that the celebration dates from a time long before the beginning of our era. The summer solstice, or Midsummer Day, is the great turning point in the sun's career when, after climbing higher and higher day by day in the sky, the luminary stops and thenceforth retraces his steps down the heavenly road. Such a moment could not but be regarded with anxiety by primitive man. So soon as he began to observe and ponder the courses of the great lights across the celestial vault, and having still to learn his own powerlessness in face of the vast cyclic changes of nature, he may have fancied that he could help the sun in his seeming decline, could prop his failing steps and rekindle the sinking flame of the red lamp in his feeble hand. In some such thoughts as these, the midsummer festivals of our European peasantry may perhaps have taken their rise. Whatever their origin, they have prevailed all over this quarter of the globe, from Ireland on the west to Russia on the east, and from Norway and Sweden on the north to Spain and Greece on the south. According to a medieval writer, the three great features of the midsummer celebration were the bonfires, the procession with torches round the fields, and the custom of rolling a wheel. He tells us that boys burned bones and filth of various kinds to make a foul smoke, and that the smoke drove away certain noxious dragons, which, at this time, excited by the summer heat, copulated in the air and poisoned the wells and rivers by dropping their seed into them, and he explains the custom of trundling a wheel to mean that the sun, having now reached the highest point in the ecliptic, begins thenceforward to descend. The main features of the midsummer fire festival resemble those which we have found to characterize the vernal festivals of fire. The similarity of the two sets of ceremonies will plainly appear from the following examples. A writer of the first half of the 16th century informs us that in almost every village and town of Germany public bonfires were kindled on the eve of St. Paul. John and young and old of both sexes gathered about them and passed the time in dancing and singing. People on this occasion wore chaplets of mugwort and vervain, and they looked at the fire through bunches of larkspur, which they held in their hands, believing that this would preserve their eyes in a healthy state throughout the year. As each departed, he threw the mugwort and vervain into the fire, saying, "May all my ill luck depart and be burned up with these." At Lower Cons, a village situated on a hillside overlooking the Moselle, the midsummer festival used to be celebrated as follows. A quantity of straw was collected on the top of the steep Stromberg hill. Every inhabitant, or at least every householder, had to contribute his share of straw to the pile. At nightfall, the whole male population, men and boys, mustered on the top of the hill. The women and girls were not allowed to join them, but had to take up their position at a certain spring halfway down the slope. On the summit stood a huge wheel, completely encased in some of the straw, which had been jointly contributed by the villagers. The rest of the straw was made into torches. From each side of the wheel, the axle tree projected about 3 feet, thus furnishing handles to the lads who were to guide it in its descent. The mayor of the neighboring town of Shirk, who always received a basket of cherries for his services, gave the signal. A lighted torch was applied to the wheel, and as it burst into flame, 2 young fellows, strong-limbed and swift of foot, seized the handles and began running with it down the slope. A great shout went up. Every man and boy waved a blazing torch in the air and took care to keep it alight so long as the wheel was trundling down the hill. The great object of the young men who guided the wheel was to plunge it blazing into the water of the Moselle. But they rarely succeeded in their efforts, for the vineyards which cover the greater part of the declivity impeded their progress, and the wheel was often burned out before it reached the river, as it rolled past the women and girls at the spring. They raised cries of joy, which were answered by the men on the top of the mountain, and the shouts were echoed by the inhabitants of neighboring villages, who watched the spectacle from their hills on the opposite bank of the Moselle. If the fiery wheel was successfully conveyed to the bank of the river and extinguished in the water, the people looked for an abundant vintage that year, and the inhabitants of Cannes had the right to exact a wagon load of white wine from the surrounding vineyards. On the other hand, they believed that if they neglected to perform the ceremony, the cattle would be attacked by giddiness and convulsions and would dance in their stalls. Down at least to the middle of the 19th century, the midsummer fires used to blaze all over Upper Bavaria. They were kindled especially on the mountains, but also far and wide in the lowlands. And we are told that in the darkness and stillness of night, the moving groups, lit up by the flickering glow of the flames, presented an impressive spectacle. Cattle were driven through the fire to cure the sick animals and to guard such as were sound against plague and harm of every kind throughout the year. Many a householder on that day put out the fire on the domestic hearth and rekindled it by means of a brand taken from the midsummer bonfire. The people judged of the height to which the flax would grow in the year by the height to which the flames of the bonfire rose, and whoever leaped over the burning pile was sure not to suffer from backache in reaping the corn at harvest. In many parts of Bavaria, it was believed that the flax would grow as high as the young people leaped over the fire. In others, the old folk used to plant 3 charred sticks from the bonfire in the fields, believing that this would make the flax grow tall. Elsewhere, an extinguished brand was put in the roof of the house to protect it against fire. In the towns about Würzburg, the bonfires used to be kindled in the marketplaces, and the young people who jumped over them wore garlands of flowers, especially of mugwort and vervain, and carried sprigs of larkspur in their hands. They thought that such as looked at the fire holding a bit of larkspur before their face would be troubled by no malady of the eyes throughout the year. Further, it was customary at Würzburg in the 16th century for the bishop's followers to throw burning discs of wood into the air from a mountain which overhangs the town. The discs were discharged by means of flexible rods, and in their flight through the darkness presented the appearance of fiery dragons. Similarly, in Swabia, lads and lasses, hand in hand, leap over the midsummer bonfire, praying that the hemp may grow 3 ells high, and they set fire to wheels of straw and send them rolling down the hill. Sometimes, as the people sprang over the midsummer bonfire, they cried out, "Flax, flax! May the flax this year grow 7 ells high." At Rottenburg, a rude effigy in human form, called the Angelman, used to be enveloped in flowers, and then burnt in the midsummer fire by boys, who afterwards leaped over the glowing embers. So in Baden, the children collected fuel from house to house for the midsummer bonfire on St. John's Day, and lads and lasses leaped over the fire in couples. Here, as elsewhere, a close connection was traced between these bonfires and the harvest. In some places, it was thought that those who leaped over the fires would not suffer from backache at reaping. Sometimes, as the young folk sprang over the flames, they cried, "Grow, that the hemp may be 3 ells high." This notion that the hemp or the corn would grow as high as the flames blaze, or as the people jumped over them, seems to have been widespread in Baden. It was held that the parents of the young people, who bounded highest over the fire, would have the most abundant harvest. And on the other hand, if a man contributed nothing to the bonfire, it was imagined that there would be no blessing on his crops, and that his hemp in particular would never grow. At Ittersleben, near Sangerhausen, A high pole was planted in the ground, and a tar barrel was hung from it by a chain which reached to the ground. The barrel was then set on fire and swung round the pole amid shouts of joy. In Denmark and Norway also, midsummer fires were kindled on St. John's Eve on roads, open spaces, and hills. People in Norway thought that the fires banished sickness from among the cattle. Even yet, the fires are said to be lighted all over Norway on Midsummer Eve. They are kindled in order to keep off the witches who are said to be flying from all parts that night to the Blacksburg, where the big witch lives. In Sweden, the eve of St. John St. Hans is the most joyous night of the whole year. Throughout some parts of the country, especially in the provinces of Bough and Skåne, and in districts bordering on Norway, it is celebrated by the frequent discharge of firearms and by huge bonfires, formerly called Baldur's Bale fires, Baldur's Balar, which are kindled at dusk on hills and eminences and throw a glare of light over the surrounding landscape. The people dance around the fires and leap over or through them. In parts of Norland on St. John's Eve, the bonfires are lit at the crossroads. The fuel consists of 9 different sorts of wood, and the spectators cast into the flames a kind of toadstool, baron, in order to counteract the power of the trolls and other evil spirits, who are believed to be abroad that night. For at that mystic season the mountains open, and from their cavernous depths the uncanny crew pours forth to dance and disport themselves for a time. The peasants believe that should any of the trolls be in the vicinity, they will show themselves. And if an animal, for example, a he or she goat, happens to be seen near the blazing, crackling pile, the peasants are firmly persuaded that it is no other than the evil one in person. Further, it deserves to be remarked that in Sweden St. John's Eve is a festival of water as well as of fire, for certain holy springs are then supposed to be endowed with wonderful medicinal virtues, and many sick people resort to them for the healing of their infirmities. In Austria, the midsummer customs and superstitions resemble those of Germany. Thus, in some parts of the Tyrol, bonfires are kindled and burning discs hurled into the air. In the lower valley of the Inn, a tatterdemalion effigy is carted about the village on Midsummer Day and then burned. He is called the Lauder, which has been corrupted into Luther. At Ambras, one of the villages where Martin Luther is thus burned in effigy, they say that if you go through the village between 11 and 12 on St. John's night and wash yourself in 3 wells, you will see all who are to die in the following year at Gratz on St. John's Eve, the 23rd of June. The common people used to make a puppet called the Tatterman, which they dragged to the bleaching ground and pelted with burning besoms till it took fire. At Ruet in the Tyrol, people believed that the flax would grow as high as they leaped over the midsummer bonfire, and they took pieces of charred wood from the fire and stuck them in their flax fields the same night, leaving them there till the flax harvest had been got in. In Lower Austria, bonfires are kindled on the heights, and the boys caper round them, brandishing lighted torches drenched in pitch. Whoever jumps thrice across the fire will not suffer from fever within the year. Cartwheels are often smeared with pitch, ignited, and sent rolling and blazing down the hillsides. All over Bohemia bonfires still burn on Midsummer Eve. In the afternoon, boys go about with hand carts from house to house collecting fuel, and threatening with evil consequences the curmudgeons who refuse them a dole. Sometimes the young men fell a tall straight fir in the woods and set it up on a height where the girls deck it with nosegays, wreaths of leaves, and red ribbons. Then brushwood is piled about it, and at nightfall the whole is set on fire. While the flames break out, the young men climb the tree and fetch down the wreaths which the girls have placed on it. After that, lads and lasses stand on opposite sides of the fire and look at one another through the wreaths to see whether they will be true to each other and marry within the year. Also the girls throw the wreaths across the flames to the men, and woe to the awkward swain who fails to catch the wreaths thrown him by his sweetheart. When the blaze has died down, each couple takes hands and leaps thrice across the fire. He or she who does so will be free from ague throughout the year, and the flax will grow as high as the young folks leap. A girl who sees 9 bonfires on Midsummer Eve will marry before the year is out. The singed wreaths are carried home and carefully preserved throughout the year. During thunderstorms, a bit of the wreath is burned on the hearth with a prayer. Some of it is given to kine that are sick or calving, and some of it serves to fumigate house and cattle stall, that man and beast may keep hale and well. Sometimes an old cartwheel is smeared with resin, ignited, and sent rolling down the hill. Often the boys collect all the worn-out besoms they can get hold of, dip them in pitch, and having set them on fire, wave them about or throw them high into the air. Or they rush down the hillside in troops, brandishing the flaming brooms and shouting, "The stumps of the brooms and embers from the fire are preserved, and stuck in cabbage gardens to protect the cabbages from caterpillars and gnats." Some people insert charred sticks and ashes from the midsummer bonfire in their sown fields and meadows, in their gardens and the roofs of their houses, as a talisman against lightning and foul weather. Or they fancy that the ashes placed in the roof will prevent any fire from breaking out in the house. In some districts, they crown or gird themselves with mugwort while the midsummer fire is burning, for this is supposed to be a protection against ghosts, witches, and sickness. In particular, a wreath of mugwort is a sure preventive of sore eyes. Sometimes the girls look at the bonfires through garlands of wild flowers, praying the fire to strengthen their eyes and eyelids. She who does this thrice will have no sore eyes all that year. In some parts of Bohemia, they used to drive the cows through the midsummer fire to guard them against witchcraft. In Slavonic countries also, the midsummer festival is celebrated with similar rites. We have already seen that in Russia on the eve of St. John, young men and maidens jump over a bonfire in couples carrying a straw effigy of Cupola in their arms. In some parts of Russia, an image of Cupola is burnt or thrown into a stream on St. John's night. Again, in some districts of Russia, the young folk wear garlands of flowers and girdles of holy herbs when they spring through the smoke or flames. And sometimes they drive the cattle also through the fire in order to protect the animals against wizards and witches, who are then ravenous after milk. In Little Russia, a stake is driven into the ground St. John's night, wrapped in straw and set on fire. As the flames rise, the peasant women throw birchen boughs into them, saying, "May my flax be as tall as this bough." In Ruthenia, the bonfires are lighted by a flame procured by the friction of wood. While the elders of the party are engaged in thus churning the fire, the rest maintain a respectful silence. But when the flame bursts from the wood, they break forth into joyous songs. As soon as the bonfires are kindled, the young people take hands and leap in pairs through the smoke, if not through the flames. And after that, the cattle in their turn are driven through the fire. In many parts of Prussia and Lithuania, great fires are kindled on Midsummer Eve. All the heights are ablaze with them as far as the eye can see. The fires are supposed to be a protection against witchcraft, thunder, hail, and cattle disease, especially if next morning the cattle are driven over the places where the fires burn. Above all, the bonfires ensure the farmer against the arts of witches, who try to steal the milk from his cows by charms and spells. That is why next morning you may see the young fellows who lit the bonfire going from house to house, and receiving jugfuls of milk. And for the same reason they stick burrs and mugwort on the gate, or the hedge through which the cows go to pasture, because that is supposed to be a preservative against witchcraft. In Macheren, a district of eastern Prussia inhabited by a branch of the Polish family, it is the custom on the evening of Midsummer Day to put out all the fires in the village. Then an oaken stake is driven into the ground and a wheel is fixed on it as on an axle. This wheel the villager is working by relays caused to revolve with great rapidity till fire is produced by friction. Everyone takes home a lighted brand from the new fire, and with it rekindles the fire on the domestic hearth. In Serbia, on Midsummer Eve, herdsmen light torches of birch bark and march round the sheepfolds and cattle stalls. Then they climb the hills and there allow the torches to burn out. Among the Magyars in Hungary, the Midsummer Fire Festival is marked by the same features that meet us in so many parts of Europe. On Midsummer Eve, in many places, it is customary to kindle bonfires on heights and to leap over them, and from the manner in which the young people leap the bystanders predict whether they will marry soon. On this day also many Hungarian swineherds make fire, by rotating a wheel round a wooden axle wrapped in hemp, and through the fire thus made, they drive their pigs to preserve them from sickness. The Estonians of Russia, who, like the Magyars, belong to the great Turanian family of mankind, also celebrate the summer solstice in the usual way. They think that the saint, John's fire, keeps witches from the cattle, and they say that he who does not come to it will have his barley full of thistles and his oats full of weeds. In the Estonian island of Oslo, while they throw fuel into the midsummer fire, they call out, "Weeds to the fire, flax to the field," or they fling 3 billets into the flames, saying, "Flax, grow long." And they take charred sticks from the bonfire home with them and keep them to make the cattle thrive. In some parts of the island, the bonfire is formed by piling brushwood and other combustibles round a tree, at the top of which a flag flies. Whoever succeeds in knocking down the flag with a pole before it begins to burn will have good luck. Formerly, the festivities lasted till daybreak and ended in scenes of debauchery which looked doubly hideous by the growing light of a summer morning. When we pass from the east to the west of Europe, we still find the summer solstice celebrated with rites of the same general character. Down to about the middle of the 19th century, the custom of lighting bonfires at midsummer prevailed so commonly in France that there was hardly a town or a village, we are told, where they were not kindled. People danced round and leaped over them and took charred sticks from the bonfire home with them to protect the houses against lightning, conflagrations, and spells. In Brittany, apparently, the custom of the midsummer bonfires is kept up to this day. When the flames have died down, the whole assembly kneels round about the bonfire, and an old man prays aloud. Then they all rise and march thrice round the fire. At the third turn they stop, and everyone picks up a pebble and throws it on the burning pile. After that they disperse. In Brittany and Berry, it is believed that a girl who dances around 9 midsummer bonfires will marry within the year. In the valley of the Orne, the custom was to kindle the bonfire just at the moment when the sun was about to dip below the horizon. And the peasants drove their cattle through the fires to protect them against witchcraft, especially against the spells of witches and wizards who attempted to steal the milk and butter. At Jumièges in Normandy down to the first half of the 19th century, the midsummer festival was marked by certain singular features which bore the stamp of a very high antiquity. Every year on the 23rd of June, the eve of St. John, the Brotherhood of the Green Wolf chose a new chief or master who had always to be taken from the hamlet of Connahout. On being elected, the new head of the Brotherhood assumed the title of the Green Wolf and donned a peculiar costume consisting of a long green mantle and a very tall green hat of a conical shape and without a brim. Thus arrayed, he stalked solemnly at the head of the brothers, chanting the hymn of St. John, the crucifix and holy banner leading the way, to a place called Chouquet. Here the procession was met by the priests, precentors, and choir who conducted the Brotherhood to the parish church. After hearing Mass, the company adjourned to the house of the Green Wolf, where a simple repast was served up to them. At night, a bonfire was kindled to the sound of handbells by a young man and a young woman, both decked with flowers. Then the Green Wolf and his brothers, with their hoods down on their shoulders, and holding each other by the hand, ran round the fire after the man who had been chosen to be the Green Wolf of the following year. Though only the first and the last man of the chain had a hand free, their business was to surround and seize thrice the future Green Wolf, who in his efforts to escape belabored the brothers with a long wand which he carried. When at last they succeeded in catching him, they carried him to the burning pile and made as if they would throw him on it. This ceremony over, they returned to the house of the Green Wolf, where a supper, still of the most meager fare, was set before them. Up till midnight a sort of religious solemnity prevailed, but at the stroke of 12 all this was changed. Constraint gave way to license, pious hymns were replaced by bacchanalian ditties, and the shrill quavering notes of the village fiddle hardly rose above the roar of voices that went up from the merry Brotherhood of the Green Wolf. Next day, the 24th of June, or Midsummer Day, was celebrated by the same personages with the same noisy gaiety. One of the ceremonies consisted in parading, to the sound of musketry, an enormous loaf of consecrated bread, which, rising in tiers, was surmounted by a pyramid of verdure adorned with ribbons. After that, the holy handbells, deposited on the step of the altar, were entrusted as insignia of office to the man who was to be the Green Wolf next year. At Château-Thierry in the department of Aisne, the custom of lighting bonfires and dancing round them at the Midsummer Festival of St. John lasted down to about 1850. The fires were kindled, especially when June had been rainy, and the people thought that the lighting of the bonfires would cause the rain to cease. In the Vosges, it is still customary to kindle bonfires upon the hilltops on Midsummer Eve. The people believe that the fires help to preserve the fruits of the earth and ensure good crops. Bonfires were lit in almost all the hamlets of Poitou on the eve of St. John. People marched round them thrice, carrying a branch of walnut in their hand. Shepherdesses and children passed sprigs of mullein for bascom and nuts across the flames. The nuts were supposed to cure toothache, and the mullein to protect the cattle from sickness and sorcery. When the fire died down, people took some of the ashes home with them, either to keep them in the house as a preservative against thunder, or to scatter them on the fields for the purpose of destroying corncockles and darnel. In Poitou also, it used to be customary on the eve of St. John to trundle a blazing wheel wrapped in straw over the fields to fertilize them. In the mountainous part of Comminges, a province of southern France, the midsummer fire is made by splitting open the trunk of a tall tree, stuffing the crevice with shavings, and igniting the whole. A garland of flowers is fastened to the top of the tree, and at the moment when the fire is lighted, the man who was last married has to climb up a ladder and bring the flower. In the flat parts of the same district, the materials of the midsummer bonfires consist of fuel piled in the usual way, but they must be put together by men who have been married since the last midsummer festival. And each of these benedicts is obliged to lay a wreath of flowers on the top of the pile. In Provence, the midsummer fires are still popular. Children go from door to door begging for fuel, and they are seldom sent empty away. Formerly, the priest, the mayor, and the alderman used to walk in procession to the bonfire, and even deign to light it, after which the assembly marched thrice round the burning pile. At Aix, a nominal king, chosen from among the youth for his skill in shooting at a popinjay, presided over the midsummer festival. He selected his own officers, and escorted by a brilliant train, marched to the bonfire, kindled it, and was the first to dance round it. Next day, he distributed largesse to his followers. His reign lasted a year, during which he enjoyed certain privileges. He was allowed to attend the Mass celebrated by the commander of the Knights of St. John on St. John's Day. The right of hunting was accorded to him, and soldiers might not be quartered in his house. At Marseille, also on this day, one of the guilds chose a king of the Badache, or double axe, but it does not appear that he kindled the bonfire, which is said to have been lighted with great ceremony by the prefect and other authorities. In Belgium, the custom of kindling the midsummer bonfires has long disappeared from the great cities, but it is still kept up in rural districts and small towns. In that country, the eve of St. Peter's Day, the 29th of June, is celebrated by bonfires and dances exactly like those which commemorate St. John's Eve. Some people say that the fires of St. Peter, like those of St. John, are lighted in order to drive away dragons. In French Flanders, down to 1789, a straw figure representing a man was always burned in the midsummer bonfire, and the figure of a woman was burned on St. Peter's Day, the 29th of June. In Belgium, people jump over the midsummer bonfires as a preventive of colic, and they keep the ashes at home to hinder fire from breaking out. The custom of lighting bonfires at midsummer has been observed in many parts of our own country, and as usual, people danced round and leaped over them. In Wales, 3 or 9 different kinds of wood and charred faggots, carefully preserved from the last midsummer, were deemed necessary to build the bonfire, which was generally done on rising ground. In the Vale of Glamorgan, a cartwheel swathed in straw used to be ignited and sent rolling down the hill. If it kept the light all the way down and blazed for a long time, an abundant harvest was expected. On Midsummer Eve, people in the Isle of Man were wont to light fires to the windward of every field, so that the smoke might pass over the corn, and they folded their cattle and carried blazing furs or gorse round them several times. In Ireland, cattle, especially barren cattle, were driven through the midsummer fires, and the ashes were thrown on the fields to fertilize them. or live coals were carried into them to prevent blight. In Scotland, the traces of midsummer fires are few, but at that season in the highlands of Perthshire cowherds used to go round their folds thrice in the direction of the sun with lighted torches. This they did to purify the flocks and herds and to keep them from falling sick. The practice of lighting bonfires on Midsummer Eve and dancing or leaping over them is, or was till recently, common all over Spain and in some parts of Italy and Sicily. In Malta, great fires are kindled in the streets and squares of the towns and villages on the eve of St. John, Midsummer Eve, formerly the Grand Master of the Order of St. John used on that evening to set fire to a heap of pitch barrels placed in front of the sacred hospital. In Greece, too, the custom of kindling fires on St. John's Eve and jumping over them is said to be still universal. One reason assigned for it is a wish to escape from the fleas. According to another account, the women cry out, "As they leap over the fire, I leave my sins behind me." In Lesbos, the fires on St. John's Eve are usually lighted by threes, and the people spring thrice over them, each with a stone on his head, saying, "I jumped the hare's fire, my head a stone." In Kalymnos, the midsummer fire is supposed to ensure abundance in the coming year, as well as deliverance from fleas. The people dance around the fire singing with stones on their heads, and then jump over the blaze or the glowing embers. When the fire is burning low, they throw the stones into it, and when it is nearly out, they make crosses on their legs, and then go straightway and bathe in the sea. The custom of kindling bonfires on Midsummer Day or on Midsummer Eve is widely spread among the Mohammedan peoples of North Africa, particularly in Morocco and Algeria. It is common both to the Berbers and to many of the Arabs or Arabic-speaking tribes. In these countries, Midsummer Day, the 24th of June, Old Style, is called Lansara. The fires are lit in the courtyards, at crossroads, in the fields, and sometimes on the threshing floors. Plants which in burning give out a thick smoke and an aromatic smell are much sought after for fuel on these occasions. Among the plants used for the purpose are giant fennel, thyme, rue, chervil seed, chamomile, geranium, and pennyroyal. People expose themselves, and especially their children, to the smoke and drive it towards the orchards and the crops. Also, they leap across the fires. In some places, everybody ought to repeat the leap 7 times. Moreover, they take burning brands from the fires and carry them through the houses in order to fumigate them. They pass things through the fire and bring the sick into contact with it, while they utter prayers for their recovery. The ashes of the bonfires are also reputed to possess beneficial properties. Hence, in some places, people rub their hair or their bodies with them. In some places, they think that by leaping over the fires, they rid themselves of all misfortune, and that childless couples thereby obtain offspring. Berbers of the Rif province in northern Morocco make great use of fires at midsummer for the good of themselves, their cattle, and their fruit trees. They jump over the bonfires in the belief that this will preserve them in good health, and they light fires under fruit trees to keep the fruit from falling untimely. And they imagine that by rubbing a paste of the ashes on their hair, they prevent the hair from falling off their heads. In all these Moroccan customs, we are told, the beneficial effect is attributed wholly to the smoke, which is supposed to be endued with a magical quality that removes misfortune from men, animals, fruit trees, and crops. The celebration of a midsummer festival by Mohammedan peoples is particularly remarkable because the Mohammedan calendar, being purely lunar and uncorrected by intercalation, necessarily takes no note of festivals which occupy fixed points in the solar year. All strictly Mohammedan feasts, being pinned to the moon, slide gradually with that luminary through the whole period of the Earth's revolution about the sun. This fact of itself seems to prove that among the Mohammedan peoples of northern Africa, as among the Christian peoples of Europe, the Midsummer Festival is quite independent of the religion which the people publicly profess, and is a relic of a far older paganism. Section 6. The Halloween Fires. From the foregoing survey, we may infer that among the heathen forefathers of the European peoples, the most popular and widespread fire festival of the year was the great celebration of Midsummer Eve or Midsummer Day. The coincidence of the festival with the summer solstice can hardly be accidental. Rather, we must suppose that our pagan ancestors purposely timed the ceremony of fire on earth to coincide with the arrival of the sun at the highest point of his course in the sky. If that was so, it follows that the old founders of the midsummer rites had observed the solstices or turning points of the sun's apparent path in the sky, and that they accordingly regulated their festal calendar to some extent by astronomical considerations. But while this may be regarded as fairly certain for what we may call the Aborigines throughout a large part of the continent, it appears not to have been true of the Celtic peoples who inhabited the land's end of Europe, the islands and promontories that stretch out into the Atlantic Ocean on the northwest. The principal fire festivals of the Celts, which have survived, though in a restricted area, and with diminished pomp to modern times and even to our own day, were seemingly timed without any reference to the position of the sun in the heaven. They were 2 in number and fell at an interval of 6 months, one being celebrated on the eve of May Day, and the other on All-Hallow Even or Halloween, as it is now commonly called. That is, on the 31st of October, the day preceding All Saints or All-Hallows Day. These dates coincide with none of the 4 great hinges on which the solar year revolves, to wit, the solstices and the equinoxes. Nor do they agree with the principal seasons of the agricultural year, the sowing in spring and the reaping in autumn. For when May Day comes, the seed has long been committed to the earth, and when November opens, the harvest has long been reaped and garnered, the fields lie bare, the fruit trees are stripped, and even the yellow leaves are fast fluttering to the ground. Yet the 1st of May and the 1st of November mark turning points of the year in Europe. The one ushers in the genial heat and the rich vegetation of summer, the other heralds, if it does not share, the cold and barrenness of winter. Now these particular points of the year, as has been well pointed out by a learned and ingenious writer, while they are of comparatively little moment to the European husbandman, do deeply concern the European herdsman. For it is on the approach of summer that he drives his cattle out into the open to crop the fresh grass, and it is on the approach of winter that he leads them back to the safety and shelter of the stall. Accordingly, it seems not improbable that the Celtic bisection of the year into 2 halves at the beginning of May and the beginning of November dates from a time when the Celts were mainly a pastoral people, dependent for their subsistence on their herds, and when accordingly the great epochs of the year for them were the days on which the cattle went forth from the homestead in early summer and returned to it again in early winter. Even in Central Europe, remote from the region now occupied by the Celts, a similar bisection of the year may be clearly traced in the great popularity, on the one hand, of May Day and its eve, Walpurgis Night, and, on the other hand, of the Feast of All Souls at the beginning of November, which under a thin Christian cloak conceals an ancient pagan festival of the dead. Hence, we may conjecture that everywhere throughout Europe the celestial division of the year, according to the solstices, was preceded by what we may call a terrestrial division of the year, according to the beginning of summer and the beginning of winter. Be that as it may, the 2 great Celtic festivals of May Day and the 1st of November, or to be more accurate, the eves of these 2 days, closely resemble each other in the manner of their celebration and in the superstitions associated with them, and alike, by the antique character impressed upon both, betray a remote and purely pagan origin. The festival of May Day or Beltane, as the Celts called it, which ushered in summer, has already been described. It remains to give some account of the corresponding festival of Halloween, which announced the arrival of winter. Of the 2 feasts, Halloween was perhaps of old the more important, since the Celts would seem to have dated the beginning of the year from it, rather than from Beltane. In the Isle of Man, one of the fortresses in which the Celtic language and lore longest held out against the siege of the Saxon invaders, the 1st of November, Old Style, has been regarded as New Year's Day down to recent times. Thus Manx mummers used to go round on Halloween, Old Style, singing in the Manx language a sort of Hogmanay song which began tonight is New Year's night. Hoguna, in ancient Ireland! A new fire used to be kindled every year on Halloween or the eve of Samhain, and from this sacred flame all the fires in Ireland were rekindled. Such a custom points strongly to Samhain or All Saints' Day, the 1st of November, as New Year's Day. Since the annual kindling of a new fire takes place most naturally at the beginning of the year, in order that the blessed influence of the fresh fire may last throughout the whole period of 12 months. Another confirmation of the view that the Celts dated their year from the 1st of November is furnished by the manifold modes of divination which were commonly resorted to by Celtic peoples on Halloween for the purpose of ascertaining their destiny, especially their fortune in the coming year. For when could these devices for prying into the future be more reasonably put in practice than at the beginning of the year? As a season of omens and auguries, Halloween seems to have far surpassed Beltane in the imagination of the Celts, from which we may with some probability infer that they reckoned their year from Halloween rather than Beltane. Another circumstance of great moment which points to the same conclusion is the association of the dead with Halloween. Not only among the Celts, but throughout Europe, Halloween, the night which marks the transition from autumn to winter, seems to have been of old the time of year when the souls of the departed were supposed to revisit their old homes in order to warm themselves by the fire and to comfort themselves with the good cheer provided for them in the kitchen or the parlors by their affectionate kinsfolk. It was perhaps a natural thought that the approach of winter should drive the poor shivering hungry ghosts from the bare fields and the leafless woodlands to the shelter of the cottage with its familiar fireside. Did not the lowing kine then troop back from the summer pastures in the forests, and on the hills to be fed and cared for in the stalls, while the bleak winds whistled among the swaying boughs and the snowdrifts deepened in the hollows? And could the good man and the good wife deny to the spirits of their dead the welcome which they gave to the cows? But it is not only the souls of the departed who are supposed to be hovering unseen on the day when autumn to winter resigns the pale year, witches then speed on their errands of mischief, some sweeping through the air on besoms, others galloping along the roads on tabby cats, which for that evening are turned into coal-black steeds. The fairies, too, are all let loose, and hobgoblins of every sort roam freely about. Yet while a glamour of mystery and awe has always clung to Halloween in the minds of the Celtic peasantry, the popular celebration of the festival has been, at least in modern times, by no means of a prevailing gloomy cast. On the contrary, it has been attended by picturesque features and merry pastimes, which rendered it the gayest night all the year. Amongst the things which in the Highlands of Scotland contributed to invest the festival with a romantic beauty were the bonfires which used to blaze at frequent intervals on the heights. On the last day of autumn, children gathered ferns, tar barrels, the long, thin stalks called gainage, and everything suitable for a bonfire. These were placed in a heap on some eminence near the house, and in the evening set fire to. The fires were called Sam Noggin. There was one for each house, and it was an object of ambition who should have the biggest. Whole districts were brilliant with bonfires, and their glare across a highland loch, and from many eminences, formed an exceedingly picturesque scene. Like the Beltane fires on the 1st of May, the Halloween bonfires seem to have been kindled most commonly in the Perthshire Highlands. In the parish of Callander, they still blazed down to near the end of the 18th century. When the fire had died down, the ashes were carefully collected in the form of a circle, and a stone was put in near the circumference for every person of the several families interested in the bonfire. Next morning, if any of these stones was found to be displaced or injured, the people made sure that the person represented by it was fey or devoted, and that he could not live 12 months from that day. At Balkidder, down to the latter part of the 19th century, each household kindled its bonfire at Halloween, but the custom was chiefly observed by children. The fires were lighted on any high knoll near the house. There was no dancing round them. Halloween fires were also lighted in some districts of the northeast of Scotland, such as Bough. Villagers and farmers alike must have their fire. In the villages, the boys went from house to house and begged a peat from each householder, usually with the words, "Gees, a peat burn the witches." When they had collected enough peats, they piled them in a heap, together with straw, furze, and other combustible materials, and set the whole on fire. Then each of the youths, one after another, laid himself down on the ground as near to the fire as he could without being scorched, and thus lying allowed the smoke to roll over him. The others ran through the smoke and jumped over their prostrate comrade. When the heap was burned down, they scattered the ashes, vying with each other who should scatter them most. In the northern part of Wales, it used to be customary for every family to make a great bonfire called Coel Coeth on Halloween. The fire was kindled on the most conspicuous spot near the house, and when it had nearly gone out, everyone threw into the ashes a white stone, which he had first marked. Then, having said their prayers around the fire, they went to bed. Next morning, as soon as they were up, they came to search out the stones, and if any one of them was found to be missing, they had a notion that the person who threw it would die before he saw another Halloween. According to Sir John Rees, the habit of celebrating Halloween by lighting bonfires on the hills is perhaps not yet extinct in Wales, and men still living can remember how the people who assisted at the bonfires would wait till the last spark was out, and then would suddenly take to their heels, shouting at the top of their voices. The cropped black sow sees the hindmost. The saying, as Sir John Rees justly remarks, implies that originally one of the company became a victim in dead earnest. Down to the present time, the saying is current in Carnarvonshire, where allusions to the cutty black sow are still occasionally made to frighten children. We can now understand why in Lower Brittany every person throws a pebble into the midsummer bonfire. Doubtless there, as in Wales and the Highlands of Scotland, omens of life and death have at one time or other been drawn from the position and state of the pebbles on the morning of All Saints' Day. The custom, thus found among three separate branches of the Celtic stock, probably dates from a period before their dispersion, or at least from a time when alien races had not yet driven home the wedges of separation between them. In the Isle of Man also, another Celtic country, Halloween was celebrated down to modern times by the kindling of fires, accompanied with all the usual ceremonies designed to prevent the baneful influence of fairies and witches. Section 7. The midwinter fires, if the heathen of ancient Europe celebrated, as we have good reason to believe, the season of midsummer with a great festival of fire, of which the traces have survived in many places down to our own time. It is natural to suppose that they should have observed with similar rites the corresponding season of midwinter, for midsummer and midwinter, or in more technical language, the summer solstice and the winter solstice, are the two great turning points in the sun's apparent course through the sky, and from the standpoint of primitive man, nothing might seem more appropriate than to kindle fires on earth at the two moments when the fire and heat of the great luminary in heaven begin to wane or to wax. In modern Christendom, the ancient fire festival of the winter solstice appears to survive, or to have survived down to recent years, in the old custom of the Yule log, clog, or block, as it was variously called in England. The custom was widespread in Europe, but seems to have flourished, especially in England, France, and among the South Slavs. At least the fullest accounts of the custom come from these quarters. That the Yule log was only the winter counterpart of the midsummer bonfire, kindled within doors instead of in the open air on account of the cold and inclement weather of the season, was pointed out long ago by our English antiquary John Brand, and the view is supported by the many quaint superstitions attaching to the Yule log, superstitions which have no apparent connection with Christianity, but carry their heathen origin plainly stamped upon them. But while the two solstitial celebrations were both festivals of fire, the necessity or desirability of holding the winter celebration within doors lent it the character of a private or domestic festivity, which contrasts strongly with the publicity of the summer celebration, at which the people gathered on some open space or conspicuous height, kindled a huge bonfire in common, and danced and made merry round it together. Down to about the middle of the 19th century, the old rite of the Yule log was kept up in some parts of central Germany. Thus, in the valleys of the Sieg and Lahn, the Yule log, a heavy block of oak, was fitted into the floor of the hearth, where, though it glowed under the fire, it was hardly reduced to ashes within a year. When the new log was laid next year, the remains of the old one were ground to powder and strewed over the fields during the 12 nights, which was supposed to promote the growth of the crops. In some villages of Westphalia, the practice was to withdraw the Yule log, Christbrand, from the fire so soon as it was slightly charred, It was then kept carefully to be replaced on the fire whenever a thunderstorm broke, because the people believed that lightning would not strike a house in which the Yule log was smoldering. In other villages of Westphalia, the old custom was to tie up the Yule log in the last sheaf cut at harvest. In several provinces of France, and particularly in Provence, the custom of the Yule log, or treffoir, as it was called in many places, was long observed. A French writer of the 17th century denounces as superstitious the belief that a log called the treffoir, or Christmas brand, which you put on the fire for the first time on Christmas Eve and continue to put on the fire for a little while every day till Twelfth night, can, if kept under the bed, protect the house for a whole year from fire and thunder, that it can prevent the inmates from having chilblains on their heels in winter, that it can cure the cattle of many maladies, that if a piece of it be steeped in the water which cows drink, helps them to calve, and lastly, that if the ashes of the log be strewn on the fields, it can save the wheat from mildew. In some parts of Flanders and France, the remains of the Yule log were regularly kept in the house, under a bed as a protection against thunder and thunder. Lightning. In Berry, when thunder was heard, a member of the family used to take a piece of the log and throw it on the fire, which was believed to avert the lightning. Again in Perigord, the charcoal and ashes are carefully collected and kept for healing swollen glands. The part of the trunk which has not been burnt in a fire is used by plowmen to make the wedge for their plow, because they allege that it causes the seeds to thrive better, and the women keep pieces of it till Twelfth night for the sake of their chickens. Some people imagine that they will have as many chickens as there are sparks that fly out of the brands of the log when they shake them, and others place the extinct brands under the bed to drive away vermin. In various parts of France, the charred log is thought to guard the house against sorcery as well as against lightning. In England, the customs and beliefs concerning the Yule log used to be similar. On the night of Christmas Eve, says the antiquary John Brand, our ancestors were wont to light up candles of an uncommon size called Christmas candles, and lay a log of wood upon the fire called a Yule clog, or Christmas block, to illuminate the house, and as it were, to turn night into day. The old custom was to light the Yule log with a fragment of its predecessor, which had been kept throughout the year for the purpose. Where it was so kept, the fiend could do no mischief. The remains of the log were also supposed to guard the house against fire and lightning. To this day, the ritual of bringing in the Yule log is observed with much solemnity among the southern Slavs, especially the Serbians. The log is usually a block of oak, but sometimes of olive or beech. They seem to think that they will have as many calves, lambs, pigs, and kids as they strike sparks out of the burning log. Some people carry a piece of the log out to the fields to protect them against hail. In Albania, down to recent years, it was a common custom to burn a Yule log at Christmas, and the ashes of the fire were scattered on the fields to make them fertile. The Huzels, a Slavonic people of the Carpathians, kindle fire by the friction of wood on Christmas Eve, Old Style, the 5th of January, and keep it burning till Twelfth night. It is remarkable how common the belief appears to have been that the remains of the Yule log, if kept throughout the year, had power to protect the house against fire, and especially against lightning. As the Yule log was frequently of oak, it seems possible that this belief may be a relic of the old Aryan creed, which associated the oak tree with the god of thunder. Whether the curative and fertilizing virtues ascribed to the ashes of the Yule log, which are supposed to heal cattle as well as men, to enable cows to calve, and to promote the fruitfulness of the earth, may not be derived from the same ancient source, is a question which deserves to be considered. Section 8. The Need Fire. The fire festivals hitherto described are all celebrated periodically at certain stated times of the year. But besides these regularly recurring celebrations, the peasants in many parts of Europe have been wont from time immemorial to resort to a ritual of fire at irregular intervals in seasons of distress and calamity. Above all, when their cattle were attacked by epidemic disease. No account of the popular European fire festivals would be complete without some notice of these remarkable rites, which have all the greater claim on our attention because they may perhaps be regarded as the source and origin of all the other fire festivals. Certainly they must date from a very remote antiquity. The general name by which they are known among the Teutonic peoples is needfire. Sometimes the needfire was known as wildfire, to distinguish it no doubt from the tame fire produced by more ordinary methods. Among Slavonic peoples, it is called living fire. The history of the custom can be traced from the early Middle Ages, when it was denounced by the Church as a heathen superstition, down to the first half of the 19th century, when it was still occasionally practiced in various parts of Germany, England, Scotland, and Ireland. Among Slavonic peoples, it appears to have lingered even longer. The usual occasion for performing the rite was an outbreak of plague or cattle disease, for which the needfire was believed to be an infallible remedy. The animals which were subjected to it included cows, pigs, horses, and sometimes geese. As a necessary preliminary to the kindling of the needfire, all other fires and lights in the neighborhood were extinguished, so that not so much as a spark remained alight, for so long as even a night light burned in a house. It was imagined that the needfire could not kindle. Sometimes it was deemed enough to put out all the fires in the village, but sometimes the extinction extended to neighboring villages or to a whole parish. In some parts of the highlands of Scotland, the rule was that all householders who dwelt within the two nearest running streams should put out their lights and fires on the day appointed. Usually the needfire was made in the open air, but in some parts of Serbia, it was kindled in a dark room. Sometimes the place was a crossway or a hollow in a road. In the highlands of Scotland, the proper places for performing the rite seem to have been knolls or small islands in rivers. The regular method of producing the needfire was by the friction of two pieces of wood. It might not be struck by flint and steel. Very exceptionally, among some South Slavs, we read of a practice of kindling a needfire by striking a piece of iron on an anvil. Where the wood to be employed is specified, it is generally said to be oak, but on the lower Rhine, the fire was kindled by the friction of oak wood or fir wood. In Slavonic countries, we hear of poplar, pear, and cornel wood being used for the purpose. Often the material is simply described as two pieces of dry wood. Sometimes 9 different kinds of wood were deemed necessary, but rather perhaps to be burned in the bonfire than to be rubbed together for the production of the needfire. The particular mode of kindling the needfire varied in different districts. A very common one was this. 2 poles were driven into the ground about 1.5 feet from each other. Each pole had in the side facing the other a socket into which a smooth crosspiece or roller was fitted. The sockets were stuffed with linen, and the 2 ends of the roller were rammed tightly into the sockets. To make it more inflammable, the roller was often coated with tar. A rope was then wound round the roller, and the free ends at both sides were gripped by 2 or more persons, who by pulling the rope to and fro caused the roller to revolve rapidly, till through the friction the linen in the sockets took fire. The sparks were immediately caught in tow or oakum and waved about in a circle until they burst into a bright glow when straw was applied to it, and the blazing straw used to kindle the fuel that had been stacked to make the bonfire. Often a wheel, sometimes a cart wheel or even a spinning wheel, formed part of the mechanism. In Aberdeenshire, it was called the muckle wheel. In the island of Mull, the wheel was turned from east to west over 9 spindles of oak wood. Sometimes we were merely told that 2 wooden planks were rubbed together. Sometimes it was prescribed that the cartwheel used for fire-making and the axle on which it turned should both be new. Similarly, it was said that the rope which turned the roller should be new. If possible, it should be woven of strands taken from a gallows rope with which people had been hanged. But this was a counsel of perfection rather than a strict necessity. Various rules were also laid down as to the kind of persons who might or should make the needfire. Sometimes it was said that the 2 persons who pulled the rope which twirled the roller should always be brothers or at least bear the same baptismal name. Sometimes it was deemed sufficient if they were both chaste young men. In some villages of Brunswick, people thought that if everybody who lent a hand in kindling the needfire did not bear the same Christian name, they would labor in vain. In Silesia, the tree employed to produce the needfire used to be felled by a pair of twin brothers. In the western islands of Scotland, the fire was kindled by 81 married men, who rubbed 2 great planks against each other, working in relays of 9. In North Uist, the 9 times 9 who made the fire were all first-begotten sons, but we are not told whether they were married or single. Among the Serbians, the needfire is sometimes kindled by a boy and girl between 11 and 14 years of age, who work stark naked in a dark room. Sometimes it is made by an old man and an old woman, also in the dark. In Bulgaria, too, the makers of need fire stripped themselves of their clothes. In Caithness, they divested themselves of all kinds of metal. If after long rubbing of the wood no fire was elicited, they concluded that some fire must still be burning in the village. So a strict search was made from house to house. Any fire that might be found was put out, and the negligent householder punished or upbraided. Indeed, a heavy fine might be inflicted on it. When the need fire was at last kindled, the bonfire was lit from it, and as soon as the blaze had somewhat died down, the sick animals were driven over the glowing embers, sometimes in a regular order of precedence, first the pigs, next the cows, and last of all the horses. Sometimes they were driven twice or thrice through the smoke and flames, so that occasionally some of them were scorched to death. As soon as all the beasts were through, the young folk would rush wildly at the ashes and cinders, sprinkling and blackening each other with them. Those who were most blackened would march in triumph behind the cattle into the village, and would not wash themselves for a long time. From the bonfire, people carried live embers home and used them to rekindle the fires in their houses. These brands, after being extinguished in water, they sometimes put in the mangers at which the cattle fed and kept them there for a while. Ashes from the need fire were also strewed on the fields to protect the crops against vermin. Sometimes they were taken home to be employed as remedies in sickness, being sprinkled on the ailing part or mixed in water and drunk by the patient. In the western islands of Scotland and on the adjoining mainland, as soon as the fire on the domestic hearth had been rekindled from the need fire, a pot full of water was set on it, and the water thus heated was afterwards sprinkled upon the people infected with the plague, or upon the cattle that were tainted by the murrain. Special virtue was attributed to the smoke of the bonfire, and sweetened fruit trees and nets were fumigated with it, in order that the trees might bear fruit and the nets catch fish. In the Highlands of Scotland, the need fire was accounted a sovereign remedy for witchcraft. In the island of Mull, when the fire was kindled as a cure for the murrain, we hear of the rite being accompanied by the sacrifice of a sick heifer, which was cut in pieces and burnt. Slavonian and Bulgarian peasants conceive cattle plague as a foul fiend or vampire, which can be kept at bay by interposing a barrier of fire between it and the herds. A similar conception may perhaps have originally everywhere underlain the use of the need fire as a remedy for the murrain. It appears that in some parts of Germany, the people did not wait for an outbreak of cattle plague, but, taking time by the forelock, kindled a need fire annually to prevent the calamity. Similarly, in Poland, the peasants are said to kindle fires in the village streets every year on St. Rochus's Day, and to drive the cattle thrice through them in order to protect the beasts against the murrain. We have seen that, in the Hebrides, the cattle were in like manner driven annually around the Beltane fires for the same purpose. In some cantons of Switzerland, children still kindle a need fire by the friction of wood for the sake of dispelling a mist. Chapter 63. The Interpretation of the Fire Festivals, Section 1. On the fire festivals in general, the foregoing survey of the popular fire festivals of Europe suggests some general observations. In the first place, we can hardly help being struck by the resemblance which the ceremonies bear to each other, at whatever time of the year, and in whatever part of Europe they are celebrated. The custom of kindling great bonfires, leaping over them, and driving cattle through or round them would seem to have been practically universal throughout Europe. And the same may be said of the processions or races with blazing torches around fields, orchards, pastures, or cattle stalls. Less widespread are the customs of hurling lighted discs into the air and trundling a burning wheel downhill. The ceremonial of the Yule log is distinguished from that of the other fire festivals by the privacy and domesticity which characterize it. But this distinction may well be due simply to the rough weather of midwinter, which is apt not only to render a public assembly in the open air disagreeable, but also at any moment to defeat the object of the assembly by extinguishing the all-important fire under a downpour of rain or a fall of snow. Apart from these local or seasonal differences, the general resemblance between the fire festivals at all times of the year and in all places is tolerably close. And as the ceremonies themselves resemble each other, so do the benefits which the people expect to reap from them, whether applied in the form of bonfires blazing at fixed points, or of torches carried about from place to place. or of embers and ashes taken from the smoldering heap of fuel. The fire is believed to promote the growth of the crops and the welfare of man and beast, either positively by stimulating them, or negatively by averting the dangers and calamities which threaten them from such causes as thunder and lightning, conflagration, blight, mildew, vermin, sterility, disease, and not least of all, witchcraft. But we naturally ask, how did it come about that benefits so great and manifold were supposed to be attained by means so simple? In what way did people imagine that they could procure so many goods or avoid so many ills by the application of fire and smoke, of embers and ashes? Two different explanations of the fire festivals have been given by modern inquirers. On the one hand, it has been held that they are sun charms or magical ceremonies intended, on the principle of imitative magic, to ensure a needful supply of sunshine for men, animals, and plants by kindling fires which mimic on earth the great source of light and heat in the sky. This was the view of Wilhelm Mannhardt. It may be called the solar theory. On the other hand, it has been maintained that the ceremonial fires have no necessary reference to the sun, but are simply purificatory in intention, being designed to burn up and destroy all harmful influences. Whether these are conceived in a personal form as witches, demons, and monsters, or in an impersonal form as a sort of pervading taint or corruption of the air. This is the view of Dr. Edward Westermarck, and apparently of Professor Eugen Mach. It may be called the purificatory theory. Obviously, the two theories postulate two very different conceptions of the fire which plays the principal part in the rites. On the one view, the fire, like sunshine in our latitude, is a genial creative power which fosters the growth of plants and the development of all that makes for health and happiness. On the other view, the fire is a fierce destructive power which blasts and consumes all the noxious elements, whether spiritual or material, that menace the life of men, of animals, and of plants. According to the one theory, the fire is a stimulant. According to the other, it is a disinfectant. On the one view, its virtue is positive. On the other, it is negative. Yet the two explanations, different as they are in the character which they attribute to the fire, are perhaps not wholly irreconcilable. If we assume that the fires kindled at these festivals were primarily intended to imitate the sun's light and heat, may we not regard the purificatory and disinfecting qualities, which popular opinion certainly appears to have ascribed to them, as attributes derived directly from the purificatory and disinfecting qualities of sunshine? In this way, we might conclude that, while the imitation of sunshine in these ceremonies was primary and original, the purification attributed to them was secondary and derivative. Such a conclusion, occupying an intermediate position between the two opposing theories, and recognizing an element of truth in both of them, was adopted by me in earlier editions of this work. But in the meantime, Dr. Westermarck has argued powerfully in favor of the purificatory theory alone, and I am bound to say that his arguments carry great weight, and that, on a fuller review of the facts, the balance of evidence seems to me to incline decidedly in his favor. However, the case is not so clear as to justify us in dismissing the solar theory without discussion, and accordingly I propose to adduce the considerations which tell for it before proceeding to notice those which tell against it. A theory which had the support of so learned and sagacious an investigator as W. Mannhardt is entitled to a respectful hearing. Section 2. The solar theory of the fire festivals. In an earlier part of this work, we saw that savages resort to charms for making sunshine, and it would be no wonder if primitive man in Europe did the same. Indeed, when we consider the cold and cloudy climate of Europe during a great part of the year, we shall find it natural that sun charms should have played a much more prominent part among the superstitious practices of European peoples than among those of savages who live nearer the equator, and who consequently are apt to get in the course of nature more sunshine than they want. This view of the festivals may be supported by various arguments drawn partly from their dates, partly from the nature of the rites, and partly from the influence which they are believed to exert upon the weather and vegetation. First, in regard to the dates of the festivals, it can be no mere accident that two of the most important and widely spread of the festivals are timed to coincide, more or less exactly, with the summer and winter solstices, that is, with the two turning points in the sun's apparent course in the sky when he reaches respectively his highest and his lowest elevation at noon. Indeed, with respect to the midwinter celebration of Christmas, we are not left to conjecture. We know from the express testimony of the ancients that it was instituted by the church to supersede an old heathen festival of the birth of the sun, which was apparently conceived to be born again on the shortest day of the year, after which his light and heat were seen to grow till they attained their full maturity at midsummer. Therefore it is no very far-fetched conjecture to suppose that the Yule log, which figures so prominently in the popular celebration of Christmas, was originally designed to help the laboring sun of midwinter to rekindle his seemingly expiring light. Not only the date of some of the festivals, but the manner of their celebration suggests a conscious imitation of the sun. The custom of rolling a burning wheel down a hill, which is often observed at these ceremonies, might well pass for an imitation of the sun's course in the sky, and the imitation would be especially appropriate on Midsummer Day, when the sun's annual declension begins. Indeed, the custom has been thus interpreted by some of those who have recorded it. Not less graphic, it may be said, is the mimicry of his apparent revolution by swinging a burning tar barrel round a pole. Again, the common practice of throwing fiery discs, sometimes expressly said to be shaped like suns, into the air at the festivals, may well be a piece of imitative magic. In these, as in so many cases, the magic force may be supposed to take effect through mimicry or sympathy. By imitating the desired result, you actually produce it. By counterfeiting the sun's progress through the heavens, you really help the luminary to pursue his celestial journey with punctuality and dispatch. The name fire of heaven, by which the midsummer fire is sometimes popularly known, clearly implies a consciousness of a connection between the earthly and the heavenly flame. Again, the manner in which the fire appears to have been originally kindled on these occasions has been alleged in support of the view that it was intended to be a mock sun. As some scholars have perceived, it is highly probable that at the periodic festivals in former times fire was universally obtained by the friction of two pieces of wood. It is still so procured in some places, both at the Easter and the Midsummer festivals, and it is expressly said to have been formerly so procured at the Beltane celebration, both in Scotland and Wales. But what makes it nearly certain that this was once the invariable mode of kindling the fire at these periodic festivals is the analogy of the need fire, which has almost always been produced by the friction of wood, and sometimes by the revolution of a wheel. It is a plausible conjecture that the wheel employed for this purpose represents the sun, and if the fires at the regularly recurring celebrations were formerly produced in the same way, it might be regarded as a confirmation of the view that they were originally sun charms. In point of fact, there is, as Kuhn has indicated, some evidence to show that the midsummer fire was originally thus produced. We have seen that many Hungarian swineherds make fire on Midsummer Eve by rotating a wheel round a wooden axle wrapped in hemp, and that they drive their pigs through the fire thus made. At Obermedlingen in Swabia, the fire of heaven, as it was called, was made on St. Vitus's Day, the 15th of June, by igniting a cartwheel, which, smeared with pitch and plated with straw, was fastened on a pole 12 feet high, the top of the pole being inserted in the nave of the wheel. This fire was made on the summit of a mountain, and as the flame ascended, the people uttered a set form of words, with eyes and arms directed heavenward. Here the fixing of a wheel on a pole and igniting it suggests that originally the fire was produced, as in the case of the need fire, by the revolution of a wheel. The day on which the ceremony takes place, the 15th of June, is near midsummer. And we have seen that in Mascherin fire is or used to be actually made on Midsummer Day by turning a wheel rapidly about an oaken pole, though it is not said that the new fire so obtained is used to light a bonfire. However, we must bear in mind that in all such cases the use of a wheel may be merely a mechanical device to facilitate the operation of fire-making by increasing the friction. It need not have any symbolical significance. Further, the influence which these fires, whether periodic or occasional, are supposed to exert on the weather and vegetation may be cited in support of the view that they are sun charms, since the effects ascribed to them resemble those of sunshine. Thus, The French belief that in a rainy June the lighting of the midsummer bonfires will cause the rain to cease appears to assume that they can disperse the dark clouds and make the sun to break out in radiant glory, drying the wet earth and dripping trees. Similarly, the use of the need fire by Swiss children on foggy days for the purpose of clearing away the mist may very naturally be interpreted as a sunshine. In the Vosges Mountains, the people believe that the midsummer fires help to preserve the fruits of the earth and ensure good crops. In Sweden, the warmth or cold of the coming season is inferred from the direction in which the flames of the May Day bonfire are blown. If they blow to the south, it will be warm; if to the north, cold. No doubt at present the direction of the flames is regarded merely as an augury of the weather, not as a mode of influencing it. But we may be pretty sure that this is one of the cases in which magic has dwindled into divination. So in the Eifel Mountains, when the smoke blows towards the cornfields, this is an omen that the harvest will be abundant. But the older view may have been not merely that the smoke and flames prognosticated, but that they actually produced an abundant harvest, the heat of the flames acting like sunshine on the corn. Perhaps it was with this view that people in the Isle of Man lit fires to windward of their fields in order that the smoke might blow over them. So in South Africa, about the month of April, the Matabele's light huge fires to the windward of their gardens, their idea being that the smoke, by passing over the crops, will assist the ripening of them. Among the Zulus also medicine is burned on a fire placed to windward of the garden, the fumigation which the plants in consequence receive being held to improve the crop. Again, the idea of our European peasants that the corn will grow well as far as the blaze of the bonfire is visible may be interpreted as a remnant of the belief in the quickening and fertilizing power of the bonfires. The same belief, it may be argued, reappears in the notion that embers taken from the bonfires and inserted in the fields will promote the growth of the crops, and it may be thought to underlie the customs of sowing flaxseed in the direction in which the flames blow, of mixing the ashes of the bonfire with the seed corn at sowing, of scattering the ashes by themselves over the field to fertilize it, and of incorporating a piece of the Yule log in the plow to make the seeds thrive. The opinion that the flax or hemp will grow as high as the flames rise or the people leap over them belongs clearly to the same class of ideas. Again, at Cannes on the banks of the Moselle, if the blazing wheel which was trundled down the hillside reached the river without being extinguished, this was hailed as a proof that the vintage would be abundant. So firmly was this belief held that the successful performance of the ceremony entitled the villagers to levy a tax upon the owners of the neighboring vineyard. Here the unextinguished wheel might be taken to represent an unclouded sun, which in turn would portend an abundant vintage. So the wagon load of white wine which the villagers receive from the vineyards round about might pass for a payment for the sunshine which they had procured for the grapes. Similarly, in the Vale of Glamorgan, a blazing wheel used to be trundled downhill on Midsummer Day, and if the fire were extinguished before the wheel reached the foot of the hill, the people expected a bad harvest. Whereas if the wheel kept alight all the way down and continued to blaze for a long time, the farmers looked forward to heavy crops that summer. Here, again, it is natural to suppose that the rustic mind traced a direct connection between the fire of the wheel and the fire of the sun, on which the crops are dependent. But in popular belief, the quickening and fertilizing influence of the bonfires is not limited to the vegetable world. It extends also to animals. This plainly appears from the Irish custom of driving barren cattle through the midsummer fires, from the French belief that the Yule log steeped in water helps cows to calve, from the French and Serbian notion that there will be as many chickens, calves, lambs, and kids as there are sparks struck out of the Yule log, from the French custom of putting the ashes of the bonfires in the fowls' nests to make the hens lay eggs, and from the German practice of mixing the ashes of the bonfires with the drink of cattle in order to make the animals thrive. Further, there are clear indications that even human fecundity is supposed to be promoted by the genial heat of the fires. In Morocco, the people think that childless couples can obtain offspring by leaping over the midsummer bonfire. It is an Irish belief that a girl who jumps thrice over the midsummer bonfire will soon marry and become the mother of many children. In Flanders, women leap over the midsummer fires to ensure an easy delivery. In various parts of France, they think that if a girl dances around 9 fires, she will be sure to marry within the year, and in Bohemia they fancy that she will do so if she merely sees 9 of the bonfires. On the other hand, in Lecrain, people say that if a young man and woman, leaping over the midsummer fire together, escape unsmirched, the young woman will not become a mother within 12 months. The flames have not touched and fertilized her. In parts of Switzerland and France, the lighting of the Yule log is accompanied by a prayer that the women may bear children, the she-goats bring forth kids, and the ewes drop lambs. The rule observed in some places that the bonfires should be kindled by the person who was last married seems to belong to the same class of ideas, whether it be that such a person is supposed to receive from or to impart to. The fire a generative and fertilizing influence, the common practice of lovers leaping over the fires hand in hand, may very well have originated in a notion that thereby their marriage would be blessed with offspring. And the like motive would explain the custom which obliges couples married within the year to dance to the light of torches, and the scenes of profligacy which appear to have marked the midsummer celebration among the Estonians, as they once marked the celebration of May Day among ourselves, may have sprung not from the mere license of holiday-makers, but from a crude notion that such orgies were justified, if not required, by some mysterious bond which linked the life of man to the courses of the heavens at this turning point of the year. At the festivals which we are considering, the custom of kindling bonfires is commonly associated with a custom of carrying lighted torches about the fields, the orchards, the pastures, the flocks, and the herd. And we can hardly doubt that the two customs are only two different ways of attaining the same object, namely, the benefits which are believed to flow from the fire, whether it be stationary or portable. Accordingly, if we accept the solar theory of the bonfires, we seem bound to apply it also to the torches. We must suppose that the practice of marching or running with blazing torches about the country is simply a means of diffusing far and wide the genial influence of the sunshine, of which these flickering flames are a feeble imitation. In favor of this view, it may be said that sometimes the torches are carried about the fields for the express purpose of fertilizing them, and with the same intention live coals from the bonfires are sometimes placed in the fields to prevent blight. On the eve of Twelfth Day in Normandy, men, women, and children run wildly through the fields and orchards with lighted torches, which they wave about the branches and dash against the trunks of the fruit trees for the sake of burning the moss and driving away the moles and field mice. They believe that the ceremony fulfills the double object of exorcising the vermin, whose multiplication would be a real calamity, and of imparting fecundity to the trees, the fields, and even the cattle. And they imagine that the more the ceremony is prolonged, the greater will be the crop of fruit next autumn. In Bohemia, they say that the corn will grow as high as they fling the blazing besoms into the air, nor are such notions confined to Europe. In Korea, a few days before the New Year festival, the eunuchs of the palace swing burning torches, chanting invocations the while, and this is supposed to ensure bountiful crops for the next season. The custom of trundling a burning wheel over the fields, which used to be observed in Poitou for the express purpose of fertilizing them, may be thought to embody the same idea in a still more graphic form, since in this way the mock sun itself, not merely its light and heat represented by torches, is made actually to pass over the ground, which is to receive its quickening and kindly influence. Once more, the custom of carrying lighted brands around cattle is plainly equivalent to driving the animals through the bonfire, and if the bonfire is a sun charm, the torches must be so also. Section 3. The purificatory theory of the fire festivals. Thus far, we have considered what may be said for the theory that at the European fire festivals, the fire is kindled as a charm, to ensure an abundant supply of sunshine for man and beast, for corn and fruits. It remains to consider what may be said against this theory and in favor of the view that in these rites fire is employed not as a creative but as a cleansing agent, which purifies men, animals, and plants by burning up and consuming the noxious elements, whether material or spiritual, which menace all living things with disease and death. First, then, it is to be observed that the people who practice the fire customs appear never to allege the solar theory and explanation of them, while, on the contrary, they do frequently and emphatically put forward the purificatory theory. This is a strong argument in favor of the purificatory and against the solar theory, for the popular explanation of a popular custom is never to be rejected except for grave cause. And in the present case, there seems to be no adequate reason for rejecting it. The conception of fire as a destructive agent which can be turned to account for the consumption of evil things is so simple and obvious that it could hardly escape the minds even of the rude peasantry with whom these festivals originate. On the other hand, the conception of fire as an emanation of the sun, or at all events as linked to it by a bond of physical sympathy, is far less simple and obvious. And though the use of fire as a charm to produce sunshine appears to be undeniable, nevertheless, in attempting to explain popular customs, we should never have recourse to a more recondite idea when a simpler one lies to hand, and is supported by the explicit testimony of the people themselves. Now, in the case of the fire festivals, the destructive aspect of fire is one upon which the people dwell again and again, and it is highly significant that the great evil against which the fire is directed appears to be witchcraft. Again and again we are told that the fires are intended to burn or repel the witches, and the intention is sometimes graphically expressed by burning an effigy of a witch in the fire. Hence, when we remember the great hold which the dread of witchcraft has had on the popular European mind in all ages, we may suspect that the primary intention of all these fire festivals was simply to destroy, or at all events get rid of the witches, who were regarded as the causes of nearly all the misfortunes and calamities that befall men, their cattle, and their crops. This suspicion is confirmed when we examine the evils for which the bonfires and torches were supposed to provide a remedy. Foremost, perhaps, among these evils, we may reckon the diseases of cattle, and of all the ills that witches are believed to work, there is probably none which is so constantly insisted on as the harm they do to the herds, particularly by stealing the milk from the cows. Now it is significant that the need fire, which may perhaps be regarded as the parent of the periodic fire festivals, is kindled above all as a remedy for a murrain or other disease of cattle. And the circumstance suggests what on general ground seems probable, that the custom of kindling the need fire goes back to a time when the ancestors of the European peoples subsisted chiefly on the products of their herds, and when agriculture as yet played a subordinate part in their lives. Witches and wolves are the two great foes still dreaded by the herdsmen in many parts of Europe, and we need not wonder that he should resort to fire as a powerful means of banning them both. Among Slavonic peoples, it appears that the foes whom the need fire is designed to combat are not so much living witches as vampires and other evil spirits, and the ceremony aims rather at repelling these baleful beings than at actually consuming them in the flames. But for our present purpose, these distinctions are immaterial. The important thing to observe is that among the Slavs the need fire, which is probably the original of all the ceremonial fires now under consideration, is not a sun charm, but clearly and unmistakably nothing but a means of protecting man and beast against the attacks of maleficent creatures, whom the peasant thinks to burn or scare by the heat of the fire, just as he might burn or scare wild animals. Again, the bonfires are often supposed to protect the fields against hail and the homestead against thunder and lightning. But both hail and thunderstorms are frequently thought to be caused by witches. Hence, the fire which bans the witches necessarily serves at the same time as a talisman against hail, thunder, and lightning. Further, brands taken from the bonfires are commonly kept in the houses to guard them against conflagration. And though this may perhaps be done on the principle of homeopathic magic, one fire being thought to act as a preventive of another, it is also possible that the intention may be to keep witch incendiaries at bay. Again, people leap over the bonfires as a preventive of colic, and look at the flames steadily in order to preserve their eyes in good health. And both colic and sore eyes are in Germany, and probably elsewhere, set down to the machinations of witches. Once more, to leap over the midsummer fires or to circumambulate them is thought to prevent a person from feeling pains in his back at reaping. And in Germany, such pains are called witch shots and ascribed to witchcraft. But if the bonfires and torches of the fire festivals are to be regarded primarily as weapons directed against witches and wizards, it becomes probable that the same explanation applies not only to the flaming discs, which are hurled into the air, but also to the burning wheels which are rolled downhill on these occasions. Discs and wheels, we may suppose, are alike intended to burn the witches who hover invisible in the air or haunt unseen the fields, the orchards, and the vineyards on the hillside. Certainly witches are constantly thought to ride through the air on broomsticks or other equally convenient vehicles. And if they do so, how can you get at them so effectually as by hurling lighted missiles, whether discs, torches, or besoms after them as they flit past overhead in the gloom? The South Slavonian peasant believes that witches ride in the dark hail clouds, so he shoots at the clouds to bring down the hags while he curses them, saying, "Curse, curse, Herodias, thy mother is a heathen damned of God and fettered through the Redeemer's blood." Also, he brings out a pot of glowing charcoal on which he has thrown holy oil, laurel leaves, and wormwood to make a smoke. The fumes are supposed to ascend to the clouds and stupefy the witches so that they tumble down to earth, and in order that they may not fall soft, but may hurt themselves very much, the yokel hastily brings out a chair and tilts it bottom up so that the witch in falling may break her legs on the legs of the chair. Worse than that, he cruelly lays scythes, billhooks, and other formidable weapons edge upwards so as to cut and mangle the poor wretches when they drop plump upon them from the clouds. On this view, the fertility supposed to follow the application of fire in the form of bonfires, torches, discs, rolling wheels, and so forth, is not conceived as resulting directly from an increase of solar heat, which the fire has magically generated. It is merely an indirect result obtained by freeing the reproductive powers of plants and animals from the fatal obstruction of witchcraft. And what is true of the reproduction of plants and animals may hold good also of the fertility of the human sexes. The bonfires are supposed to promote marriage and to procure offspring for childless couples. This happy effect need not flow directly from any quickening or fertilizing energy in the fire. It may follow indirectly from the power of the fire to remove those obstacles which the spells of witches and wizards notoriously present to the union of man and wife. On the whole, then, the theory of the purificatory virtue of the ceremonial fires appears more probable and more in accordance with the evidence than the opposing theory of their connection with the sun. Chapter 64. The burning of human beings in the fires. Section 1. The burning of effigies in the fires. We have still to ask, what is the meaning of burning effigies in the fire at these festivals? After the preceding investigation, the answer to the question seems obvious, as the fires are often alleged to be kindled for the purpose of burning the witches, and as the effigy burnt in them is sometimes called the witch, we might naturally be disposed to conclude that all the effigies consumed in the flames on these occasions represent witches or warlocks, and that the custom of burning them is merely a substitute for burning the wicked men and women themselves, since on the principle of homeopathic or imitative magic, you practically destroy the witch herself in destroying her effigy. On the whole, this explanation of the burning of straw figures in human shape at the festivals is perhaps the most probable. Yet it may be that this explanation does not apply to all the cases, and that certain of them may admit and even require another interpretation. For the effigies so burned, as I have already remarked, can hardly be separated from the effigies of death, which are burned or otherwise destroyed in spring. And grounds have been already given for regarding the so-called effigies of death as really representatives of the tree spirit or spirit of vegetation. Are the other effigies which are burned in the spring and midsummer bonfires susceptible of the same explanation? It would seem so. For just as the fragments of the so-called death are stuck in the fields to make the crops grow, so the charred embers of the figure burned in the spring bonfires are sometimes laid on the fields in the belief that they will keep vermin from the crop. Again, the rule that the last married bride must leap over the fire in which the straw man is burned on Shrove Tuesday is probably intended to make her fruitful. But, as we have seen, the power of blessing women with offspring is a special attribute of tree spirits. It is therefore a fair presumption that the burning effigy over which the bride must leap is a representative of the fertilizing tree spirit or spirit of vegetation. This character of the effigy as representative of the spirit of vegetation is almost unmistakable when the figure is composed of an unthreshed sheaf of corn or is covered from head to foot with flowers. Again, it is to be noted that instead of a puppet, trees, either living or felled, are sometimes burned both in the spring and midsummer bonfires. Now, considering the frequency with which the tree spirit is represented in human shape, it is hardly rash to suppose that when sometimes a tree and sometimes an effigy is burned in these fires, the effigy and the tree are regarded as equivalent to each other, each being a representative of the tree spirit. This, again, is confirmed by observing first that sometimes the effigy which is to be burned is carried about simultaneously with a May tree, the former being carried by the boys, the latter by the girls. And second, that the effigy is sometimes tied to a living tree and burned with it. In these cases, we can scarcely doubt. The tree spirit is represented as we have found it represented before, in duplicate both by the tree and by the effigy. That the true character of the effigy as a representative of the beneficent spirit of vegetation should sometimes be forgotten is natural. The custom of burning a beneficent god is too foreign to later modes of thought to escape misinterpretation. Naturally enough, the people who continued to burn his image came in time to identify it as the effigy of persons whom, on various grounds, they regarded with aversion, such as Judas Iscariot, Luther, and a witch. The general reasons for killing a god or his representative have been examined in a preceding chapter, but when the god happens to be a deity of vegetation, there are special reasons why he should die by fire. For light and heat are necessary to vegetable growth, and on the principle of sympathetic magic, by subjecting the personal representative of vegetation to their influence, you secure a supply of these necessaries for trees and crops. In other words, by burning the spirit of vegetation in a fire which represents the sun, you make sure that, for a time at least, vegetation shall have plenty of sun. It may be objected that, if the intention is simply to secure enough sunshine for vegetation, this end would be better attained, on the principles of sympathetic magic, by merely passing the representative of vegetation through the fire instead of burning it. In point of fact, this is sometimes done. In Russia, as we have seen, the straw figure of Kupalo is not burned in the midsummer fire, but merely carried backwards and forwards across it. But, for the reasons already given, it is necessary that the god should die. So next day, Kupalo is stripped of her ornaments and thrown into a stream. In this Russian custom, the passage of the image through the fire, if it is not simply a purification, may possibly be a sun charm. The killing of the god is a separate act, and the mode of killing him by drowning is probably a rain charm. But usually people have not thought it necessary to draw this fine distinction. For the various reasons already assigned, it is advantageous, they think, to expose the god of vegetation to a considerable degree of heat, and it is also advantageous to kill him. And they combine these advantages in a rough and ready way by burning him. Section 2. The burning of men and animals in the fires. In the popular customs connected with the fire festivals of Europe, there are certain features which appear to point to a former practice of human sacrifice. We have seen reasons for believing that, in Europe, living persons have often acted as representatives of the tree spirit and corn spirit, and have suffered death as such. There is no reason, therefore, why they should not have been burned, if any special advantages were likely to be attained by putting them to death in that way. The consideration of human suffering is not one which enters into the calculations of primitive man. Now, in the fire festivals which we are discussing, the pretense of burning people is sometimes carried so far that it seems reasonable to regard it as a mitigated survival of an older custom of actually burning them. Thus in Aachen, as we saw, the man clad in peas straw acts so cleverly that the children really believe he is being burned. At Jumiges in Normandy, the man clad all in green, who bore the title of the Green Wolf, was pursued by his comrades, and when they caught him, they feigned to fling him upon the midsummer bonfire. Similarly, at the Beltane fires in Scotland, the pretended victim was seized, and a show made of throwing him into the flames, and for some time afterwards people affected to speak of him as dead. Again, in the Halloween bonfires of northeastern Scotland, we may perhaps detect a similar pretense in the custom observed by a lad of lying down as close to the fire as possible, and allowing the other lads to leap over him. The titular king at Ajax, who reigned for a year and danced the first dance around the midsummer bonfire, may perhaps in days of old have discharged the less agreeable duty of serving as fuel for that fire, which in later times he only kindled. In the following customs, Monhart is probably right in recognizing traces of an old custom of burning a leaf-clad representative of the spirit of vegetation. At Wolfegg in Austria on Midsummer Day, a boy completely clad in green fir branches goes from house to house, accompanied by a noisy crew, collecting wood for the bonfire. As he gets the wood, he sings, "Forest trees, I want no sour milk for me." But beer and wine, so can the woodman be jolly and gay. In some parts of Bavaria also, the boys who go from house to house collecting fuel for the midsummer bonfire envelop one of their number from head to foot, and lead him by a rope through the whole village. At Muschheim in Württemberg, the festival of St. John's Fire usually lasted for 14 days, ending on the second Sunday after Midsummer Day. On this last day, the bonfire was left in charge of the children, while the older people retired to a wood. Here they encased a young fellow in leaves and twigs, who, thus disguised, went to the fire, scattered it, and trotted out. All the people present fled at the sight of him, but it seems possible to go farther than this. Of human sacrifices offered on these occasions, the most unequivocal traces, as we have seen, are those which, about 100 years ago, still lingered at the Beltane fires in the Highlands of Scotland. That is, among a Celtic people who, situated in a remote corner of Europe, and almost completely isolated from foreign influence, had till then conserved their old heathenism better perhaps than any other people in the west of Europe. It is significant, therefore, that human sacrifices by fire are known on unquestionable evidence to have been systematically practiced by the Celts. The earliest description of these sacrifices has been bequeathed to us by Julius Caesar. As conqueror of the hitherto independent Celts of Gaul, Caesar had ample opportunity of observing the national Celtic religion and manners, while these were still fresh and crisp from the native mint, and had not yet been fused in the melting pot of Roman civilization. With his own notes, Caesar appears to have incorporated the observations of a Greek explorer, by name Posidonius, who traveled in Gaul about 50 years before Caesar carried the Roman arms to the English Channel. The Greek geographer Strabo and the historian Diodorus seem also to have derived their descriptions of the Celtic sacrifices from the work of Posidonius, but independently of each other and of Caesar. For each of the three derivative accounts contains some details which are not to be found in either of the others. By combining them, therefore, we can restore the original account of Posidonius with some probability, and thus obtain a picture of the sacrifices offered by the Celts of Gaul at the close of the 2nd century before our era. The following seem to have been the main outlines of the custom. Condemned criminals were reserved by the Celts in order to be sacrificed to the gods at a great festival, which took place once in every 5 years. The more there were of such victims, the greater was believed to be the fertility of the land. If there were not enough criminals to furnish victims, captives taken in war were immolated to supply the deficiency. When the time came, the victims were sacrificed by the druids or priests. Some they shot down with arrows, some they impaled, and some they burned alive in the following manner. Colossal images of wickerwork or of wood and grass were constructed. These were filled with live men, cattle, and animals of other kinds. Fire was then applied to the images, and they were burned with their living contents. Such were the great festivals held once every 5 years. But besides these quinquennial festivals, celebrated on so grand a scale, and with, apparently, so large an expenditure of human life, it seems reasonable to suppose that festivals of the same sort, only on a lesser scale, were held annually, and that from these annual festivals are lineally descended some at least of the fire festivals, which, with their traces of human sacrifices, are still celebrated year by year in many parts of Europe. The gigantic images constructed of osiers or covered with grass, in which the Druids enclosed their victims, remind us of the leafy framework in which the human representative of the tree spirit is still so often encased. Hence, seeing that the fertility of the land was apparently supposed to depend upon the due performance of these sacrifices, Monhart interpreted the Celtic victims, cased in osiers and grass, as representatives of the tree spirit or spirit of vegetation. These wicker giants of the Druids seem to have had till lately, if not down to the present time, their representatives at the spring and midsummer festivals of modern Europe. At Douai, down at least to the early part of the 19th century, a procession took place annually on the Sunday nearest to the 7th of July. The great feature of the procession was a colossal figure, some 20 or 30 feet high, made of osiers, and called the Giant, which was moved through the streets by means of rollers and ropes, worked by men who were enclosed within the effigy. The figure was armed as a knight with lance and sword, helmet and shield. Behind him marched his wife and his 3 children, all constructed of osiers on the same principle, but on a smaller scale. At Dunkirk, the procession of the giants took place on Midsummer Day, the 24th of June. The festival, which was known as the Follies of Dunkirk, attracted multitudes of spectators. The giant was a huge figure of wickerwork, occasionally as much as 45 feet high, dressed in a long blue robe with gold stripes which reached to his feet, concealing the dozen or more men, who made a dance and bob its head to the spectators. This colossal effigy went by the name of Papa Rius, and carried in its pocket a bouncing infant of Brobdingnagian proportions. The rear was brought up by the daughter of the giant, constructed, like her sire, of wickerwork and little, if at all inferior to his size. Most towns and even villages of Brabant and Flanders have, or used to have, similar wicker giants, which were annually led about to the delight of the populace who loved these grotesque figures, spoke of them with patriotic enthusiasm, and never wearied of gazing at them. At Antwerp, the giant was so big that no gate in the city was large enough to let him go through. Hence he could not visit his brother giants in neighboring towns, as the other Belgian giants used to do on solemn occasions. In England, artificial giants seem to have been a standing feature of the Midsummer Festival. A writer of the 16th century speaks of midsummer pageants in London, where, to make the people wonder, are set forth great and ugly giants marching as if they were alive and armed at all points, but within they are stuffed full of brown paper and tow, which the shrewd boys, under peering, do guilefully discover, and turn to a great derision. At Chester, the annual pageant on Midsummer Eve included the effigies of 4 giants, with animals, hobby horses, and other figures. At Coventry, it appears that the giant's wife figured beside the giant. At Burford, in Oxfordshire, Midsummer Eve used to be celebrated with great jollity by the carrying of a giant and a dragon up and down the town. The last survivor of these perambulating English giants lingered at Salisbury, where an antiquary found him mouldering to decay in the neglected hall of the Tailors' Company about the year 1844. His bodily framework was a lath and hoop, like the one which used to be worn by Jack in the Green on May Day. In these cases, the giants merely figured in the processions, but sometimes they were burned in the summer bonfires. Thus, the people of the Rue aux Ours in Paris used annually to make a great wickerwork figure, dressed as a soldier, which they promenaded up and down the streets for several days, and solemnly burned on the 3rd of July. The crowd of spectators singing Salve Regina. A personage who bore the title of king presided over the ceremony with a lighted torch in his hand. The burning fragments of the image were scattered among the people, who eagerly scrambled for them. The custom was abolished in 1743. In Brie, Isle-de-France, a wickerwork giant, 18 feet high, was annually burned on Midsummer Eve. Again, the druidical custom of burning live animals enclosed in wickerwork has its counterpart at the spring and midsummer festivals. At Luchon in the Pyrenees, on Midsummer Eve, a hollow column, composed of strong wickerwork, is raised to the height of about 60 feet in the center of the principal suburb and interlaced with green foliage up to the very top, while the most beautiful flowers and shrubs procurable are artistically arranged in groups below. So as to form a sort of background to the scene, the column is then filled with combustible materials ready for ignition. At an appointed hour, about 8 p.m., a grand procession, composed of the clergy, followed by young men and maidens in holiday attire, pour forth from the town chanting hymns, and take up their position around the column. Meanwhile, bonfires are lit with beautiful effect in the surrounding hills. As many living serpents as could be collected are now thrown into the column, which is set on fire at the base by means of torches, armed with which about 50 boys and men dance around with frantic gestures. The serpents, to avoid the flames, wriggle their way to the top, whence they are seen lashing out laterally until finally obliged to drop, their struggles for life giving rise to enthusiastic delight among the surrounding spectators. This is a favorite annual ceremony for the inhabitants of Lushon and its neighborhood, and local tradition assigns it to a heathen origin. In the midsummer fires formerly kindled on the Place de Grès at Paris, it was the custom to burn a basket, barrel, or sack full of live cats, which was hung from a tall mast in the midst of the bonfire. Sometimes a fox was burned. The people collected the embers and ashes of the fire and took them home, believing that they brought good luck. The French kings often witnessed these spectacles and even lit the bonfire with their own hands. In 1648, Louis XIV, crowned with a wreath of roses and carrying a bunch of roses in his hand, kindled the fire, danced at it, and partook of the banquet afterwards in the town hall. But this was the last occasion when a monarch presided at the midsummer bonfire in Paris. At Metz, midsummer fires were lighted with great pomp on the esplanade, and a dozen cats, enclosed in wicker cages, were burned alive in them to the amusement of the people. Similarly, at Gap, in the department of the High Alps, cats used to be roasted over the midsummer bonfire. In Russia, a white cock was sometimes burned in the midsummer bonfire. In Meissen or Thuringia, a horse's head used to be thrown into it. Sometimes animals are burned in the spring bonfires. In the Vosges, cats were burned on Shrove Tuesday. In Alsace, they were thrown into the Easter bonfire. In the department of the Ardennes, cats were flung into the bonfires kindled on the first Sunday in Lent. Sometimes, by a refinement of cruelty, they were hung over the fire from the end of a pole and roasted alive. The cat, which represented the devil, could never suffer enough. While the creatures were perishing in the flames, the shepherds guarded their flocks and forced them to leap over the fire, esteeming this an infallible means of preserving them from disease and witchcraft. We have seen that squirrels were sometimes burned in the Easter fire. Thus it appears that the sacrificial rites of the Celts of ancient Gaul can be traced in the popular festivals of modern Europe. Naturally, it is in France, or rather in the wider area comprised within the limits of ancient Gaul, that these rites have left the clearest traces in the customs of burning giants of wickerwork and animals enclosed in wickerwork or baskets. These customs, it will have been remarked, are generally observed at or about midsummer. From this, we may infer that the original rites of which these are the degenerate successors were solemnized at midsummer. This inference harmonizes with the conclusion suggested by a general survey of European folk custom, that the midsummer festival must, on the whole, have been the most widely diffused and the most solemn of all the yearly festivals celebrated by the primitive Aryans in Europe. At the same time, we must bear in mind that among the British Celts, the chief fire festivals of the year appear certainly to have been those of Beltane, May Day, and Halloween, the last day of October. And this suggests a doubt whether the Celts of Gaul also may not have celebrated their principal rites of fire, including their burnt sacrifices of men and animals at the beginning of May or the beginning of November. We have still to ask, what is the meaning of such sacrifices? Why were men and animals burnt to death at these festivals? If we are right in interpreting the modern European fire festivals as attempts to break the power of witchcraft by burning or banning the witches and warlocks, it seems to follow that we must explain the human sacrifices of the Celts in the same manner. That is, we must suppose that the men whom the Druids burnt in wickerwork images were condemned to death on the ground that they were witches or wizards, and that the mode of execution by fire was chosen because burning alive is deemed the surest mode of getting rid of these noxious and dangerous beings. The same explanation would apply to the cattle and wild animals of many kinds, which the Celts burned along with the men. They, too, we may conjecture, were supposed to be either under the spell of witchcraft, or actually to be the witches and wizards, who had transformed themselves into animals for the purpose of prosecuting their infernal plots against the welfare of their fellow creatures. This conjecture is confirmed by the observation that the victims most commonly burned in modern bonfires have been cats, and that cats are precisely the animals into which, with the possible exception of hares, witches were most usually supposed to transform themselves. Again, we have seen that serpents and foxes used sometimes to be burnt in the midsummer fires, and Welsh and German witches are reported to have assumed the form both of foxes and serpents. In short, when we remember the great variety of animals whose forms witches can assume at pleasure, it seems easy on this hypothesis to account for the variety of living creatures that have been burnt at festivals both in ancient Gaul and modern Europe. All these victims, we may surmise, were doomed to the flames, not because they were animals, but because they were believed to be witches who had taken the shape of animals for their nefarious purposes. One advantage of explaining the ancient Celtic sacrifices in this way is that it introduces, as it were, a harmony and consistency into the treatment which Europe has meted out to witches from the earliest times down to about 2 centuries ago, when the growing influence of rationalism discredited the belief in witchcraft and put a stop to the custom of burning witches. Be that as it may, we can now perhaps understand why the Druids believed that the more persons they sentenced to death, the greater would be the fertility of the land. To a modern reader, the connection at first sight may not be obvious between the activity of the hangman and the productivity of the earth. But a little reflection may satisfy him that when the criminals who perish at the stake or on the gallows are witches, whose delight it is to blight the crops of the farmer or to lay them low under storms of hail, the execution of these wretches is really calculated to ensure an abundant harvest by removing one of the principal causes which paralyze the efforts and blast the hopes of the husbandman. The Druidical sacrifices which we are considering were explained in a different way by W. Monhart. He supposed that the men whom the Druids burned in wickerwork images represented the spirits of vegetation, and accordingly that the custom of burning them was a magical ceremony intended to secure the necessary sunshine for the crops. Similarly, he seems to have inclined to the view that the animals which used to be burnt in the bonfires represented the corn spirit, which, as we saw in an earlier part of this work, is often supposed to assume the shape of an animal. This theory is no doubt tenable, and the great authority of W. Monhart entitles it to careful consideration. I adopted it in former editions of this book, but on reconsideration, it seems to me on the whole to be less probable than the theory that the men and animals burnt in the fires perished in the character of witches. This latter view is strongly supported by the testimony of the people who celebrate the fire festivals, since a popular name for the custom of kindling the fires is burning the witches. Effigies of witches are sometimes consumed in the flame. And the fires, their embers or their ashes, are supposed to furnish protection against witchcraft. On the other hand, there is little to show that the effigies or the animals burnt in the fires are regarded by the people as representatives of the vegetation spirit, and that the bonfires are sun charms, with regard to serpents in particular, which used to be burnt in the midsummer fire at Luchon. I am not aware of any certain evidence that in Europe snakes have been regarded as embodiments of the tree spirit or corn spirit, though in other parts of the world the conception appears to be not unknown, whereas the popular faith in the transformation of witches into animals is so general and deeply rooted, and the fear of these uncanny beings is so strong, that it seems safer to suppose that the cats and other animals which were burnt in the fire suffered death as embodiments of witches than that they perished as representatives of vegetation spirits. Chapter 65. Balder and the Mistletoe. The reader may remember that the preceding account of the popular fire festivals of Europe was suggested by the myth of the Norse god Balder, who is said to have been slain by a branch of mistletoe and burnt in a great fire. We have now to inquire how far the customs which have been passed in review help to shed light on the myth. In this inquiry, it may be convenient to begin with the mistletoe, the instrument of Balder's death. From time immemorial, the mistletoe has been the object of superstitious veneration in Europe. It was worshipped by the Druids, as we learn from a famous passage of Plato. After enumerating the different kinds of mistletoe, he proceeds, in treating of this subject, the admiration in which the mistletoe is held throughout Gaul ought not to pass unnoticed. The Druids, for so they call their wizards, esteem nothing more sacred than the mistletoe and the tree on which it grows, provided only that the tree is an oak. But apart from this, they choose oak woods for their sacred groves and perform no sacred rites without oak leaves, so that the very name of Druids may be regarded as a Greek appellation derived from their worship of the oak. For they believe that whatever grows on these trees is sent from heaven, and is a sign that the tree has been chosen by the god himself. The mistletoe is very rarely to be met with, but when it is found, they gather it with solemn ceremony. This they do above all on the 6th day of the moon, from whence they date the beginnings of their months, of their years, and of their 30-year cycle, because by the 6th day the moon has plenty of vigor and has not run half its course. After due preparations have been made for a sacrifice and a feast under the tree, they hail it as the universal healer and bring to the spot 2 white bulls whose horns have never been bound before. A priest clad in a white robe climbs the tree and with a golden sickle cuts the mistletoe, which is caught in a white cloth. Then they sacrifice the victims, praying that God may make his own gift to prosper with those upon whom he has bestowed it. They believe that a potion prepared from mistletoe will make barren animals to bring forth, and that the plant is a remedy against all poison. In another passage, Pliny tells us that in medicine the mistletoe which grows on an oak was esteemed the most efficacious, and that its efficacy was by some superstitious people supposed to be increased if the plant was gathered on the 1st day of the moon without the use of iron, and if when gathered it was not allowed to touch the earth. Oak mistletoe thus obtained was deemed a cure for epilepsy. Carried about by women, it assisted them to conceive, and it healed ulcers most effectually. If only the sufferer chewed a piece of the plant and laid another piece on the sore. Yet again, he says that mistletoe was supposed, like vinegar and an egg, to be an excellent means of extinguishing a fire. If in these latter passages Pliny refers, as he apparently does, to the beliefs current among his contemporaries in it, it will follow that the Druids and the Italians were to some extent agreed as to the valuable properties possessed by mistletoe, which grows on an oak. Both of them deemed it an effectual remedy for a number of ailments, and both of them ascribed to it a quickening virtue, the Druids believing that a potion prepared from mistletoe would fertilize barren cattle, and the Italians holding that a piece of mistletoe carried about by a woman would help her to conceive a child. Further, both peoples thought that if the plant were to exert its medicinal properties, it must be gathered in a certain way and at a certain time. It might not be cut with iron, hence the Druids cut it with gold, and it might not touch the earth, hence the Druids caught it in a white cloth. In choosing the time for gathering the plant, both peoples were determined by observation of the moon. Only they differed as to the particular day of the moon, the Italians preferring the 1st and the Druids the 6th. With these beliefs of the ancient Gauls and Italians as to the wonderful medicinal properties of mistletoe, we may compare the similar beliefs of the modern Aino of Japan. We read that they, like many nations of the northern origin, hold the mistletoe in peculiar veneration. They look upon it as a medicine, good in almost every disease, and it is sometimes taken in food, and at others separately, as a decoction. The leaves are used in preference to the berries, the latter being of too sticky a nature for general purposes. But many, too, suppose this plant to have the power of making the gardens bear plentifully. When used for this purpose, the leaves are cut up into fine pieces and, after having been prayed over, are sown with the millet and other seeds, a little also being eaten with the food. Barren women have also been known to eat the mistletoe, in order to be made to bear children. That mistletoe, which grows upon the willow, is supposed to have the greatest efficacy. This is because the willow is looked upon by them as being an especially sacred tree. Thus, the Aino agree with the Druids in regarding mistletoe as a cure for almost every disease. And they agree with the ancient Italians that applied to women it helps them to bear children. Again, the Druidical notion that the mistletoe was an all-healer or panacea may be compared with a notion entertained by the Wallows of Senegambia. These people have much veneration for a sort of mistletoe, which they call tabe, carry leaves of it on their persons when they go to war as a preservative against wounds. Just as if the leaves were real talismans, Griesgaray, the French writer who records this practice, adds, "Is it not very curious that the mistletoe should be in this part of Africa, what it was in the superstitions of the Gauls? This prejudice, common to the two countries, may have the same origin. Blacks and whites will doubtless have seen, each of them for themselves, something supernatural in a plant which grows and flourishes without having roots in the earth. May they not have believed, in fact, that it was a plant fallen from the sky, a gift of the divinity? This suggestion as to the origin of the superstition is strongly confirmed by the Druidical belief, reported by Pliny, that whatever grew on an oak was sent from heaven, and was a sign that the tree had been chosen by the god himself. Such a belief explains why the Druids cut the mistletoe, not with a common knife, but with a golden sickle, and why, when cut, it was not suffered to touch the earth. Probably they thought that the celestial plant would have been profaned, and its marvelous virtue lost by contact with the ground. With the ritual observed by the Druids in cutting the mistletoe, we may compare the ritual which in Cambodia is prescribed in a similar case. They say that when you see an orchid growing as a parasite on a tamarind tree, you should dress in white, take a new earthenware pot, then climb the tree at noon, break off the plant, put it in the pot, and let the pot fall to the ground. After that, you make in the pot a decoction which confers the gift of invulnerability. Thus, just as in Africa, the leaves of one parasitic plant are supposed to render the wearer invulnerable. So in Cambodia, a decoction made from another parasitic plant is considered to render the same service to such as make use of it, whether by drinking or washing. We may conjecture that in both places the notion of invulnerability is suggested by the position of the plant, which, occupying a place of comparative security above the ground, appears to promise to its fortunate possessor a similar security from some of the ills that beset the life of man on earth. We have already met with examples of the store which the primitive mind sets on such vantage grounds. Whatever may be the origin of these beliefs and practices concerning the mistletoe, certain it is that some of them have their analogies in the folklore of modern European peasants. For example, it is laid down as a rule in various parts of Europe that mistletoe may not be cut in the ordinary way, but must be shot or knocked down with stones from the tree on which it is growing. Thus, in the Swiss canton of Aargau, all parasitic plants are esteemed in a certain sense holy by the country folk, but most particularly so the mistletoe growing on an oak. They ascribe great powers to it, but shrink from cutting it off in the usual manner. Instead of that, they procure it in the following manner. When the sun is in Sagittarius and the moon is on the wane on the first, third, or fourth day before the new moon, one ought to shoot down with an arrow the mistletoe of an oak and to catch it with the left hand as it falls. Such mistletoe is a remedy for every ailment of children. Here among the Swiss peasants, as among the Druids, of old special virtue is ascribed to mistletoe, which grows on an oak. It may not be cut in the usual way. It must be caught as it falls to the ground, and it is esteemed a panacea for all diseases, at least of children. In Sweden also it is a popular superstition that if mistletoe is to possess its peculiar virtue, it must either be shot down out of the oak or knocked down with stones. Similarly, so late as the early part of the 19th century, people in Wales believed that for the mistletoe to have any power, it must be shot or struck down with stones off the tree where it grew. Again, in respect of the healing virtues of mistletoe, the opinion of modern peasants, and even of the learned, has to some extent agreed with that of the ancients. The Druids appear to have called the plant, or perhaps the oak on which it grew, the all-healer, and all-healer is said to be still a name of the mistletoe in the modern Celtic speech of Brittany, Wales, Ireland, and Scotland. On St. John's morning, midsummer morning, peasants of Piedmont and Lombardy go out to search the oak leaves for the oil of St. John, which is supposed to heal all wounds made with cutting instruments, originally perhaps the oil of St. John was simply the mistletoe or a decoction made from it, for in Holstein the mistletoe, especially oak mistletoe, is still regarded as a panacea for green wounds and as a sure charm to secure success in hunting. And at Lacan, in the south of France, the old druidical belief in the mistletoe, an antidote to all poisons, still survives among the peasantry. They apply the plant to the stomach of the sufferer or give him a decoction of it to drink. Again, the ancient belief that mistletoe is a cure for epilepsy has survived in modern times, not only among the ignorant, but among the learned. Thus, in Sweden, persons afflicted with the falling sickness think they can ward off attacks of the malady by carrying about with them a knife which has a handle of oak mistletoe. And in Germany, for a similar purpose, pieces of mistletoe used to be hung round the necks of children. In the French province of Bourbonnais, a popular remedy for epilepsy is a decoction of mistletoe, which has been gathered on an oak on St. John's Day and boiled with rye flour. So at Botsford in Lincolnshire, a decoction of mistletoe is supposed to be a palliative for this terrible disease. Indeed, mistletoe was recommended as a remedy for the falling sickness by high medical authorities in England and Holland, down to the 18th century. However, the opinion of the medical profession as to the curative virtues of mistletoe has undergone a radical alteration. Whereas the Druids thought that mistletoe cured everything, modern doctors appear to think that it cures nothing. If they are right, we must conclude that the ancient and widespread faith in the medicinal virtue of mistletoe is a pure superstition based on nothing better than the fanciful inferences which ignorance has drawn from the parasitic nature of the plant. Its position high up on the branch of a tree, seeming to protect it from the dangers to which plants and animals are subject on the surface of the ground. From this point of view, we can perhaps understand why mistletoe has so long and so persistently been prescribed as a cure for the falling sickness. As mistletoe cannot fall to the ground because it is rooted on the branch of a tree high above the earth, it seems to follow as a necessary consequence that an epileptic patient cannot possibly fall down in a fit so long as he carries a piece of mistletoe in his pocket or a decoction of mistletoe in his stomach. Such a train of reasoning would probably be regarded even now as cogent by a large portion of the human species. Again, the ancient Italian opinion that mistletoe extinguishes fire appears to be shared by Swedish peasants who hang up bunches of oak mistletoe on the ceilings of their rooms as a protection against harm in general and conflagration in particular. A hint as to the way in which mistletoe comes to be possessed of this property is furnished by the epithet thunderbosom, which people of the Argol canton in Switzerland apply to the plant. For a thunderbosom is a shaggy, bushy excrescence on branches of trees, which is popularly believed to be produced by a flash of lightning. Hence in Bohemia, a thunderbosom burnt in a fire protects the house against being struck by a thunderbolt. Being itself a product of lightning, it naturally serves, on homeopathic principles, as a protection against lightning, in fact, as a kind of lightning conductor. Hence, the fire, which mistletoe in Sweden is designed especially to avert from houses, may be fire kindled by lightning, though no doubt the plant is equally effective against conflagration in general. Again, mistletoe acts as a master key as well as a lightning conductor, for it is said to open all locks. But perhaps the most precious of all the virtues of mistletoe is that it affords efficient protection against sorcery and witchcraft. That, no doubt, is the reason why in Austria a twig of mistletoe is laid on the threshold as a preventive of nightmare. And it may be the reason why in the north of England they say that if you wish your dairy to thrive, you should give your bunch of mistletoe to the first cow that calves after New Year's Day. For it is well known that nothing is so fatal to milk and butter as witchcraft. Similarly in Wales, for the sake of ensuring good luck to the dairy, people used to give a branch of mistletoe to the first cow that gave birth to a calf after the first hour of the new year, and in rural districts of Wales, where mistletoe abounded, there was always a profusion of it in the farmhouses. When mistletoe was scarce, Welsh farmers used to say, "No mistletoe, no luck," but if there was a fine crop of mistletoe, they expected a fine crop of corn. In Sweden, mistletoe is diligently sought after on St. John's Eve, the people believing it to be in a high degree possessed of mystic qualities, and that if a sprig of it be attached to the ceiling of the dwelling house, the horse's stall, or the cow's crib, the troll will then be powerless to injure either man or beast. With regard to the time when the mistletoe should be gathered, opinions have varied. The Druids gathered it above all on the 6th day of the moon, the ancient Italians apparently on the 1st day of the moon. In modern times, some have preferred the full moon of March, and others the waning moon of winter when the sun is in Sagittarius. But the favorite time would seem to be Midsummer Eve or Midsummer Day. We have seen that both in France and Sweden, special virtues are ascribed to mistletoe gathered at midsummer. The rule in Sweden is that mistletoe must be cut on the night of Midsummer Eve when sun and moon stand in the sign of their might, Again, in Wales, it was believed that a sprig of mistletoe gathered on St. John's Eve, Midsummer Eve, or at any time before the berries appeared, would induce dreams of omen, both good and bad, if it were placed under the pillow of the sleeper. Thus, mistletoe is one of the many plants whose magical or medicinal virtues are believed to culminate with the culmination of the sun on the longest day of the year. Hence, it seems reasonable to conjecture that in the eyes of the Druids also, who revered the plant so highly, the sacred mistletoe may have acquired a double portion of its mystic qualities at the solstice in June, and that accordingly they may have regularly cut it with solemn ceremony on Midsummer Eve. Be that as it may, certain it is that the mistletoe, the instrument of Baldur's death, has been regularly gathered for the sake of its mystic qualities on Midsummer Eve in Scandinavia, Baldur's home. The plant is found commonly growing on pear trees, oaks, and other trees in thick, damp woods throughout the more temperate parts of Sweden. Thus, one of the two main incidents of Baldur's myth is reproduced in the great midsummer festival of Scandinavia. But the other main incident of the myth, the burning of Baldur's body on a pyre, has also its counterpart in the bonfires which still blaze, or blaze till lately, in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden on Midsummer Eve. It does not appear indeed that any effigy is burned in these bonfires, but the burning of an effigy is a feature which might easily drop out after its meaning was forgotten. And the name of Baldur's balefires, Baldur's Ballad, by which these midsummer fires were formerly known in Sweden, puts their connection with Baldur beyond the reach of doubt, and makes it probable that, in former times, either a living representative or an effigy of Baldur was annually burned in them. Midsummer was the season sacred to Baldur, and the Swedish poet Tegner, in placing the burning of Baldur at midsummer, may very well have followed an old tradition that the summer solstice was the time when the good god came to his untimely end. Thus, it has been shown that the leading incidents of the Baldur myth have their counterparts in those fire festivals of our European peasantry, which undoubtedly date from a time long prior to the introduction of Christianity. The pretense of throwing the victim chosen by lot into the Beltane fire, and the similar treatment of the man, the future green wolf, at the midsummer bonfire in Normandy, may naturally be interpreted as traces of an older custom of actually burning human beings on these occasions, and the green dress of the green wolf, coupled with the leafy envelope of the young fellow who trod out the midsummer fire at Moosheim, seems to hint that the persons who perished at these festivals did so in the character of tree spirits or deities of vegetation. From all this, we may reasonably infer that in the Baldur myth on the one hand, and the fire festivals and custom of gathering mistletoe on the other hand, we have, as it were, the two broken and dissevered halves of an original whole. In other words, we may assume with some degree of probability that the myth of Baldur's death was not merely a myth, that is, a description of physical phenomena and imagery borrowed from human life, but that it was at the same time the story which people told to explain why they annually burned a human representative of the god and cut the mistletoe with solemn ceremony. If I am right, the story of Baldur's tragic end-formed, so to say. The text of the sacred drama, which was acted year by year as a magical rite to cause the sun to shine, trees to grow, crops to thrive, and to guard man and beast from the baleful arts of fairies and trolls, of witches and warlock. The tale belonged, in short, to that class of nature myths which are meant to be supplemented by ritual. Here, as so often, myth stood to magic in the relation of theory to practice. But if the victims, the human Baldurs, who died by fire, whether in spring or at midsummer, were put to death as living embodiments of tree spirits or deities of vegetation, it would seem that Baldur himself must have been a tree spirit or deity of vegetation. It becomes desirable, therefore, to determine, if we can, the particular kind of tree or trees of which a personal representative was burned at the fire festivals. For we may be quite sure that it was not as a representative of vegetation in general that the victim suffered death. The idea of vegetation in general is too abstract to be primitive. Most probably the victim at first represented a particular kind of sacred tree, but of all European trees none has such claims as the oak to be considered as preeminently the sacred tree of the Aryans. We have seen that its worship is attested for all the great branches of the Aryan stock in Europe. Hence, we may certainly conclude that the tree was venerated by the Aryans in common before the dispersion, and that their primitive home must have lain in a land which was clothed with forests of oak. Now, considering the primitive character and remarkable similarity of the fire festivals observed by all the branches of the Aryan race in Europe, we may infer that these festivals form part of the common stock of religious observances, which the various peoples carried with them in their wanderings from their old home. But, if I am right, an essential feature of those primitive fire festivals was the burning of a man who represented the tree spirit. In view, then, of the place occupied by the oak in the religion of the Aryans, the presumption is that the tree so represented at the fire festivals must originally have been the oak. So far as the Celts and Lithuanians are concerned, this conclusion will perhaps hardly be contested, but both for them and for the Germans it is confirmed by a remarkable piece of religious conservatism. The most primitive method known to man of producing fire is by rubbing two pieces of wood against each other till they ignite. And we have seen that this method is still used in Europe for kindling sacred fires, such as the need fire, and that most probably it was formerly resorted to at all the fire festivals under discussion. Now it is sometimes required that the need fire or other sacred fire should be made by the friction of a particular kind of wood, and when the kind of wood is prescribed, whether among Celts, Germans, or Slavs, that wood appears to be generally the oak. But if the sacred fire was regularly kindled by the friction of oak wood, we may infer that originally the fire was also fed with the same material. In point of fact, it appears that the perpetual fire of Vesta at Rome was fed with oak wood, and that oak wood was the fuel consumed in the perpetual fire which burned under the sacred oak at the great Lithuanian sanctuary of Ramov. Further, that oak wood was formerly the fuel burned in the midsummer fires may perhaps be inferred from the custom, said to be still observed by peasants in many mountain districts of Germany, of making up the cottage fire on Midsummer Day with a heavy block of oak wood. The block is so arranged that it smolders slowly and is not finally reduced to charcoal till the expiry of a year. Then upon next Midsummer Day, the charred embers of the old log are removed to make room for the new one, and are mixed with the seed corn or scattered about the garden. This is believed to guard the food cooked on the hearth from witchcraft, to preserve the luck of the house, to promote the growth of the crops, and to keep them from blight and vermin. Thus, the custom is almost exactly parallel to that of the Yule log, which in parts of Germany, France, England, Serbia, and other Slavonic lands was commonly of oak wood. The general conclusion is that at those periodic or occasional ceremonies, the ancient Aryans both kindled and fed the fire with the sacred oak wood. But if at these solemn rites the fire was regularly made of oak wood, it follows that any man who was burned in it as a personification of the tree spirit could have represented no tree but the oak. The sacred oak was thus burned in duplicate. The wood of the tree was consumed in the fire, and along with it was consumed a living man as a personification of the oak spirit. The conclusion thus drawn for the European Aryans in general is confirmed in its special application to the Scandinavians by the relation in which amongst them the mistletoe appears to have stood to the burning of the victim in the midsummer fire. We have seen that among Scandinavians it has been customary to gather the mistletoe at midsummer. But so far as appears on the face of this custom, there is nothing to connect it with the midsummer fires in which human victims or effigies of them were burned. Even if the fire, as seems probable, was originally always made with oak wood, why should it have been necessary to pull the mistletoe? The last link between the midsummer customs of gathering the mistletoe and lighting the bonfires is supplied by Baldur's myth, which can hardly be disjoined from the customs in question. The myth suggests that a vital connection may once have been believed to subsist between the mistletoe and the human representative of the oak who was burned in the fire. According to the myth, Baldur could be killed by nothing in heaven or earth except the mistletoe, and so long as the mistletoe remained on the oak, he was not only immortal, but invulnerable. Now, if we suppose that Baldur was the oak, the origin of the myth becomes intelligible. The mistletoe was viewed as the seat of life of the oak, and so long as it was uninjured, nothing could kill or even wound the oak. The conception of the mistletoe as the seat of life of the oak would naturally be suggested to primitive people by the observation that while the oak is deciduous, the mistletoe which grows on it is evergreen. In winter, the sight of its fresh foliage among the bare branches must have been hailed by the worshippers of the tree as a sign that the divine life, which had ceased to animate the branches, yet survived in the mistletoe. As the heart of a sleeper still beats when his body is motionless, hence when the god had to be killed, when the sacred tree had to be burnt, it was necessary to begin by breaking off the mistletoe. For so long as the mistletoe remained intact, the oak, so people might think, was invulnerable. All the blows of their knives and axes would glance harmless from its surface. But once tear from the oak its sacred heart, the mistletoe, and the tree nodded to its fall. And when in later times the spirit of the oak came to be represented by a living man, it was logically necessary to suppose that, like the tree he personated, he could neither be killed nor wounded so long as the mistletoe remained uninjured. The pulling of the mistletoe was thus at once the signal and the cause of his death. On this view, the invulnerable Balder is neither more nor less than a personification of a mistletoe-bearing oak. The interpretation is confirmed by what seems to have been an ancient Italian belief that the mistletoe can be destroyed neither by fire nor water, for if the parasite is thus deemed indestructible, it might easily be supposed to communicate its own indestructibility to the tree on which it grows. So long as the two remain in conjunction, or to put the same idea in mythical form, we might tell how the kindly god of the oak had his life securely deposited in the imperishable mistletoe which grew among the branches, how accordingly, so long as the mistletoe kept its place there, the deity himself remained invulnerable, and how at last a cunning foe, led into the secret of the god's invulnerability, tore the mistletoe from the oak, thereby killing the oak god and afterwards burning his body in a fire which could have made no impression on him so long as the incombustible parasite retained its seat among the boughs. But since the idea of a being whose life is thus, in a sense, outside himself, must be strange to many readers, and has indeed not yet been recognized in its full bearing on primitive superstition, it will be worth while to illustrate it by examples drawn both from story and custom. The result will be to show that, in assuming this idea as the explanation of Balder's relation to the mistletoe, I assume a principle which is deeply engraved on the mind of primitive man. Chapter 66. The external soul in folk tales. In a former part of this work, we saw that, in the opinion of primitive people, the soul may temporarily absent itself from the body without causing death. Such temporary absences of the soul are often believed to involve considerable risk, since the wandering soul is liable to a variety of mishaps at the hands of enemies, and so forth. But there is another aspect to this power of disengaging the soul from the body. If only the safety of the soul can be ensured during its absence, there is no reason why the soul should not continue absent for an indefinite time. Indeed, a man may, on a pure calculation of personal safety, desire that his soul should never return to his body. Unable to conceive of life abstractly as a permanent possibility of sensation or a continuous adjustment of internal arrangements to external relations, the savage thinks of it as a concrete material thing of a definite bulk, capable of being seen and handled, kept in a box or jar, and liable to be bruised, fractured, or smashed in pieces. It is not needful that the life so conceived should be in the man. It may be absent from his body and still continue to animate him by virtue of a sort of sympathy or action at a distance. So long as this object which he calls his life or soul remains unharmed, the man is well. If it is injured, he suffers. If it is destroyed, he dies. Or, to put it otherwise, when a man is ill or dies, the fact is explained by saying that the material object called his life or soul, whether it be in his body or out of it, has either sustained injury or been destroyed. But there may be circumstances in which, if the life or soul remains in the man, it stands a greater chance of sustaining injury than if it were stowed away in some safe and secret place. Accordingly, in such circumstances, primitive man takes his soul out of his body and deposits it for security in some snug spot, intending to replace it in his body when the danger is past. Or if he should discover some place of absolute security, he may be content to leave his soul there permanently. The advantage of this is that so long as the soul remains unharmed in the place where he has deposited it, the man himself is immortal. Nothing can kill his body since his life is not in it. Evidence of this primitive belief is furnished by a class of folk tales of which the Norse story of the giant, who had no heart in his body, is perhaps the best known example. Stories of this kind are widely diffused over the world, and from their number and the variety of incident and of details in which the leading idea is embodied, we may infer that the conception of an external soul is one which has had a powerful hold on the minds of men at an early stage of history. For folk tales are a faithful reflection of the world as it appeared to the primitive mind, and we may be sure that any idea which commonly occurs in them, however absurd it may seem to us, must once have been an ordinary article of belief. This assurance, so far as it concerns the supposed power of disengaging the soul from the body for a longer or shorter time, is amply corroborated by a comparison of the folk tales in question with the actual beliefs and practices of savages. To this, we shall return after some specimens of the tales have been given. The specimens will be selected with a view of illustrating both the characteristic features and the wide diffusion of this class of tales. In the first place, the story of the external soul is told in various forms by all Aryan peoples from Indo-Istan to the Hebrides. A very common form of it is this: a warlock, giant, or other fairyland being is invulnerable and immortal, because he keeps his soul hidden far away in some secret place. But a fair princess, whom he holds enthralled in his enchanted castle, wiles his secret from him and reveals it to the hero, who seeks out the warlock's soul, heart, life, or death, as it is variously called, and by destroying it, simultaneously kills the warlock. Thus, a Hindu story tells how a magician called Punchkin held a queen captive for 12 years and would fain marry her, but she would not have him. At last the queen's son came to rescue her, and the two plotted together to kill Punchkin. So the queen spoke the magician fair, and pretended that she had at last made up her mind to marry him. "And do tell me," she said, are you quite immortal? Can death never touch you? And are you too great an enchanter ever to feel human suffering? It is true," he said, "that I am not as others. Far, far away, hundreds of thousands of miles from this, there lies a desolate country covered with thick jungle. In the midst of the jungle grows a circle of palm trees, and in the center of the circle stand 6 chatties full of water piled one above another. Below the 6th chatty is a small cage, which contains a little green parrot. On the life of the parrot depends my life, and if the parrot is killed, I must die. It is, however," he added, "impossible that the parrot should sustain any injury, both on account of the inaccessibility of the country and because by my appointment many thousand genies surround the palm trees and kill all who approach the place. But the queen's young son overcame all difficulties and got possession of the parrot. He brought it to the door of the magician's palace and began playing with it. Punchkin, the magician, saw him and coming out tried to persuade the boy to give him the parrot. "Give me my parrot!" cried Punchkin. Then the boy took hold of the parrot and tore off one of his wings, and as he did so, the magician's right arm fell off. Punchkin then stretched out his left arm, crying, "Give me my parrot!" The prince pulled off the parrot's second wing, and the magician's left arm tumbled off. "Give me my parrot!" cried he, and fell on his knees. The prince pulled off the parrot's right leg. The magician's right leg fell off. The prince pulled off the parrot's left leg. Down fell the magician's left. Nothing remained of him except the trunk and the head, but still he rolled his eyes and cried, "Give me my parrot!" "Take your parrot, then," cried the boy, and with that he wrung the bird's neck and threw it at the magician, and as he did so, Punchkin's head twisted round, and, with a fearful groan, he died. In another Hindu tale, an ogre is asked by his daughter, "Papa, where do you keep your soul?" 16 miles away from this place, he said, is a tree. Round the tree are tigers and bears and scorpions and snakes. On the top of the tree is a very great fat snake. On his head is a little cage. In the cage is a bird, and my soul is in that bird. The end of the ogre is like that of the magician in the previous tale. As the bird's wings and legs are torn off, the ogre's arms and legs drop off, and when its neck is wrung, he falls down dead. In a Bengali story, it is said that all the ogres dwell, and that all their lives are in a single limb. A boy cuts the lemon in pieces and all the ogres die. In a Siamese or Cambodian story, probably derived from India, we're told that Dausakan or Ravana, the king of Ceylon, was able by magic art to take his soul out of his body and leave it in a box at home while he went to the wars. Thus he was invulnerable in battle. When he was about to give battle to Rama, he deposited his soul with a hermit called Fire Eye, who was to keep it safe for him. So, in the fight, Rama was astounded to see that his arrows struck the king without wounding him. But one of Rama's allies, knowing the secret of the king's invulnerability, transformed himself by magic into the likeness of the king, and going to the hermit, asked back his soul. On receiving it, he soared up into the air and flew to Rama, brandishing the box and squeezing it so hard that all the breath left the king of Ceylon's body, and he died. In a Bengali story, a prince going into a far country planted with his own hands a tree in the courtyard of his father's palace, and said to his parents, "This tree is my life. When you see the tree green and fresh, then know that it is well with me. When you see the tree fade in some parts, then I am in an ill case. And when you see the whole tree fade, then know that I am dead and gone." In another Indian tale, a prince setting forth on his travels left behind him a barley plant, with instructions that it should be carefully tended and watched, for if it flourished he would be alive and well, but if it drooped, then some mischance was about to happen to him, and so it fell out. For the prince was beheaded, and as his head rolled off, the barley plant snapped in two, and a ear of barley fell to the ground. In Greek tales, ancient and modern, the idea of an external soul is not uncommon. When Meleager was 7 days old, the Fates appeared to his mother and told her that Meleager would die when the brand which was blazing on the hearth had burnt down. So his mother snatched the brand from the fire and kept it in a box. But in after years, being enraged at her son for slaying her brothers, she burnt the brand in the fire, and Meleager expired in agonies as if flames were preying on his vitals. Again, Nisus, king of Megara, had a purple or golden hair on the middle of his head, and it was fated that whenever the hair was pulled out, the king should die. When Megara was besieged by the Cretans, the king's daughter Scylla fell in love with Minos, their king, and pulled out the fatal hair from her father's head, so he died. In a modern Greek folk tale, a man's strength lies in 3 golden hairs on his head. When his mother pulls them out, he grows weak and timid and is slain by his enemies. In another modern Greek story, the life of an enchanter is bound up with 3 doves, which are in the belly of a wild boar. When the first dove is killed, the magician grows sick. When the second is killed, he grows very sick. And when the third is killed, he dies. In another Greek story of the same sort, an ogre's strength is in 3 singing birds, which are in a wild boar. The hero kills 2 of the birds, and then coming to the ogre's house, finds him lying on the ground in great pain. He shows the 3rd bird to the ogre, who begs that the hero will either let it fly away or give it to him to eat. But the hero wrings the bird's neck, and the ogre dies on the spot. In a modern Roman version of Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp, the magician tells the princess, whom he holds captive in a floating rock in mid-ocean, that he will never die. The princess reports this to the prince, her husband, who has come to rescue her. The prince replies it is impossible, but that there should be some one thing or other that is fatal to him. Ask him what that one fatal thing is. So the princess asked the magician, and he told her that in the wood was a hydra with 7 heads. In the middle head of the hydra was a leveret. In the head of the leveret was a bird. In the bird's head was a precious stone, and if this stone were put under his pillow, he would die. The prince procured the stone, and the princess laid it under the magician's pillow. No sooner did the enchanter lay his head on the pillow than he gave 3 terrible yells, turned himself round and round 3 times, and died. Stories of the same sort are current among Slavonic peoples. Thus, a Russian story tells how a warlock called Koshchai, the Deathless, carried off a princess and kept her prisoner in his golden castle. However, a prince made up to her one day as she was walking alone and disconsolate in the castle garden. And cheered by the prospect of escaping with him, she went to the warlock and coaxed him with false and flattering words, saying, "My dearest friend, tell me, I pray you, will you never die?" "Certainly not," says he. "Well," says she, "and where is your death?" "Is it in your dwelling?" "To be sure it is," says he. "It is in the broom under the threshold." Thereupon the princess seized the broom and threw it on the fire, but although the broom burned, the deathless Koshchei remained alive. Indeed, not so much as a hair of him was singed. Balked in her first attempt, the artful hussy pouted and said, "You do not love me true, for you have not told me where your death is, yet I am not angry, but love you with all my heart." With these fawning words she besought the warlock to tell her truly where his death was. So he laughed and said, "Why do you wish to know? Well then, out of love I will tell you where it lies. In a certain field there stand 3 green oaks, and under the roots of the largest oak is a worm, and if ever this worm is found and crushed, that instant I shall die." She went straight to her lover and told him all, and he searched till he found the oaks and dug up the worm and crushed it. Then he hurried to the warlock's castle, but only to learn from the princess that the warlock was still alive. Then she fell to wheedling and coaxing Koshchei once more, and this time, overcome by her wiles, he opened his heart to her and told her the truth. "My death," said he, "is far from here and hard to find on the wide ocean. In that sea is an island, and on the island there grows a green oak, and beneath the oak is an iron chest, and in the chest is a small basket, and in the basket is a hare, and in the hare is a duck, and in the duck is an egg, and breaks it, kills me at the same time." The prince naturally procured the fateful egg, and with it in his hands he confronted the deathless warlock. The monster would have killed him, but the prince began to squeeze the egg. At that, the warlock shrieked with pain, and turning to the false princess, who stood by smirking and smiling, "Was it not out of love for you," said he, "that I told you where my death was? And is this the return you make to me?" With that he grabbed at his sword, which hung from a peg on the wall. But before he could reach it, the prince had crushed the egg, and sure enough the deathless warlock found his death at the same moment. In one of the descriptions of Koshchei's death, he is said to be killed by a blow on the forehead inflicted by the mysterious egg, that last link in the magic chain by which his life is darkly bound. In another version of the same story, but told of a snake, the fatal blow is struck by a small stone found in the yolk of an egg, which is inside a duck, which is inside a hare, which is inside a stone, which is on an island. Amongst peoples of the Teutonic stock stories of the external soul are not wanting. In a tale told by the Saxons of Transylvania, it is said that a young man shot at a witch again and again. The bullets went clean through her, but did her no harm, and she only laughed and mocked at him. "Silly earthworm," she cried, "shoot as much as you like. It does me no harm, for know that my life resides not in me, but far, far away. In a mountain is a pond, on the pond swims a duck. In the duck is an egg, in the egg burns a light, that light is my life. If you could put out that light, my life would be at an end." But that can never, never be. However, the young man got hold of the egg, smashed it, and put out the light, and with it the witch's life went out also. In a German story, a cannibal called Body, without soul or soulless, keeps his soul in a box, which stands on a rock in the middle of the Red Sea. A soldier gets possession of the box and goes with it to Soulless, who begs the soldier to give him back his soul. But the soldier opens the box, takes out the soul, and flings it backward over his head. At the same moment, the cannibal drops dead to the ground. In another German story, an old warlock lives with a damsel all alone in the midst of a vast and gloomy wood. She fears that being old he may die and leave her alone in the forest. But he reassures her, "Dear child," he said, "I cannot die, and I have no heart in my breast." But she importuned him to tell her where his heart was. So he said, "Far, far from here, in an unknown and lonesome land, stands a great church. The church is well secured with iron doors, and round about it flows a broad, deep moat. In the church flies a bird, and in the bird is my heart. So long as the bird lives, I live. It cannot die of itself, and no one can catch it. Therefore I cannot die, and you need have no anxiety." However, the young man, whose bride the damsel was to have been before the warlock spirited her away, contrived to reach the church and catch the bird. He brought it to the damsel, who stowed him and it away under the warlock's bed. Soon the old warlock came home. He was ailing and said so. The girl wept and said, "Alas, Daddy is dying. He has a heart in his breast after all." "Child," replied the warlock, "hold your tongue. I can't die. It will soon pass over." At that, the young man under the bed gave the bird a gentle squeeze, and as he did so, the old warlock felt very unwell and sat down. Then the young man gripped the bird tighter, and the warlock fell senseless from his chair. "Now squeeze him dead," cried the damsel. Her lover obeyed, and when the bird was dead, the old warlock also lay dead on the floor. In the Norse tale of the giant who had no heart in his body, the giant tells the captive princess far away in a lake lies an island. On that island stands a church. In that church is a well. In that well swims a duck. In that duck there is an egg, and in that egg there lies my heart, the hero of the tale. With the help of some animals to whom he had been kind, obtains the egg and squeezes it, at which the giant screams piteously and begs for his life. But the hero breaks the egg in pieces, and the giant at once bursts. In another Norse story, a hill ogre tells the captive princess that she will never be able to return home unless she finds the grain of sand which lies under the 9th tongue of the 9th head of a certain drag. But if that grain of sand were to come over the rock in which the ogres live, they would all burst, and the rock itself would become a gilded palace. And the lake green meadows. The hero finds the grain of sand and takes it to the top of the high rock in which the ogres live. So all the ogres burst, and the rest falls out as one of the ogres had foretold. In a Celtic tale recorded in the West Highlands of Scotland, a giant is questioned by a captive queen as to where he keeps his soul. At last, after deceiving her several times, he confides to her the fatal secret. There is a great flagstone under the threshold. There is a wether under the flag. There is a duck in the wether's belly, and an egg in the belly of the duck. And it is in the egg that my soul is. On the morrow, when the giant was gone, the queen contrived to get possession of the egg and crushed it in her hands. And at that very moment, the giant, who was coming home in the dusk, fell down dead. In another Celtic tale, a sea beast has carried off a king's daughter, and an old smith declares that there is no way of killing the beast but one. In the island that is in the midst of the loch is Eilad Shesfion, the white-footed hind, of the slenderest legs and the swiftest step, and though she should be caught, there would spring a hoodie out of her, and though the hoodie should be caught, there would spring a trout out of her, but there is an egg in the mouth of the trout, and the soul of the beast is in the egg, and if the egg breaks, the beast is dead. As usual, the egg is broken, and the beast dies. In an Irish story, we read how a giant kept a beautiful damsel a prisoner in his castle on the top of a hill, which was white with the bones of the champions who had tried in vain to rescue the fair captive. At last, the hero, after hewing and slashing at the giant all to no purpose, discovered that the only way to kill him was to rub a mole on the giant's right breast with a certain egg, which was in a duck, which was in a chest, which lay locked and bound at the bottom of the sea. With the help of some obliging animals, the hero made himself master of the precious egg and slew the giant by merely striking it against the mole on his right breast. Similarly, in a Breton story, there figures a giant whom neither fire nor water nor steel can harm. He tells his 7th wife, whom he has just married after murdering all her predecessors, "I am immortal, and no one can hurt me unless he crushes on my breast an egg, which is in a pigeon, which is in the belly of a hare. This hare is in the belly of a wolf, and this wolf is in the belly of my brother, who dwells 1,000 leagues from here. So I am quite easy on that score." A soldier contrived to obtain the egg and crush it on the breast of the giant, who immediately expired. In another Breton tale, the life of a giant resides in an old box tree which grows in his castle garden. And to kill him, it is necessary to sever the taproot of the tree at a single blow of an axe without injuring any of the lesser roots. This task the hero, as usual, successfully accomplishes, and at the same moment the giant drops dead. The notion of an external soul has now been traced in folk tales told by Aryan peoples from India to Ireland. We have still to show that the same idea occurs commonly in the popular stories of peoples who do not belong to the Aryan stock. In the ancient Egyptian tale of the two brothers, which was written down in the reign of Ramesses II, about 1300 BC, we read how one of the brothers enchanted his heart and placed it in the flower of an acacia tree, and how when the flower was cut at the instigation of his wife, he immediately fell down dead, but revived when his brother found the lost heart in the berry of the acacia and threw it into a cup of fresh water. In the story of Sif el-Muluk in the Arabian Nights, the Jinni tells the captive daughter of the king of India, when I was born, the astrologers declared that the destruction of my soul would be effected by the hand of one of the sons of the human kings. I therefore took my soul and put it into the crop of a sparrow, and I imprisoned the sparrow in a little box, and put this into another small box, and this I put within 7 other small boxes, and I put these within 7 chests, and the chests I put into a coffer of marble, within the verge of this circumambient ocean. For this part is remote from the countries of mankind, and none of mankind can gain access to it. But Sifil-Muluk got possession of the sparrow, and strangled it, and the Jinni fell upon the ground a heap of black ashes. In a Kabul story, an ogre declares that his fate is far away in an egg, which is in a pigeon, which is in a camel, which is in the sea. The hero procures the egg and crushes it between his hands, and the ogre dies. In a Magyar folk tale, an old witch detains a young prince called Ambrose in the bowels of the earth. At last she confided to him that she kept a wild boar in a silken meadow, and if it were killed they would find a hare inside, and inside the hare a pigeon, and inside the pigeon a small box, and inside the box one black and one shining beetle. The shining beetle held her life, and the black one held her power. If these 2 beetles died, then her life would come to an end also. When the old hag went out, Ambrose killed the wild boar and took out the hare. From the hare he took the pigeon, from the pigeon the box, and from the box the 2 beetles. He killed the black beetle, but kept the shining one alive. So the witch's power left her immediately, and when she came home she had to take to her bed. Having learned from her how to escape from his prison to the upper air, Ambrose killed the shining beetle, and the old hag's spirit left her at once. In a Kalmuk tale, we read how a certain Khan challenged a wise man to show his skill by stealing a precious stone on which the Khan's life depended. The sage contrived to purloin the talisman while the Khan and his guards slept, but not content with this, he gave a further proof of his dexterity by bonneting the slumbering potentate with a bladder. This was too much for the Khan. Next morning, he informed the sage that he could overlook everything else, but that the indignity of being bonded with a bladder was more than he could bear, and he ordered his facetious friend to instant execution. Pained at this exhibition of royal ingratitude, the sage dashed to the ground the talisman which he still held in his hand, and at the same instant blood flowed from the nostrils of the Khan, and he gave up the ghost. In a Tartar poem, 2 heroes named Ak-Malat and Bulat engage in mortal combat. Ak-Malat pierces his foe through and through with an arrow, grapples with him, and dashes him to the ground, but all in vain. Bulat could not die. At last, when the combat has lasted 3 years, a friend of Ak-Malat sees a golden casket hanging by a white thread from the sky, and bethinks him that perhaps this casket contains Bulat's soul. So he shot through the white thread with an arrow, and down fell the casket. He opened it, and in the casket sat 10 white birds, and one of the birds was Bulat's soul. Bulat wept when he saw that his soul was found in the casket. But one after the other the birds were killed, and then Ak-Malat easily slew his foe. In another Tartar poem, 2 brothers going to fight 2 other brothers take out their souls and hide them in the form of a white herb with 6 stalks in a deep pit. But one of their foes sees them doing so and digs up their souls, which he puts into a golden ram's horn, and then sticks the ram's horn in his quiver. The 2 warriors whose souls have thus been stolen know that they have no chance of victory, and accordingly make peace with their enemies. In another Tartar poem, a terrible demon sets all the gods and heroes at defiance. At last, a valiant youth fights the demon, binds him hand and foot, and slices him with his sword. But still the demon is not slain. So the youth asked him, "Tell me, where is your soul hidden? For if your soul had been hidden in your body, you must have been dead long ago." The demon replied, "On the saddle of my horse is a bag. In the bag is a serpent with 12 heads. In the serpent is my soul. When you have killed the serpent, you have killed me also." So the youth took the saddlebag from the horse and killed the 12-headed serpent, whereupon the demon expired. In another Tartar poem, a hero called Kokchan deposits with a maiden a golden ring, in which is half his strength. Afterwards, when Kokchan is wrestling long with a hero and cannot kill him, a woman drops into his mouth the ring which contains half his strength. Thus inspired with fresh force, he slays his enemy. In a Mongolian story, the hero Joro gets the better of his enemy, a Lama Chordon, in the following way. The Lama, who is an enchanter, sends out his soul in the form of a wasp to sting Joro's eyes. But Joro catches the wasp in his hand, and by alternately shutting and opening his hand, he causes the Lama alternately to lose and recover consciousness. In a Tartar poem, 2 youths cut open the body of an old witch and tear out her bowels, but all to no purpose, she still lives. On being asked where her soul is, she answers that it is in the middle of her shoe sole in the form of a 7-headed speckled snake. So one of the youths slices her shoe sole with his sword, takes out the speckled snake, and cuts off its 7 heads. Then the witch dies. Another Tartar poem describes how the hero Kartaga grappled with the swan woman. Long they wrestled. Moons waxed and waned, and still they wrestled. Years came and went, and still the struggle went on. But the piebald horse and the black horse knew that the swan woman's soul was not in her. Under the black earth flow 9 seas. Where the seas meet and form one, the sea comes to the surface of the earth. At the mouth of the 9 seas rises a rock of copper. It rises to the surface of the ground. It rises up between heaven and earth, this rock of copper. At the foot of the copper rock is a black chest. In the black chest is a golden casket, and in the golden casket is the soul of the swan woman. 7 little birds are the soul of the swan woman. If the birds are killed, the swan woman will die straightway. So the horses ran to the foot of the copper rock, opened the black chest, and brought back the golden casket. Then the piebald horse turned himself into a bald-headed man, opened the golden casket, and cut off the heads of the 7 birds. So the swan woman died. In another Tartar poem, the hero, pursuing his sister who has driven away his cattle, is warned to desist from the pursuit because his sister has carried away his soul in a golden sword and a golden arrow. And if he pursues her, she will kill him by throwing the golden sword or shooting the golden arrow at him. A Malay poem relates how once upon a time in the city of Indrapura there was a certain merchant who was rich and prosperous, but he had no children. One day as he walked with his wife by the river, they found a baby girl, fair as an angel. So they adopted the child and called her Bidasari. The merchant caused a golden fish to be made, and into this fish he transferred the soul of his adopted daughter. Then he put the golden fish in a golden box full of water and hid it in a pond in the midst of his garden. In time the girl grew to be a lovely woman. Now the king of Indrapura had a fair young queen who lived in fear that the king might take to himself a second wife. So, hearing of the charms of Bidasari, the queen resolved to put her out of the way. She lured the girl to the palace and tortured her cruelly, but Bidasari could not die, because her soul was not in her. At last she could stand the torture no longer and said to the queen, "If you wish me to die, you must bring the box which is in the pond in my father's garden." So the box was brought and opened, and there was the golden fish in the water. The girl said, "My soul is in that fish. In the morning you must take the fish out of the water, and in the evening you must put it back into the water. Do not let the fish lie about, but bind it round your neck. If you do this, I shall soon die." So the queen took the fish out of the box and fastened it round her neck. And no sooner had she done so than Bidasari fell into a swoon. But in the evening, when the fish was put back into the water, Bidasari came to herself again. Seeing that she thus had the girl in her power, the queen sent her home to her adopted parents. To save her from further persecution, her parents resolved to remove their daughter from the city. So in a lonely and desolate spot they built a house and brought Bidasari thither. There she dwelt alone, undergoing vicissitudes that corresponded with the vicissitudes of the golden fish in which was her soul. All day long, while the fish was out of the water, she remained unconscious, but in the evening, when the fish was put into the water, she revived. One day the king was out hunting, and coming to the house where Bidasari lay unconscious, was smitten with her beauty. He tried to waken her, but in vain. Next day towards evening, he repeated his visit, but still found her unconscious. However, when darkness fell, she came to herself and told the king the secret of her life. So the king returned to the palace, took the fish from the queen, and put it in water. Immediately Bidasari revived, and the king took her to wife. Another story of an external soul comes from Nias. an island to the west of Sumatra. Once on a time, a chief was captured by his enemies, who tried to put him to death but failed. Water would not drown him, nor fire burn him, nor steel pierce him. At last his wife revealed the secret. On his head he had a hair as hard as a copper wire, and with this wire his life was bound up. So the hair was plucked out, and with it his spirit fled. A West African story from southern Nigeria relates how a king kept his soul in a little brown bird, which perched on a tall tree beside the gate of the palace. The king's life was so bound up with that of the bird that whoever should kill the bird would simultaneously kill the king and succeed to the kingdom. The secret was betrayed by the queen to her lover, who shot the bird with an arrow, and thereby slew the king and ascended the vacant throne. A tale told by the Bough of South Africa sets forth how the lives of a whole family were contained in one cat. When a girl of the family, named Titishan, married a husband, she begged her parents to let her take the precious cat with her to her new home. But they refused, saying, "You know that our life is attached to it," and they offered to give her an antelope or even an elephant instead of it. But nothing would satisfy her but the cat. So at last she carried it off with her and shut it up in a place where nobody saw it. Even her husband knew nothing about it. One day, when she went to work in the fields, the cat escaped from its place of concealment, entered the hut, put on the warlike trappings of the husband, and danced and sang. Some children, attracted by the noise, discovered the cat at its antics, and when they expressed their astonishment, the animal only capered the more and insulted them besides. So they went to the owner and said, "There is somebody dancing in your house, and he insulted us." "Hold your tongue," said he. "I'll soon put a stop to your lies." So he went and hid behind the door and peeped in, and there sure enough was a cat prancing about and singing. He fired at it, and the animal dropped down dead. At the same moment his wife fell to the ground in the field where she was at work. Said she, "I have been killed at home." But she had strength enough left to ask her husband to go with her to her parents' village, taking with him the dead cat wrapped up in a mat. All her relatives assembled, and bitterly they reproached her for having insisted on taking the animal with her to her husband's village. As soon as the mat was unrolled and they saw the dead cat, they all fell down lifeless on it. So the clan of the cat was destroyed, and the bereaved husband closed the gate of the village with a branch, and returned home and told his friends how in killing the cat he had killed the whole clan, because their lives depended on the life of the cat. Ideas of the same sort meet us in stories told by the North American Indians. Thus the Navajos tell of a certain mythical being called the Maiden that becomes a bear, who learned the art of turning herself into a bear from the prairie wolf. She was a great warrior and quite invulnerable, for when she went to war she took out her vital organs and hid them so that no one could kill her, and when the battle was over she put the organs back in their places again. The Kwakiutl Indians of British Columbia tell of an ogress who could not be killed because her life was in a hemlock branch. A brave boy met her in the woods, smashed her head with a stone, scattered her brains, broke her bones, and threw them into the water. Then, thinking he had disposed of the ogress, he went into her house. There he saw a woman rooted to the floor, who warned him, saying, "Now do not stay long. I know that you have tried to kill the ogress. It is the 4th time that somebody has tried to kill her. She never dies. She has nearly come to life. There, in that covered hemlock branch, is her life. Go there, and as soon as you see her enter, shoot her life. Then she will be dead." Hardly had she finished speaking, when sure enough, in came the ogress, singing as she walked. But the boy shot at her life, and she fell dead to the floor. Chapter 67. The External Soul in Folk Customs, Section 1. The External Soul in Inanimate Things. Thus, the idea that the soul may be deposited for a longer or shorter time in some place of security outside the body, or at all events in the hair, is found in the popular tales of many. It remains to show that the idea is not a mere figment devised to adorn a tale, but is a real article of primitive faith, which has given rise to a corresponding set of customs. We have seen that in the tales the hero, as a preparation for battle, sometimes removes his soul from his body, in order that his body may be invulnerable and immortal in the combat. With a like intention, the savage removes his soul from his body on various occasions of real or imaginary peril. Thus among the people of Minahassa and Celebes, when a family moves into a new house. A priest collects the souls of the whole family in a bag, and afterwards restores them to their owners, because the moment of entering a new house is supposed to be fraught with supernatural danger. In southern Celebes, when a woman is brought to bed, the messenger who fetches the doctor or the midwife always carries with him something made of iron, such as a chopping knife, which he delivers to the doctor. The doctor must keep the thing in his house till the confinement is over, when he gives it back, receiving a fixed sum of money for doing so. The chopping knife, or whatever it is, represents the woman's soul, which at this critical time is believed to be safer out of her body than in it. Hence, the doctor must take great care of the object, for were it lost, the woman's soul would assuredly, they think, be lost with it. Among the Dayaks of Pinoy, a district of southeastern Borneo, when a child is born, a medicine man is sent for, who conjures the soul of the infant into half a cocoa nut, which he thereupon covers with a cloth, and places on a square platter or charger suspended by cords from the roof. This ceremony he repeats at every new moon for a year. The intention of the ceremony is not explained by the writer who describes it, but we may conjecture that it is to place the soul of the child in a safer place than its own frail little body. This conjecture is confirmed by the reason assigned for a similar custom observed elsewhere in the Indian archipelago. In the Key Islands, when there is a newly born child in a house, an empty cocoa nut, split and spliced together again, may sometimes be seen hanging beside a rough wooden image of an ancestor. The soul of the infant is believed to be temporarily deposited in the cocoa nut in order that it may be safe from the attacks of evil spirits. But when the child grows bigger and stronger, the soul will take up its permanent abode in its own body. Similarly, among the Eskimo of Alaska, when a child is sick, the medicine man will sometimes extract its soul from its body and place it for safekeeping in an amulet, which for further security he deposits in his own medicine bag. It seems probable that many amulets have been similarly regarded as soul boxes, that is, as safes in which the souls of the owners are kept for greater security. An old Manganji woman in the West Shire district of British Central Africa used to wear around her neck an ivory ornament, hollow and about 3 inches long, which she called her life or soul. Naturally, she would not part with it. A planter tried to buy it of her, but in vain. When Mr. James MacDonald was one day sitting in the house of a Lubi chief, awaiting the appearance of that great man, who was busy decorating his person, a native pointed to a pair of magnificent ox horns and said, "Name has his soul in these horns." The horns were those of an animal which had been sacrificed, and they were held sacred. A magician had fastened them to the roof to protect the house and its inmates from the thunderbolt. The idea, adds Mr. MacDonald, is in no way foreign to South African thought. A man's soul there may dwell in the roof of his house, in a tree, by a spring of water, or on some mountain score. Among the natives of the Gazelle Peninsula in New Britain, there is a secret society which goes by the name of Inuit or Injit. On his entrance into it, every man receives a stone in the shape either of a human being or of an animal, and henceforth his soul is believed to be knit up in a manner with the stone. If it breaks, it is an evil omen for him. They say that the thunder has struck the stone, and that he who owns it will soon die. If, nevertheless, the man survives the breaking of his soul stone, they say that it was not a proper soul stone, and he gets a new one instead. The Emperor Romanus Lecapinus was once informed by an astronomer that the life of Simeon, Prince of Bulgaria, was bound up with a certain column in Constantinople, so that if the capital of the column were removed, Simeon would immediately die. The emperor took the hint and removed the capital, and at the same hour as the emperor learned by enquiry, Simeon died of heart disease in Bulgaria. Again, we have seen that in folk tales, a man's soul or strength is sometimes represented as bound up with his hair, and that when his hair is cut off, he dies or grows weak. So the natives of Amboina used to think that their strength was in their hair, and would desert them if it were shorn. A criminal under torture in a Dutch court of that island persisted in denying his guilt till his hair was cut off, when he immediately confessed. One man, who was tried for murder, endured without flinching the utmost ingenuity of his torturers, till he saw the surgeon standing with a pair of shears. On asking what this was for, and being told that it was to cut his hair, he begged they would not do it, and made a clean breast. In subsequent cases, when torture failed to wring a confession from a prisoner, the Dutch authorities made a practice of cutting off his hair. Here in Europe, it used to be thought that the maleficent powers of witches and wizards resided in their hair, and that nothing could make any impression on the miscreants so long as they kept their hair on. Hence, in France, it was customary to shave the whole bodies of persons charged with sorcery before handing them over to the torturer. Millais witnessed the torture of some persons at Toulouse, from whom no confession could be wrung until they were stripped and completely shaven, when they readily acknowledged the truth of the charge. A woman also, who apparently led a pious life, was put to the torture on suspicion of witchcraft, and bore her agonies with incredible constancy, until complete depilation drove her to admit her guilt. The noted Inquisitor Sprenger contented himself with shaving the head of the suspected witch or wizard, but his more thoroughgoing colleague Cumanus shaved the whole bodies of 47 women before committing them all to the flames. He had high authority for this rigorous scrutiny, since Satan himself, in a sermon preached from the pulpit of North Berwick Church, comforted his many servants by assuring them that no harm could befall them as long as their hair was on. And sud nuira in tearful Frazer any. Similarly, in Bastar, province of India, if a man is adjudged guilty of witchcraft, he is beaten by the crowd. His hair is shaved, the hair being supposed to constitute his power of mischief. His front teeth are knocked out in order, it is said, to prevent him from muttering incantations. Women suspected of sorcery have to undergo the same ordeal. If found guilty, the same punishment is awarded, and after being shaved, their hair is attached to a tree in some public place. So among the Bihils of India, when a woman was convicted of witchcraft and had been subjected to various forms of persuasion, such as hanging head downwards from a tree, and having pepper put into her eyes, a lock of hair was cut from her head and buried in the ground, that the last link between her and her former powers of mischief might be broken. In like manner, among the Aztecs of Mexico, when wizards and witches had done their evil deeds, and the time came to put an end to their detestable life, someone laid hold of them and cropped the hair on the crown of their heads, which took from them all their power of sorcery and enchantment. And then it was that by death they put an end to their odious existence. Section 2. The external soul in plants. Further, it has been shown that in folk tales, the life of a person is sometimes so bound up with the life of a plant that the withering of the plant will immediately follow or be followed by the death of the person. Among the Mbengas in Western Africa, about the Gaboon, when two children are born on the same day, the people plant two trees of the same kind and dance round them. The life of each of the children is believed to be bound up with the life of one of the trees, and if the tree dies or is thrown down, they are sure that the child will soon die. In the Cameroons also, the life of a person is believed to be sympathetically bound up with that of a tree. The chief of Old Town in Calabar kept his soul in a sacred grove near a spring of water. When some Europeans, in frolic or ignorance, cut down part of the grove, the spirit was most indignant, and threatened the perpetrators of the deed, according to the king, with all manner of evil. Some of the Papuans unite the life of a newborn babe sympathetically with that of a tree by driving a pebble into the bark of the tree. This is supposed to give them complete mastery over the child's life. If the tree is cut down, the child will die. After a birth, the Maoris used to bury the navel string in a sacred place and plant a young sapling over it. As the tree grew, it was a tahu oranga, or sign of life for the child. If it flourished, the child would prosper. If it withered and died, the parents augured the worst for the little one. In some parts of Fiji, the navel string of a male infant is planted together with a cocoa nut or the slip of a breadfruit tree, and the child's life is supposed to be intimately connected with that of the tree. Amongst the Dayaks of Landak and Tajian, districts of Dutch Borneo, it is customary to plant a fruit tree for a baby, and henceforth in the popular belief, the fate of the child is bound up with that of the tree. If the tree shoots up rapidly, it will go well with the child, but if the tree is dwarfed or shriveled, nothing but misfortune can be expected for its human counterpart. It is said that there are still families in Russia, Germany, England, France, and Italy who are accustomed to plant a tree at the birth of a child. The tree, it is hoped, will grow with the child, and it is tended with special care. The custom is still pretty general in the canton of Argau in Switzerland. An apple tree is planted for a boy and a pear tree for a girl, and the people think that the child will flourish or dwindle with the tree. In Mecklenburg, the afterbirth is thrown out at the foot of a young tree, and the child is then believed to grow with the tree. Near the castle of Dalhousie, not far from Edinburgh, there grows an oak tree called the Edgewell tree, which is popularly believed to be linked to the fate of the family by a mysterious tie. For they say that when one of the family dies or is about to die, a branch falls from the Edgewell tree. Thus, on seeing a great bough drop from the tree on a quiet, still day in July 1874, an old forester exclaimed, "The laird's deed new," and soon after news came that Fox Maule, 11th Earl of Dalhousie, was dead. In England, children are sometimes passed through a cleft ash tree as a cure for rupture or rickets, and thenceforward a sympathetic connection is supposed to exist between them and the tree. An ash tree which had been used for this purpose grew at the edge of Shirley Heath, on the road from Hockley House to Birmingham. Thomas Chillingworth, son of the owner of an adjoining farm, now about 34, was, when an infant of a year old, passed through a similar tree, now perfectly sound, which he preserves with so much care that he will not suffer a single branch to be touched. For it is believed the life of the patient depends on the life of the tree. And the moment that is cut down, be the patient ever so distant, the rupture returns, and a mortification ensues, and terminates in death, as was the case in a man driving a wagon on the very road in question. It is not uncommon. However, adds the writer, for persons to survive for a time the felling of the tree, the ordinary mode of effecting the cure is to split a young ash sapling longitudinally for a few feet, and pass the child, naked, either 3 times or 3 times 3 through the fissure at sunrise. In the west of England, it is said that the passage should be against the sun. As soon as the ceremony has been performed, the tree is bound tightly up, and the fissure plastered over with mud or clay. The belief is that just as the cleft in the tree closes up, so the rupture in the child's body will be healed, but that if the rift in the tree remains open, the rupture in the child will remain too, and if the tree were to die, the death of the child would surely follow. A similar cure for various diseases, but especially for rupture and rickets, has been commonly practiced in other parts of Europe, as Germany, France, Denmark, and Sweden. But in these countries, the tree employed for the purpose is usually not an ash, but an oak. Sometimes a willow tree is allowed or even prescribed instead. In Mecklenburg, as in England, the sympathetic relation thus established between the tree and the child is believed to be so close that if the tree is cut down, the child will die. Section 3. The external soul in animals. But in practice, as in folk tales, it is not merely with inanimate objects and plants that a person is occasionally believed to be united by a bond of physical sympathy. The same bond, it is supposed, may exist between a man and an animal, so that the welfare of the one depends on the welfare of the other. And when the animal dies, the man dies also. The analogy between the custom and the tales is all the closer, because in both of them the power of thus removing the soul from the body and stowing it away in an animal is often a special privilege of wizards and witches. Thus, the Yakuts of Siberia believe that every shaman or wizard keeps his soul, or one of his souls, incarnate in an animal which is carefully concealed from all the world. "Nobody can find my external soul," said one famous wizard. "It lies hidden far away in the stony mountains of Ejigansk. Only once a year, when the last snows melt and the earth turns black, do these external souls of wizards appear in the shape of animals among the dwellings of men. They wander everywhere, yet none but wizards can see them. The strong ones sweep roaring and noisily along, the weak steal about quietly and furtively. Often they fight, and then the wizard whose external soul is beaten falls ill or dies. The weakest and most cowardly wizards are they whose souls are incarnate in the shape of dogs. For the dog gives his human double no peace, but gnaws his heart and tears his body. The most powerful wizards are they whose external souls have the shape of stallions, elks, black bears, eagles, or boars." Again, the Samoyeds of the Turakinsk region hold that every shaman has a familiar spirit in the shape of a boar, which he leads about by a magic belt. On the death of the boar, the shaman himself dies, and stories are told of battles between wizards who send their spirits to fight before they encounter each other in person. The Malays believe that the soul of a person may pass into another person or into an animal, or rather that such a mysterious relation can arise between the two, while the fate of the one is wholly dependent on that of the other. Among the Melanesians of Moda, one of the New Hebrides Islands, the conception of an external soul is carried out in the practice of daily life. In the Moda language, the word tamanu signifies something animate or inanimate which a man has come to believe to have an existence intimately connected with his own. It was not everyone in Moda who had his tamanu. Only some men fancied that they had this relation to a lizard, a snake, or it might be a stone. Sometimes the thing was sought for and found by drinking the infusion of certain leaves and heaping together the drip. Then whatever living thing was first seen in or upon the heap was the tamanu. It was watched but not fed or worshipped. The natives believed that it came at call, and that the life of the man was bound up with the life of his tamanu. If a living thing, or with its safety, should it die, or if not living get broken or be lost, the man would die. Hence, in case of sickness, they would send to see if the tamanu was safe and well. The theory of an external soul deposited in an animal appears to be very prevalent in West Africa, particularly in Nigeria, the Cameroons, and the Gaboon. Among the fans of the Gaboon, every wizard is believed at initiation to unite his life with that of some particular wild animal. By a rite of blood brotherhood, he draws blood from the ear of the animal and from his own arm, and inoculates the animal with his own blood and himself with the blood of the beast. Henceforth such an intimate union is established between the two, that the death of the one entails the death of the other. The alliance is thought to bring to the wizard or sorcerer a great accession of power, which he can turn to his advantage in various ways. In the first place, like the warlock in the fairy tales who has deposited his life outside of himself in some safe place, the famed wizard now deems himself invulnerable. Moreover, the animal with which he has exchanged blood has become his familiar, and will obey any orders he may choose to give it, so he makes use of it to injure and kill his enemies. For that reason, the creature with whom he establishes the relation of blood brotherhood is never a tame or domestic animal, but always a ferocious and dangerous wild beast, such as a leopard, a black serpent, a crocodile, a hippopotamus, a wild boar, or a vulture. Of all these creatures, the leopard is by far the commonest familiar of fan wizards, and next to it comes the black serpent. The vulture is the rarest. Witches, as well as wizards, have their familiars, but the animals with which the lives of women are thus bound up generally differ from those to which men commit their external souls. A witch never has a panther for her familiar, but often a venomous species of serpent, sometimes a horned viper, sometimes a black serpent, sometimes a green one that lives in banana trees, or it may be a vulture, an owl, or other bird of night. In every case, the beast or bird with which the witch or wizard has contracted this mystic alliance is an individual, never a species. And when the individual animal dies, the alliance is naturally at an end, since the death of the animal is supposed to entail the death of the man. Similar beliefs are held by the natives of the Cross River Valley within the provinces of the Cameroons. Groups of people, generally the inhabitants of a village, have chosen various animals, with which they believe themselves to stand on a footing of intimate friendship or relationship. Among such animals are hippopotamuses, elephants, leopards, crocodiles, gorillas, fish, and serpents, all of them creatures which are either very strong or can easily hide themselves in the water or a thicket. This power of concealing themselves is said to be an indispensable condition of the choice of animal familiars, since the animal friend or helper is expected to injure his owner's enemy by stealth. For example, if he is a hippopotamus, he will bob up suddenly out of the water and capsize the enemy's canoe. Between the animals and their human friends or kinsfolk, such a sympathetic relation is supposed to exist, that the moment the animal dies, the man dies also, and similarly the instant the man perishes, so does the beast. From this, it follows that the animal kinsfolk may never be shot at or molested for fear of injuring or killing the persons whose lives are knit up with the lives of the brutes. This does not, however, prevent the people of a village who have elephants for their animal friends from hunting elephants. For they do not respect the whole species, but merely certain individuals of it, which stand in an intimate relation to certain individual men and women, and they imagine that they can always distinguish these brother elephants from the common herd of elephants, which are mere elephants and nothing more. The recognition, indeed, is said to be mutual. When a hunter who has an elephant for his friend meets a human elephant, as we may call it, the noble animal lifts up a paw and holds it before his face, as much as to say, "Don't shoot. Were the hunter so inhuman as to fire on and wound such an elephant, the person whose life was bound up with the elephant would fall ill." The Belong of the Cameroons think that every man has several souls, of which one is in his body and another in an animal, such as an elephant, a wild pig, a leopard, and so forth. When a man comes home feeling ill and says, "I shall soon die," and dies accordingly, the people aver that one of his souls has been killed in a wild pig or a leopard, and that the death of the external soul has caused the death of the soul in his body. A similar belief in the external souls of living people is entertained by the Iduaos, an important tribe of the Niger Delta. They think that a man's spirit can quit his body for a time during life and take up its abode in an animal. A man who wishes to acquire this power procures a certain drug from a wise man and mixes it with his food. After that, his soul goes out and enters into an animal. If it should happen that the animal is killed while the man's soul is lodged in it, the man dies, and if the animal be wounded, the man's body will presently be covered with boils. This belief instigates to many deeds of darkness. For a sly rogue will sometimes surreptitiously administer the magical drug to his enemy in his food, and having thus smuggled the other's soul into an animal, will destroy the creature, and with it the man whose soul is lodged in it. The Negroes of Calabar at the mouth of the Niger believe that every person has 4 souls, one of which always lives outside of his or her body in the form of a wild beast in the forest. This external soul, or bush soul, as Miss Kingsley calls it, may be almost any animal, for example, a leopard, a fish, or a tortoise. But it is never a domestic animal and never a plant, unless he is gifted with second sight. A man cannot see his own bush soul, but a diviner will often tell him what sort of creature his bush soul is, and after that the man will be careful not to kill any animal of that species, and will strongly object to anyone else doing so. A man and his sons have usually the same sort of animals for their bush souls, and so with a mother and her daughters. But sometimes all the children of a family take after the bush soul of their father. For example, if his external soul is a leopard, all his sons and daughters will have leopards for their external souls. And on the other hand, sometimes they all take after their mother. For instance, if her external soul is a tortoise, all the external souls of her sons and daughters will be tortoises too. So intimately bound up is the life of the man with that of the animal, which he regards as his external or bush soul, that the death or injury of the animal necessarily entails the death or injury of the man. And conversely, when the man dies, his bush soul can no longer find a place of rest, but goes mad and rushes into the fire, or charges people and is knocked on the head, and that is an end of it. Near Aket in North Calabar, there is a sacred lake, the fish of which are carefully preserved, because the people believe that their own souls are lodged in the fish, and that with every fish killed a human life would be simultaneously extinguished. In the Calabar River, not very many years ago, there used to be a huge old crocodile, popularly supposed to contain the external soul of a chief who resided in the flesh at Duketown. Sporting vice-consuls used from time to hunt the animal, and once an officer contrived to hit it. Forthwith the chief was laid up with a wound in his leg. He gave out that a dog had bitten him, but no doubt the wise shook their heads and refused to be put off with so flimsy a pretext. Again, among several tribes on the banks of the Niger, between Lokoja and the Delta, there prevails a belief in the possibility of a man possessing an alter ego in the form of some animal, such as a crocodile or a hippopotamus. It is believed that such a person's life is bound up with that of the animal to such an extent that whatever affects the one produces a corresponding impression upon the other, and that if one dies, the other must speedily do so too. It happened not very long ago that an Englishman shot a hippopotamus close to a native village. The friends of a woman who died the same night in the village demanded and eventually obtained £5 as compensation for the murder of the woman. Amongst the Zapotecs of Central America, when a woman was about to be confined, her relations assembled in the hut and began to draw on the floor figures of different animals, rubbing each one out as soon as it was completed. This went on till the moment of birth, and the figure that then remained sketched upon the ground was called the child's Tona or second self. When the child grew old enough, he procured the animal that represented him and took care of it, as it was believed that health and existence were bound up with that of the animals, in fact, that the death of both would occur simultaneously, or rather that when the animal died, the man would die too. Among the Indians of Guatemala and Honduras, the nagual or nahual is that animate or inanimate object, generally an animal, which stands in a parallel relation to a particular man, so that the weal and woe of the man depend on the fate of the nagual. According to an old writer, many Indians of Guatemala are deluded by the devil to believe that their life dependeth upon the life of such and such a beast, which they take unto them as their familiar spirit, and think that when that beast dieth, they must die. When he is chased, their hearts pant. When he is faint, they are faint. Nay, it happeneth that by the devil's delusion they appear in the shape of that beast, which commonly by their choice is a buck, or dew, a lion, or tigre, or dog, or eagle, and in that shape have been shot at and wounded. The Indians were persuaded that the death of their nagual would entail their own. Legend affirms that in the first battles with the Spaniards on the plateau of Quetzaltenango, the naguals of the Indian chiefs fought in the form of serpents. The nagual of the highest chief was especially conspicuous because it had the form of a great bird, resplendent in green plumage. The Spanish general Pedro de Alvarado killed the bird with his lance, and at the same moment the Indian chief fell dead to the ground. In many tribes of southeastern Australia, each sex used to regard a particular species of animals in the same way that a Central American Indian regarded his nagual, but with this difference, that whereas the Indian apparently knew the individual animal with which his life was bound up, the Australians only knew that each of their lives was bound up with some one animal of the species, but they could not say with which. The result, naturally, was that every man spared and protected all the animals of the species with which the lives of the men were bound up, and every woman spared and protected all the animals of the species with which the lives of the women were bound up, because no one knew, but that the death of any animal of the respective species might entail his or her own. Just as the killing of the green bird was immediately followed by the death of the Indian chief, and the killing of the parrot by the death of Punchkin in the fairy tale. Thus, for example, the Wachabalik tribe of southeastern Australia held that the life of Gungunungunu, the bat, is the life of a man, and the life of Yartat Gurk, the nightjar, is the life of a woman, and that when either of these creatures is killed, the life of some man or of some woman is shortened. In such a case, every man or every woman in the camp feared that he or she might be the victim, and from this cause great fights arose in this tribe. I learned that in these fights, men on one side and women on the other. It was not at all certain which would be victorious, for at times the women gave the men a severe drubbing with their yamsticks. While often women were injured or killed by spears, the Wachabalik said that the bat was the man's brother, and that the nightjar was his wife's. The particular species of animals with which the lives of the sexes were believed to be respective. Bound up varied somewhat from tribe to tribe. Thus, whereas among the Wachabalik the bat was the animal of the men, at Gunbower Creek on the Lower Murray, the bat seems to have been the animal of the women. For the natives would not kill it, for the reason that if it was killed, one of their lubras women would be sure to die in consequence. But whatever the particular sorts of creature with which the lives of men and women were believed to be bound up, the belief itself and the fights to which it gave rise are known to have prevailed over a large part of southeastern Australia, and probably they extended much farther. The belief was a very serious one, and so consequently were the fights which sprang from it. Thus, among some tribes of Victoria, The common bat belongs to the men, who protected against injury, even to the half-killing of their wives for its sake. The fern owl or large goatsucker belongs to the women, and although a bird of evil omen creating terror at night by its cry, it is jealously protected by them. If a man kills one, they are as much enraged as if it was one of their children, and will strike him with their long poles. The jealous protection thus afforded by Australian men and women to bats and owls, respectively, for bats and owls seem to be the creatures usually allotted to the two sexes, is not based upon purely selfish considerations, for each man believes that not only his own life, but the lives of his father, brothers, sons, and so on, are bound up with the lives of particular bats, and that therefore in protecting the bat species he is protecting the lives of all his male relations as well as his own. Similarly, each woman believes that the lives of her mother, sisters, daughters, and so forth, equally with her own, are bound up with the lives of particular owls, and that in guarding the owl species, she is guarding the lives of all her female relations besides her own. Now, when men's lives are thus supposed to be contained in certain animals, it is obvious that the animals can hardly be distinguished from the men, or the men from the animals. If my brother John's life is in a bat, then on the one hand, the bat is my brother as well as John. And on the other hand, John is in a sense a bat, since his life is in a bat. Similarly, if my sister Mary's life is in an owl, then the owl is my sister, and Mary is an owl. This is a natural enough conclusion, and the Australians have not failed to draw it. When the bat is the man's animal, it is called his brother, and when the owl is the woman's animal, it is called her sister. And conversely, a man addresses a woman as an owl, and she addresses him as a bat. So with the other animals allotted to the sexes respectively in other tribes. For example, among the Kurnai, all emu wrens were brothers of the men, and all the men were emu wrens. All superb warblers were sisters of the women, and all the women were superb warblers. But when a savage names himself after an animal, calls it his brother, and refuses to kill it, the animal is said to be his totem. Accordingly, in the tribes of southeastern Australia, which we have been considering the bat and the owl, the emu wren and the superb warbler may properly be described as totems of the sexes. But the assignation of a totem to a sex is comparatively rare, and has hitherto been discovered nowhere but in Australia. Far more commonly, the totem is appropriated not to a sex but to a clan, and is hereditary either in the male or female. The relation of an individual to the clan totem does not differ in kind from his relation to the sex totem. He will not kill it. He speaks of it as his brother, and he calls himself by its name. Now, if the relations are similar, the explanation which holds good of the one ought equally to hold good of the other. Therefore, the reason why a clan revere a particular species of animals or plants, for the clan totem may be a plant, and call themselves after it, would seem to be a belief that the life of each individual of the clan is bound up with some one animal or plant of the species, and that his or her death would be the consequence of killing that particular animal, or destroying that particular plant. This explanation of totemism squares very well with Sir George Grey's definition of a totem or kobong in Western Australia. He says, a certain mysterious connection exists between a family and its kobong, so that a member of the family will never kill an animal of the species to which his kobong belongs, should he find it asleep. Indeed, he always kills it reluctantly, and never without affording it a chance to escape. This arises from the family belief that some one individual of the species is their nearest friend, to kill whom would be a great crime, and to be carefully avoided. Similarly, a native who has a vegetable for his kobong may not gather it under certain circumstances, and at a particular period of the year. Here it will be observed that though each man spares all the animals or plants of the species, they are not all equally precious to him. Far from it. Out of the whole species, there is only one which is specially dear to him. But as he does not know which the dear one is, he is obliged to spare them all from fear of injuring the one. Again, this explanation of the clan totem harmonizes with the supposed effect of killing one of the totem species. One day, one of the blacks killed a crow. 3 or 4 days afterwards, a bourgeois crow cat is a man of the Crow clan named Larry died. He had been ailing for some days, but the killing of his Wingon totem hastened his death. Here, the killing of the crow caused the death of a man of the Crow clan, exactly as in the case of the sex totems. The killing of a bat causes the death of a Batman, or the killing of an owl causes the death of an owl woman. Similarly, the killing of his Nagua causes the death of a Central American Indian. The killing of his bush soul causes the death of a Calabar Negro. The killing of his Tamaniu causes the death of a Banks Islander. And the killing of the animal in which his life is stowed away causes the death of the giant or warlock in the fairy tale. Thus it appears that the story of the giant who had no heart in his body may perhaps furnish the key to the relation which is supposed to subsist between a man and his totem. The totem, on this theory, is simply the receptacle in which a man keeps his life as Punchkin kept his life in a parrot, and Bidasari kept her soul in a golden fish. It is no valid objection to this view that when a savage has both a sex totem and a clan totem, his life must be bound up with two different animals, the death of either of which would entail his own. If a man has more vital places than one in his body, why, the savage may think, should he not have more vital places than one outside it? Why, since he can put his life outside himself, should he not transfer one portion of it to one animal and another to another? The divisibility of life, or to put it otherwise, the plurality of souls, is an idea suggested by many familiar facts, and has commended itself to philosophers like Plato, as well as to savages. It is only when the notion of a soul, from being a quasi-scientific hypothesis, becomes a theological dogma, that its unity and indivisibility are insisted upon as essential. The savage, unshackled by dogma, is free to explain the facts of life by the assumption of as many souls as he thinks necessary. Hence, for example, the Caribs supposed that there was one soul in the head, another in the heart, and other souls at all the places where an artery is felt pulsating. Some of the Hidatsa Indians explain the phenomena of gradual death, when the extremities appear dead first, by supposing that man has 4 souls, and that they quit the body, not simultaneously, but one after the other, dissolution being only complete when all 4 have departed. Some of the Dayaks of Borneo and the Malays of the peninsula believe that every man has 7 souls. The Alfours of Poso and Celebes are of opinion that he has 3. The natives of Laos suppose that the body is the seat of 30 spirits, which reside in the hands, the feet, the mouth, the eyes, and so on. Hence, from the primitive point of view, it is perfectly possible that a savage should have one soul in his sex totem and another in his clan totem. However, as I have observed, sex totems have been found nowhere but in Australia, so that, as a rule, the savage who practices totemism need not have more than one soul of his body at a time. If this explanation of the totem as a receptacle in which a man keeps his soul or one of his souls is correct, we should expect to find some totemic people of whom it is expressly said that every man amongst them is believed to keep at least one soul permanently out of his body, and that the destruction of this external soul is supposed to entail the death of its owner. Such a people are the Bataks of Sumatra. The Bataks are divided into exogamous clans, Margas, with descent in the male line, and each clan is forbidden to eat the flesh of a particular animal. One clan may not eat the tiger, another the ape, another the crocodile, another the dog, another the cat, another the dove, and another the locust. The reason given by members of a clan for abstaining from the flesh of the particular animal is either that they are descended from animals of that species, and that their souls after death may transmigrate into the animals, or that they or their forefathers have been under certain obligations to the creatures. Sometimes, but not always, the clan bears the name of the animal. Thus the Bataks have totemism in full. But further, each Batak believes that he has 7, or on a more moderate computation, 3 souls. One of these souls is always outside the body, but nevertheless, whenever it dies, however far away it may be at the time, that same moment the man dies also. The writer who mentions this belief says nothing about the Batak totems. But on the analogy of the Australian, Central American, and African evidence, we may conjecture that the external soul, whose death entails the death of the man, is housed in the totemic animal or plant. Against this view, it can hardly be thought to militate that the Batak does not, in set terms, affirm his external soul to be in his totem, but alleges other grounds for respecting the sacred animal or plant of his clan. For if a savage seriously believes that his life is bound up with an external object, it is in the last degree unlikely that he will let any stranger into the secret. In all that touches his inmost life and beliefs, the savage is exceedingly suspicious and reserved. Europeans have resided among savages for years without discovering some of their capital articles of faith. And in the end, the discovery has often been the result of accident. Above all, the savage lives in an intense and perpetual dread of assassination by sorcery. The most trifling relics of his person, the clippings of his hair and nails, his spittle, the remnants of his food, his very name, all these may, he fancies, be turned by the sorcerer to his destruction, and he is therefore anxiously careful to conceal or destroy them. But if in matters such as these, which are but the outposts and outworks of his life, he is so shy and secretive, how close must be the concealment, how impenetrable the reserve in which he enshrouds the inner keep and citadel of his being. When the princess in the fairy tale asks the giant where he keeps his soul, he often gives false or evasive answers, and it is only after much coaxing and wheedling that the secret is at last wrung from him. In his jealous reticence, the giant resembles a timid and furtive savage. But whereas the exigencies of the story demand that the giant should at last reveal his secret, no such obligation is laid on the savage, and no inducement that can be offered is likely to tempt him to imperil his soul by revealing its hiding place to a stranger. It is, therefore, no matter for surprise that the central mystery of the savage's life should so long have remained a secret, and that we should be left to piece it together from scattered hints and fragments, and from the recollections of it which linger in fairy tales. Section 4. This view of totemism throws light on a class of religious rites of which no adequate explanation, so far as I am aware, has yet been offered. Amongst many savage tribes, especially such as are known to practice totemism, it is customary for lads at puberty to undergo certain initiatory rites, of which one of the commonest is a pretense of killing the lad and bringing him to life again. Such rites become intelligible if we suppose that their substance consists in extracting the youth's soul in order to transfer it to his totem, for the extraction of his soul would naturally be supposed to kill the youth, or at least to throw him into a death-like trance, which the savage hardly distinguishes from death. His recovery would then be attributed either to gradual recovery of his system from the violent shock which it had received, or, more probably, to the infusion into him of fresh life drawn from the totem. Thus, the essence of these initiatory rites, so far as they consist in a simulation of death and resurrection, would be an exchange of life or souls between the man and his totem. The primitive belief in the possibility of such an exchange of souls comes clearly out in the story of a Basque hunter who affirmed that he had been killed by a bear, but that the bear had, after killing him, breathed its own soul into him, so that the bear's body was now dead, but he himself was a bear, being animated by the bear's soul. This revival of the dead hunter as a bear is exactly analogous to what on the theory here suggested is supposed to take place in the ceremony of killing a lad at puberty and bringing him to life again. The lad dies as a man and comes to life again as an animal. The animal's soul is now in him, and his human soul is in the animal. With good right, therefore, does he call himself a bear or a wolf, etc., according to his totem. And with good right does he treat the bears or the wolves, etc., as his brethren, since in these animals are lodged the souls of himself and his kindred. Examples of this supposed death and resurrection at initiation are as follows. In the Wanghi or Wanghiban tribe of New South Wales, the youths on approaching manhood are initiated at a secret ceremony, which none but initiated men may witness. Part of the proceedings consists in knocking out a tooth and giving a new name to the novice, indicative of the change from youth to manhood. While the teeth are being knocked out, an instrument known as a bull roarer, which consists of a flat piece of wood with serrated edges tied to the end of a string, is swung round so as to produce a loud humming noise. The uninitiated are not allowed to see this instrument. Women are forbidden to witness the ceremonies under pain of death. It is given out that the youths are each met in turn by a mythical being, called Durumlan, more commonly known as Daramulan, who takes the youth to a distance, kills him, and in some instances cuts him up, after which he restores him to life and knocks out a tooth. Their belief in the power of Thurumlin is said to be undoubted. The Ualaroi of the Upper Darling River said that at initiation, the boy met a ghost who killed him and brought him to life again as a young man. Among the natives on the lower Lachlan and Murray rivers, it was Thurumala and Daramulan who was thought to slay and resuscitate the novices. In the Unmajara tribe of Central Australia, women and children believe that a spirit called Twanyirika kills the youth and afterwards brings him to life again during the period of initiation. The rites of initiation in this tribe, as in the other central tribes, comprise the operations of circumcision and subincision, and as soon as the second of these has been performed on him, the young man receives from his father a sacred stick, charinga, with which he is told. His spirit was associated in the remotest past. While he is out in the bush recovering from his wounds, he must swing the bull roarer, or a being who lives up in the sky will swoop down and carry him off, in the Binga tribe. On the western coast of the Gulf of Carpentaria, the women and children believe that the noise of the bull roarer at initiation is made by a spirit named Kadajalina, who lives in an anthill and comes out and eats up the boy, afterwards restoring him to life. Similarly, among their neighbors, the Anula, the women imagine that the droning sound of the bull roar is produced by a spirit called Nabaya, who swallows the lads at initiation and afterwards disgorges them in the form of initiated men. Among the tribes settled on the southern coast of New South Wales, of which the Coast Murring tribe may be regarded as typical, the drama of resurrection from the dead was exhibited in a graphic form to the novices at initiation. The ceremony has been described for us by an eyewitness. A man disguised with stringy bark fiber lay down in a grave and was lightly covered up with sticks and earth. In his hand he held a small bush which appeared to be growing in the soil, and other bushes were stuck in the ground to heighten the effect. Then the novices were brought and placed beside the grave. Next, a procession of men, disguised in stringy bark fiber, drew near. They represented a party of medicine men, guided by two reverend seniors, who had come on pilgrimage to the grave of a brother medicine man who lay buried there. When the little procession, chanting an invocation to Daramulan, had defiled from among the rocks and trees into the open, it drew up on the side of the grave opposite to the novices, the two old men taking up a position in the rear of the dancers. For some time, the dance and song went on till the tree that seemed to grow from the grave began to quiver. "Look there!" cried the men to the novices, pointing to the trembling leaves. As they looked, the tree quivered more and more, then was violently agitated and fell to the ground, while amid the excited dancing of the dancers and the chanting of the choir, the supposed dead man spurned from him the superincumbent mass of sticks and leaves, and springing to his feet danced his magic dance in the grave itself, and exhibited in his mouth the magic substances which he was supposed to have received from Darmalan in person. Some tribes of northern New Guinea, the Yabom, Pukawa, Kai, and Tammy, like many Australian tribes, require every male member of the tribe to be circumcised before he ranks as a full-grown man, and the tribal initiation, of which circumcision is the central feature, is conceived by them, as by some Australian tribes, as a process of being swallowed and disgorged by a mythical monster whose voice is heard in the humming sound of the bull roar. Indeed, the New Guinea tribes not only impress this belief on the minds of women and children, but enact it in a dramatic form at the actual rites of initiation, at which no woman or uninitiated person may be present. For this purpose, a hut about 100 feet long is erected either in the village or in a lonely part of the forest. It is modeled in the shape of the mythical monster. At the end which represents his head, it is high, and it tapers away at the other end. A beetle palm grubbed up with the roots stands for the backbone of the great being, and its clustering fibers for his hair. And to complete the resemblance, the butt end of the building is adorned by a native artist with a pair of goggle eyes and a gaping mouth. When after a tearful parting from their mothers and womenfolk, who believe or pretend to believe in the monster that swallows their dear ones, the awestruck novices are brought face to face with this imposing structure. The huge creature emits a sullen growl, which is in fact no other than the humming note of bull roars swung by men concealed in the monster's belly. The actual process of deglutition is variously enacted. Among the Tommy, it is represented by causing the candidates to defile past a row of men who hold bull roarers over their heads. Among the Kai, it is more graphically set forth by making them pass under a scaffold on which stands a man, who makes a gesture of swallowing and takes in fact a gulp of water as each trembling novice passes beneath him. But the present of a pig opportunely offered for the redemption of the youth induces the monster to relent and disgorge his victim. The man who represents the monster accepts the gift vicariously. A gurgling sound is heard, and the water, which had just been swallowed, descends in a jet on the novice. This signifies that the young man has been released from the monster's belly. However, he has now to undergo the more painful and dangerous operation of circumcision. It follows immediately, and the cut made by the knife of the operator is explained to be a bite or scratch, which the monster inflicted on the novice in spewing him out of his capacious maw. While the operation is proceeding, a prodigious noise is made by the swinging of bull roars to represent the roar of the dreadful being who is in the act of swallowing the young man. When, as sometimes happens, a lad dies from the effect of the operation, he is buried secretly in the forest, and his sorrowing mother is told that the monster has a pig's stomach as well as a human stomach, and that unfortunately her son slipped into the wrong stomach, and that from which it was impossible to extricate him. After they have been circumcised, the lads must remain for some months in seclusion, shunning all contact with women and even the sight of them. They live in the long hut which represents the monster's belly. When at last the lads, now ranking as initiated men, are brought back with great pomp and ceremony to the village, they are received with sobs and tears of joy by the women, as if the grave had given up its dead. At first, the young men keep their eyes rigidly closed or even sealed with a plaster of chalk, and they appear not to understand the words of command which are given them by an elder. Gradually, however, they come to themselves as if awakening from a stupor, and next day they bathe and wash off the crust of white chalk with which their bodies had been coated. It is highly significant that all these tribes of New Guinea apply the same word to the bull roarer and to the monster who is supposed to swallow the novices at circumcision, and whose fearful roar is represented by the hum of the harmless wooden instruments. Further, it deserves to be noted that in 3 languages out of the 4, the same word which is applied to the bull roarer and to the monster means also a ghost or spirit of the dead, while in the 4th language, the Kai, it signifies grandfather. From this, it seems to follow that the being who swallows and disgorges the novices at initiation is believed to be a powerful ghost or ancestral spirit, and that the bull roarer, which bears his name, is his material representative. That would explain the jealous secrecy with which the sacred implement is kept from the sight of women. While they are not in use, the bull roarers are stowed away in the men's clubhouses, which no woman may enter. Indeed, no woman or uninitiated person may set eyes on a bull roarer under pain of death. Similarly, among the Tugeri or Kaya Kaya, a large Papuan tribe on the south coast of Dutch New Guinea, the name of the bull roarer, which they call Sazam, is given to a mythical giant who is supposed to appear every year with the southeast monsoon. When he comes, a festival is held in his honor and bull roarers are swung. Boys are presented to the giant, and he kills them, but considerately brings them to life again. In certain districts of Viti Levu, the largest of the Fijian islands, the drama of death and resurrection used to be acted with much solemnity before the eyes of young men at initiation. In a sacred enclosure, they were shown a row of dead or seemingly dead men lying on the ground, their bodies cut open and covered with blood, their entrails protruding. But at a yell from the high priest, the counterfeit, dead men started to their feet and ran down to the river to cleanse themselves from the blood and guts of pigs with which they were beslobbered. Soon they marched back to the sacred enclosure as if come to life, clean, fresh, and garland, swaying their bodies in time to the music of a solemn hymn, and took their places in front of the novices. Such was the drama of death and resurrection. The people of Rook, an island between New Guinea and New Britain, hold festivals at which one or two disguised men, their heads covered with wooden masks, go dancing through the village, followed by all the other men. They demand that the circumcised boys who have not yet been swallowed by Marsaba, the devil, shall be given up to them. The boys, trembling and shrieking, are delivered to them, and must creep between the legs of the disguised men. Then the procession moves through the village again and announces that Marsaba has eaten up the boys, and will not disgorge them till he receives a present of pig's taro, and so forth. So all the villagers, according to their means, contribute provisions, which are then consumed in the name of Marsaba. In the west of Sarum, boys at puberty are admitted to the Kakian Association. Modern writers have commonly regarded this association as primarily a political league instituted to resist foreign domination. In reality, its objects are purely religious and social, though it is possible that the priests may have occasionally used their powerful influence for political ends. The society is, in fact, merely one of those widely diffused primitive institutions, of which a chief object is the initiation of young men. In recent years, the true nature of the association has been duly recognized by the distinguished Dutch ethnologist J.G.F. Riedeldorf. The Kakian house is an oblong wooden shed situated under the darkest trees in the depth of the forest, and is built to admit so little light that it is impossible to see what goes on in it. Every village has such a house. Thither the boys who are to be initiated are conducted blindfold, followed by their parents and relations. Each boy is led by the hand of two men who act as his sponsors or guardians, looking after him during the period of initiation. When all are assembled before the shed, the high priest calls aloud upon the devils. Immediately a hideous uproar is heard to proceed from the shed. It is made by men with bamboo trumpets, who have been secretly introduced into the building by a back door, but the women and children think it is made by the devils, and are much terrified. Then the priests enter the shed, followed by the boys, one at a time. As soon as each boy has disappeared within the precincts, a dull chopping sound is heard. A fearful cry rings out, and a sword or spear, dripping with blood, is thrust through the roof of the shed. This is a token that the boy's head has been cut off, and that the devil has carried him away to the other world, there to regenerate and transform him. So at sight of the bloody sword, the mothers weep and wail, crying that the devil has murdered their children. In some places, it would seem, the boys are pushed through an opening made in the shape of a crocodile's jaws or a cassowary's beak, and it is then said that the devil has swallowed them. The boys remain in the shed for 5 or 9 days. Sitting in the dark, they hear the blast of the bamboo trumpets, and from time to time the sound of musket shots and the clash of swords. Every day they bathe, and their faces and bodies are smeared with a yellow dye to give them the appearance of having been swallowed by the devil. During his stay in the Kakian house, each boy has 1 or 2 crosses tattooed with thorns on his breast or arm. When they are not sleeping, the lads must sit in a crouching posture without moving a muscle. As they sit in a row cross-legged with their hands stretched out, the chief takes his trumpet, and placing the mouth of it on the hands of each lad, speaks through it in strange tones, imitating the voice of the spirits. He warns the lads, under pain of death, to observe the rules of the Kakian society, and never to reveal what has passed in the Kakian house. The novices are also told by the priests to behave well to their blood relations, and are taught the traditions and secrets of the tribe. Meantime, the mothers and sisters of the lads have gone home to weep and mourn. But in a day or two, the men who acted as guardians or sponsors to the novices return to the village with the glad tidings that the devil, at the intercession of the priests, has restored the lads to life. The men who bring this news come in a fainting state and daubed with mud, like messengers freshly arrived from the netherworld. Before leaving the Kakian house, each lad receives from the priest a stick adorned at both ends with a cock's or cassowary's feathers. The sticks are supposed to have been given to the lads by the devil at the time when he restored them to life, and they serve as a token that the youths have been in the spirit land. When they return to their homes, they totter in their walk and enter the house backward, as if they had forgotten how to walk properly. Or they enter the house by the back door. If a plate of food is given to them, they hold it upside down. They remain dumb, indicating their wants by signs only. All this is to show that they are still under the influence of the devil or the spirits. Their sponsors have to teach them all the common acts of life as if they were newborn children. Further, upon leaving the Kakian house, the boys are strictly forbidden to eat of certain fruits until the next celebration of the rites has taken place, and for 20 or 30 days their hair may not be combed by their mothers or sisters. At the end of that time, the high priest takes them to a lonely place in the forest and cuts off a lock of hair from the crown of each of their heads. After these initiatory rites, the lads are deemed men and may marry. It would be a scandal if they married before. In the region of the Lower Congo, a simulation of death and resurrection is or rather used to be practiced by the members of a guild or secret society called Ndembo. In the practice of Ndembo, the initiating doctors get someone to fall down in a pretended fit, and in that state he is carried away to an enclosed place outside the town. This is called dying Ndembo. Others follow suit, generally boys and girls, but often young men and women. They are supposed to have died. But the parents and friends supply food, and after a period varying according to custom, from 3 months to 3 years, it is arranged that the doctor shall bring them to life again. When the doctor's fee has been paid and money, goods saved for a feast, the Ndemo people are brought to life. At first, they pretend to know no one and nothing. They do not even know how to masticate food, and friends have to perform that office for them. They want everything nice that anyone uninitiated may have, and beat them if it is not granted, or even strangle and kill people. They do not get into trouble for this, because it is thought that they do not know better. Sometimes they carry on the pretense of talking gibberish, and behaving as if they had returned from the spirit world. After this, they are known by another name, peculiar to those who have died, Nembo. We hear of the custom far along on the upper river, as well as in the Cataract region, among some of the Indian tribes of North America. There exist certain religious associations, which are only open to candidates who have gone through a pretense of being killed and brought to life again. In 1766 or 1767, Captain Jonathan Carver witnessed the admission of a candidate to an association called the Friendly Society of the Spirit, Wakan Kichua, among the Noto Esi, a Siwan or Dakota tribe in the region of the Great Lakes. The candidate knelt before the chief, who told him that he himself was now agitated by the same spirit which he should in a few moments communicate to him, that it would strike him dead, but that he would instantly be restored again to life. To this he added that the communication, however terrifying, was a necessary introduction to the advantages enjoyed by the community into which he was on the point of being admitted. As he spoke this, he appeared to be greatly agitated, till at last his emotions became so violent that his countenance was distorted, and his whole frame convulsed. At this juncture he threw something that appeared both in shape and color like a small bean at the young man, which seemed to enter his mouth, and he instantly fell as motionless as if he had been shot. For a time the man lay like dead, but under a shower of blows he showed signs of consciousness, and finally, discharging from his mouth the bean, or whatever it was that the chief had thrown at him, he came to life. In other tribes, for example, the Ojibways, Winnebagos, and Dakotas or Sioux, the instrument by which the candidate is apparently slain is the medicine bag. The bag is made of the skin of an animal, such as the otter, wildcat, serpent, bear, raccoon, wolf, owl, weasel, of which it roughly preserves the shape. Each member of the society has one of these bags, in which he keeps the odds and ends that make up his medicine or charms. They believe that from the miscellaneous contents in the belly of the skin bag, or animal, there issues a spirit or breath, which has the power not only to knock down and kill a man, but also to set him up and restore him to life. The mode of killing a man with one of these medicine bags is to thrust it at him. He falls like dead. He falls like dead. but a second thrust of the bag restores him to life, a ceremony witnessed by the castaway John R. Jewett during his captivity among the Indians of Nootka Sound doubtless belongs to this class of customs. The Indian king, or chief, discharged a pistol close to his son's ear, who immediately fell down as if killed, upon which all the women of the house set up a most lamentable cry, tearing handfuls of hair from their heads, and exclaiming that the prince was dead. At the same time, a great number of the inhabitants rushed into the house, armed with their daggers, muskets, etc., inquiring the cause of their outcry. These were immediately followed by two others dressed in wolfskins, with masks over their faces representing the head of that animal. The latter came in on their hands and feet in the manner of a beast, and taking up the prince, carried him off upon their backs, retiring in the same manner they entered. In another place, Jewett mentions that the young prince, a lad of about 11 years of age, wore a mask in imitation of a wolf's head. As the Indians of this part of America are divided into totem clans, of which the Wolf clan is one of the principal, and as the members of each clan are in the habit of wearing some portion of the totem animal about their person, it is probable that the prince belonged to the Wolf clan, and that the ceremony described by Jewett represented the killing of the lad in order that he might be born anew as a wolf, much in the same way that the Basque hunter supposed himself to have been killed and to have come to life again as a bear. This conjectural explanation of the ceremony has, since it was first put forward, been, to some extent, confirmed by the researches of Dr. Franz Boas among these Indians. Though it would seem that the community to which the chief's son thus obtained admission was not so much a totem clan as a secret society called Tlukah, whose members imitated wolves. Every new member of the society must be initiated by the wolves. At night, a pack of wolves, personated by Indians dressed in wolf skins and wearing wolf masks, make their appearance, seize the novice, and carry him into the woods. When the wolves are heard outside the village coming to fetch away the novice, all the members of the society blacken their faces and sing among all the tribes is great excitement, because I am Tlukah. Next day the wolves bring back the novice dead, and the members of the society have to revive him. The wolves are supposed to have put a magic stone into his body, which must be removed before he can come to life. Till this is done, the pretended corpse is left lying outside the house. Two wizards go and remove the stone, which appears to be quartz, and then the novice is resuscitated. Among the Niska Indians of British Columbia, who are divided into four principal clans with the raven, the wolf, the eagle, and the bear for their respective totems, the novice at initiation is always brought back by an artificial totem animal. Thus, when a man was about to be initiated into a secret society called Olala, his friends drew their knives and pretended to kill him. In reality, they let him slip away, while they cut off the head of a dummy which had been adroitly substituted for him. Then they laid the decapitated dummy down and covered it over, and the women began to mourn and wail. His relations gave a funeral banquet and solemnly burnt the effigy. In short, they held a regular funeral. For a whole year the novice remained absent and was seen by none but members of the secret society. But at the end of that time he came back alive, carried by an artificial animal which represented his totem. In these ceremonies, the essence of the rite appears to be the killing of the novice in his character of a man, and his restoration to life in the form of the animal, which is thenceforward to be, if not his guardian spirit, at least linked to him in a peculiarly intimate relation. It is to be remembered that the Indians of Guatemala, whose life was bound up with an animal, were supposed to have the power of appearing in the shape of the particular creature with which they were thus sympathetically united. Hence, it seems not unreasonable to conjecture that, in like manner, the Indians of British Columbia may imagine that their life depends on the life of someone of that species of creature to which they assimilate themselves by their costume. At least, if that is not an article of belief with the Colombian Indians of the present day, it may very well have been so with their ancestors in the past, and thus may have helped to mold the rites and ceremonies both of the totem clans and of the secret societies. For though these two sorts of communities differ in respect of the mode in which membership of them is obtained, a man being born into his totem clan but admitted into a secret society later in life, we can hardly doubt that they are near akin and ought have their root in the same mode of thought, That thought, if I am right, is the possibility of establishing a sympathetic relation with an animal, a spirit, or other mighty being, with whom a man deposits for safekeeping his soul or some part of it, and from whom he receives in return a gift of magical powers. Thus, on the theory here suggested, wherever totemism is found, and wherever a pretense is made of killing and bringing to life again the novice at initiation, there may exist or have existed not only a belief in the possibility of permanently depositing the soul in some external object, animal, plant, or whatnot, but an actual intention of so doing. If the question is put, why do men desire to deposit their life outside their bodies? The answer can only be that, like the giant in the fairy tale, they think it's safer to do so than to carry it about with them, just as people deposit their money with a banker rather than carry it on their persons. We have seen that at critical periods, the life or soul is sometimes temporarily stowed away in a safe place till the danger is past. But institutions like totemism are not resorted to merely on special occasions of danger. They are systems into which everyone, or at least every male, is obliged to be initiated at a certain period of life. Now, the period of life at which initiation takes place is regularly puberty, and this fact suggests that the special danger which totemism and systems like it are intended to obviate is supposed not to arise till sexual maturity has been attained. In fact, that the danger apprehended is believed to attend the relation of the sexes to each other. It would be easy to prove by a long array of facts that the sexual relation is associated in the primitive mind with many serious perils, but the exact nature of the danger apprehended is still obscure. We may hope that a more exact acquaintance with savage modes of thought will, in time, disclose the central mystery of primitive society, and will thereby furnish the clue, not only to totemism, but to the origin of the marriage system. Chapter 68. The Golden Bough. Thus, the view that Baldur's life was in the mistletoe is entirely in harmony with primitive modes of thought. It may indeed sound like a contradiction that, if his life was in the mistletoe, he should nevertheless have been killed by a blow from the plant. But when a person's life is conceived as embodied in a particular object, with the existence of which his own existence is inseparably bound up, and the destruction of which involves his own, the object in question may be regarded and spoken of indifferently as his life or his death, as happens in the fairy tales. Hence, if a man's death is in an object, it is perfectly natural that he should be killed by a blow from it. In the fairy tales Koshchi, the deathless is killed by a blow from the egg or the stone in which his life or death is secreted. The ogres burst when a certain grain of sand, doubtless containing their life or death, is carried over their heads. The magician dies when the stone in which his life or death is contained is put under his pillow. And the Tartar hero is warned that he may be killed by the golden arrow or golden sword in which his soul has been stowed away. The idea that the life of the oak was in the mistletoe was probably suggested, as I have said, by the observation that in winter the mistletoe growing on the oak remains green, while the oak itself is leafless. But the position of the plant, growing not from the ground, but from the trunk or branches of the tree, might confirm this idea. Primitive man might think that, like himself, the oak spirit had sought to deposit his life in some safe place, and for this purpose had pitched on the mistletoe, which, being in a sense neither on earth nor in heaven, might be supposed to be fairly out of harm's way. In a former chapter, we saw that primitive man seeks to preserve the life of his human divinities by keeping them poised between earth and heaven, as the place where they are least likely to be assailed by the dangers that encompass the life of man on earth. We can therefore understand why it has been a rule both of ancient and of modern folk medicine that the mistletoe should not be allowed to touch the ground. Were it to touch the ground, its healing virtue would be gone. This may be a survival of the old superstition that the plant in which the life of the sacred tree was concentrated should not be exposed to the risk incurred by contact with the earth. In an Indian legend, which offers a parallel to the Baldur myth, Indra swore to the demon Amuchi that he would slay him neither by day nor by night, neither with staff nor with bow, neither with the palm of the hand nor with the fist, neither with the wet nor with the dry. But he killed him in the morning twilight by sprinkling over him the foam of the sea. The foam of the sea is just such an object as a savage might choose to put his life in, because it occupies that sort of intermediate or nondescript position between earth and sky, or sea and sky, in which primitive man sees safety. It is therefore not surprising that the foam of the river should be the totem of a clan in India. Again, the view that the mistletoe owes its mystic character partly to its not growing on the ground is confirmed by a parallel superstition about the mountain ash or rowan tree. In Jutland, a rowan that is found growing out of the top of another tree is esteemed exceedingly effective against witchcraft. Since it does not grow on the ground, witches have no power over it. If it is to have its full effect, it must be cut on Ascension Day. Hence, it is placed over doors to prevent the ingress of witches. In Sweden and Norway, also magical properties are ascribed to a flying rowan flugron, that is, to a rowan which is found growing not in the ordinary fashion on the ground, but on another tree, or on a roof, or in a cleft of the rock, where it has sprouted from seeds scattered by birds. They say that a man who is out in the dark should have a bit of flying rowan with him to chew, else he runs a risk of being bewitched and of being unable to stir from the spot. Just as in Scandinavia, the parasitic rowan is deemed a countercharm to sorcery, so in Germany, the parasitic mistletoe is still commonly considered a protection against witchcraft, and in Sweden, as we saw. The mistletoe, which is gathered on Midsummer Eve, is attached to the ceiling of the house, the horse's stall, or the cow's crib, in the belief that this renders the troll powerless to injure man or beast. The view that the mistletoe was not merely the instrument of Baldur's death, but that it contained his life, is countenanced by the analogy of a Scottish superstition. Tradition ran that the fate of the Hayes of Errol, an estate in Perthshire near the Firth of Tay, was bound up with the mistletoe that grew on a certain great oak. A member of the Hay family has recorded the old belief as follows. Among the Low Country families, the badges are now almost generally forgotten, but it appears by an ancient myth and the tradition of a few old people in Perthshire that the badge of the Hayes was the mistletoe. There was formerly in the neighborhood of Errol, and not far from the Falcon Stone, a vast oak of an unknown age, and upon which grew a profusion of the plant. Many charms and legends were considered to be connected with the tree, and the duration of the family of Hay was said to be united with its existence. It was believed that a sprig of the mistletoe, cut by a Hay on Al Halama's Eve with a new dirk, and after surrounding the tree 3 times sunwise, and pronouncing a certain spell, was a sure charm against all glamour or witchery, and an infallible guard in the day of battle. A spray gathered in the same manner was placed in the cradle of infants, and thought to defend them from being changed for elf-bairns by the fairies. Finally, it was affirmed that when the root of the oak had perished, the grass should grow in the hearth of Errol, and a raven should sit in a falcon's nest. The 2 most unlucky deeds which could be done by one of the name of Hay was to kill a white falcon and to cut down a limb from the oak of Errol. When the old tree was destroyed, I could never learn. The estate has been sold out of the family of Hay, and of course it is said that the fatal oak was cut down a short time before. The old superstition is recorded in verses which are traditionally ascribed to Thomas the Rhymer, while the mistletoe bats on Errol's Ike, and that ache stands fast. The Hays shall flourish, and their good grey hawk shall not flinch before the blast. But when the root of the akeet decays, and the mistletoe dwines on its withered breast, the grass shall grow on Errol's hearthstane, and the corby root in the falcon's nest. It is not a new opinion that the golden bough was the mistletoe. True, Virgil does not identify, but only compares it with mistletoe. But this may be only a poetical device to cast a mystic glamour over the humble plant. Or, more probably, his description was based on a popular superstition that at certain times the mistletoe blazed out into a supernatural golden glory. The poet tells how 2 doves, guiding Aeneas to the gloomy vale in whose depth grew the golden bough, alighted upon a tree whence shone a flickering gleam of gold. As in the woods in winter cold, the mistletoe, a plant not native to its tree, is green with fresh leaves and twines its yellow berries about the boles. Such seemed upon the shady holm oak the leafy gold. So rustled in the gentle breeze the golden leaf. Here Virgil definitely describes the golden bough as growing on a holm oak and compares it with the mistletoe. The inference is almost inevitable that the golden bough was nothing but the mistletoe seen through the haze of poetry or popular superstition. Now grounds have been shown for believing that the priest of the Oretian grove, the king of the wood, personified the tree on which grew the golden bough. Hence, if that tree was the oak, the king of the wood must have been a personification of the oak spirit. It is, therefore, easy to understand why, before he could be slain, it was necessary to break the golden bough. As an oak spirit, his life or death was in the mistletoe on the oak, and so long as the mistletoe remained intact, he, like Balder, could not die. To slay him, therefore, it was necessary to break the mistletoe, and probably, as in the case of Balder, to throw it at him. And to complete the parallel, it is only necessary to suppose that the king of the wood was formerly burned, dead or alive, at the Midsummer Fire Festival, which, as we have seen, was annually celebrated in the Oretian grove. The perpetual fire which burned in the grove, like the perpetual fire which burned in the temple of Vesta at Rome and under the oak at Remove, was probably fed with the sacred oak wood, and thus it would be in a great fire of oak that the king of the wood formerly met his end. At a later time, as I have suggested, his annual tenure of office was lengthened or shortened, as the case might be, by the rule which allowed him to live so long as he could prove his divine right by the strong hand. But he only escaped the fire to fall by the sword. Thus it seems that at a remote age in the heart of Italy, beside the sweet lake of Nemi, the same fiery tragedy was annually enacted, which Italian merchants and soldiers were afterwards to witness among their rude kindred, the Celts of Gaul, and which, if the Roman eagles had ever swooped on Norway, might have been found repeated with little difference among the barbarous Aryans of the north. The rite was probably an essential feature in the ancient Aryan worship of the oak. It only remains to ask, why was the mistletoe called the golden bough? The whitish yellow of the mistletoe berries is hardly enough to account for the name, for Virgil says that the bough was altogether golden stems as well as leaves. Perhaps the name may be derived from the rich golden yellow which a bough of mistletoe assumes when it has been cut and kept for some months. The bright tint is not confined to the leaves, but spreads to the stalks as well, so that the whole branch appears to be indeed a golden bough. Breton peasants hang up great bunches of mistletoe in front of their cottages, and in the month of June, these bunches are conspicuous for the bright golden tinge of their foliage. In some parts of Brittany, especially about Morbihan, branches of mistletoe are hung over the doors of stables and byres to protect the horses and cattle, probably against witchcraft. The yellow color of the withered bough may partly explain why the mistletoe has been sometimes supposed to possess the property of disclosing treasures in the earth. For on the principles of homeopathic magic, there is a natural affinity between a yellow bough and yellow gold. This suggestion is confirmed by the analogy of the marvelous properties popularly ascribed to the mythical fern seed, which is popularly supposed to bloom like gold or fire on Midsummer Eve. Thus, in Bohemia, it is said that on St. John's Day fern seed blooms with golden blossoms that gleam like fire. Now it is a property of this mythical fern seed that whoever has it, or will ascend a mountain holding it in his hand on Midsummer Eve, will discover a vein of gold, or will see the treasures of the earth shining with a bluish flame. In Russia, they say that if you succeed in catching the wondrous bloom of the fern at midnight on Midsummer Eve, you have only to throw it up into the air, and it will fall like a star on the very spot where treasure lies hidden. In Brittany, treasure seekers gather fern seed at midnight on Midsummer Eve, and keep it till Palm Sunday of the following year. Then they strew the seed on the ground where they think a treasure is concealed. Tyrolese peasants imagine that hidden treasures can be seen glowing like flame on Midsummer Eve, and that fern seed gathered at this mystic season, with the usual precautions, will help to bring the buried gold to the surface. In the Swiss canton of Freiburg, people used to watch beside a fern on St. John's night, in the hope of winning a treasure, which the devil himself sometimes brought to them. In Bohemia, they say that he who procures the golden bloom of the fern at this season has thereby the key to all hidden treasures, and that if maidens will spread a cloth under the fast fading bloom, red gold will drop into it. And in the trial in Bohemia, if you place fern seed among money, the money will never decrease, however much of it you spend. Sometimes the fern seed is supposed to bloom on Christmas night, and whoever catches it will become very rich. In Styria, they say that by gathering fern seed on Christmas night, you can force the devil to bring you a bag of money. Thus, on the principle of like by like, fern seed is supposed to discover gold because it is itself golden, and for a similar reason, it enriches its possessor with an unfailing supply of gold. But while the fern seed is described as golden, it is equally described as glowing and fiery. Hence, when we consider that 2 great days for gathering the fabulous seed are Midsummer Eve and Christmas, that is. The 2 solstices, for Christmas is nothing but an old heathen celebration of the winter solstice, we are led to regard the fiery aspect of the fern seed as primary, and its golden aspect as secondary and derivative. Fern seed, in fact, would seem to be an emanation of the sun's fire at the 2 turning points of its course, the summer and winter solstices. This view is confirmed by a German story in which a hunter is said to have procured fern seed by shooting at the sun on Midsummer Day at noon. 3 drops of blood fell down, which he caught in a white cloth, and these blood drops were the fern seed. Here the blood is clearly the blood of the sun, from which the fern seed is thus directly derived. Thus it may be taken as probable that fern seed is golden, because it is believed to be an emanation of the sun's golden fire. Now, like fern seed, the mistletoe is gathered either at midsummer or at Christmas. That is, either at the summer or at the winter solstice, and like fern seed, it is supposed to possess the power of revealing treasures in the earth. On Midsummer Eve, people in Sweden make divining rods of mistletoe, or of 4 different kinds of wood, one of which must be mistletoe. The treasure seeker places the rod on the ground after sundown, and when it rests directly over treasure, the rod begins to move as if it were alive. Now, if the mistletoe discovers gold, it must be in its character of the golden bough, and if it is gathered at the solstices, must not the golden bough, like the golden fern seed, be an emanation of the sun's fire? The question cannot be answered with a simple affirmative. We have seen that the old Aryans perhaps kindled the solstitial and other ceremonial fires, in part as sun charms, that is, with the intention of supplying the sun with fresh fire. And as these fires were usually made by the friction or combustion of oak wood, it may have appeared to the ancient Aryan that the sun was periodically recruited from the fire which resided in the sacred oak. In other words, the oak may have seemed to him the original storehouse or reservoir of the fire, which was from time to time drawn out to feed the sun. But if the life of the oak was conceived to be in the mistletoe must, on that view, have contained the seed or germ of the fire, which was elicited by friction from the wood of the oak. Thus, instead of saying that the mistletoe was an emanation of the sun's fire, it might be more correct to say that the sun's fire was regarded as an emanation of the mistletoe. No wonder, then, that the mistletoe shone with a golden splendor and was called the golden bough. Probably, however, like fern seed, it was thought to assume its golden aspect only at those stated times, especially midsummer, when fire was drawn from the oak to light up the sun. At Pulverbach in Shropshire, it was believed within living memory that the oak tree blooms on Midsummer Eve and the blossom withers before daylight. A maiden who wishes to know her lot in marriage should spread a white cloth under the tree at night, and in the morning she will find a little dust, which is all that remains of the flower. She should place the pinch of dust under her pillow, and then her future husband will appear to her in her dreams. This fleeting bloom of the oak, if I am right, was probably the mistletoe in its character of the golden bough. The conjecture is confirmed by the observation that in Wales, a real sprig of mistletoe gathered on Midsummer Eve is similarly placed under the pillow to induce prophetic dreams. And further, the mode of catching the imaginary bloom of the oak in a white cloth is exactly that which was employed by the Druids to catch the real mistletoe when it dropped from the bough of the oak, severed by the golden sickle. As Shropshire borders on Wales, the belief that the oak blooms on Midsummer Eve may be Welsh in its immediate origin, though probably the belief is a fragment of the primitive Aryan creed. In some parts of Italy, as we saw, peasants still go out on midsummer morning to search the oak trees for the oil of St. John, which, like the mistletoe, heals all wounds, and is perhaps the mistletoe itself in its glorified aspect. Thus, it is easy to understand how a title like the Golden Bough, so little descriptive of its usual appearance on the tree, should have been applied to the seemingly insignificant parasite. Further, we can perhaps see why in antiquity mistletoe is believed to possess the remarkable property of extinguishing fire, and why in Sweden it is still kept in houses as a safeguard against conflagration. Its fiery nature marks it out, on homeopathic principles, as the best possible cure or preventive of injury by fire. These considerations may partially explain why Virgil makes Aeneas carry a glorified bough of mistletoe with him on his descent into the gloomy subterranean world. The poet describes how, at the very gates of hell, there stretched a vast and gloomy wood, and how the hero, following the flight of two doves that lured him on, wandered into the depths of the immemorial forest till he saw afar off through the shadows of the trees the flickering light of the golden bough illuminating the matted boughs overhead. If the mistletoe, as a yellow, withered bough in the sad autumn woods, was conceived to contain the seed of fire, what better companion could a forlorn wanderer in the nether shades take with him than a bough that would be a lamp to his feet as well as a rod and staff to his hands? Armed with it, he might boldly confront the dreadful specters that would cross his path on his adventurous journey. Hence, when Aeneas, emerging from the forest, comes to the banks of Styx, winding slow with sluggish stream through the infernal marsh, and the surly ferryman refuses him passage in his boat, he has but to draw the golden bough from his bosom and hold it up, and straightway the blusterer quails at the sight and meekly receive the hero into his crazy bark, which sinks deep in the water under the unusual weight of the living man. Even in recent times, as we have seen, mistletoe has been deemed a protection against witches and trolls, and the ancients may well have credited it with the same magical virtue. And if the parasite can, as some of our peasants believe, open all locks, why should it not have served as an open sesame in the hands of Aeneas to unlock the gates of death? Now, too, we can conjecture why Virbius at Nemi came to be confounded with the sun. If Virbius was, as I have tried to show, a tree spirit, he must have been the spirit of the oak on which grew the golden bough, for tradition represented him as the first of the kings of the wood. As an oak spirit, he must have been supposed periodically to rekindle the sun's fire, and might therefore easily be confounded with the sun itself. Similarly, we can explain why Balder, an oak spirit, was described as so fair of face, and so shining that a light went forth from him, and why he should have been so often taken to be the sun. And in general, we may say that in primitive society, when the only known way of making fire is by the friction of wood, the savage must necessarily conceive of fire as a property stored away, like sap or juice, in trees from which he has laboriously to extract it. The Seminole Indians of California profess to believe that the whole world was once a globe of fire, whence that element passed up into the trees, and now comes out whenever two pieces of wood are rubbed together. Similarly, the Maidu Indians of California hold that the earth was primarily a globe of matter, and from that the principle of fire ascended through the roots into the trunk and branches of trees, whence the Indians can extract it by means of their drill. In Namaluk, one of the Caroline Islands, they say that the art of making fire was taught men by the gods. Olofer, the cunning master of flames, gave fire to the bird Noile and bade him carry it to earth in his bill. So the bird flew from tree to tree and stored away the slumbering force of the fire in the wood, from which men can elicit it by friction. In the ancient Vedic hymns of India, the fire god Agni is spoken of as born in wood, as the embryo of plants, or as distributed in plants. He is also said to have entered into all plants, or to strive after them. When he is called the embryo of trees, or of trees, as well as plants, there may be a side glance at the fire produced in forests by the friction of the boughs of trees. A tree which has been struck by lightning is naturally regarded by the savage as charged with a double or triple portion of fire. For has he not seen the mighty flash enter into the trunk with his own eyes? Hence, perhaps, we may explain some of the many superstitious beliefs concerning trees that have been struck by lightning. When the Thompson Indians of British Columbia wished to set fire to the houses of their enemies, they shot at them arrows which were either made from a tree that had been struck by lightning or had splinters of such wood attached to them. Wendish peasants of Saxony refused to burn in their stoves the wood of trees that had been struck by lightning, They say that with such fuel the house would be burnt down. In like manner, the Thonga of South Africa will not use such wood as fuel nor warm themselves at a fire which has been kindled with it. On the contrary, when lightning sets fire to a tree, the Wanomanga of northern Rhodesia put out all the fires in the village and plaster the fireplaces afresh, while the headmen convey the lightning-kindled fire to the chief who prays it. The chief then sends out the new fire to all his villages, and the villagers reward his messengers for the boon. This shows that they look upon fire kindled by lightning with reverence, and the reverence is intelligible, for they speak of thunder and lightning as God himself coming down to earth. Similarly, the Maidu Indians of California believe that a great man created the world and all its inhabitants, and that lightning is nothing but the great man himself descending swiftly out of heaven and rending the trees with his flaming arms. It is a plausible theory that the reverence which the ancient peoples of Europe paid to the oak, and the connection which they traced between the tree and their sky god, were derived from the much greater frequency with which the oak appears to be struck by lightning than any other tree of our European forests. This peculiarity of the tree has seemingly been established by a series of observations instituted within recent years by scientific inquirers who have no mythological theory to maintain. However, we may explain it, whether by the easier passage of electricity through oak wood than through any other timber, or in some other way. The fact itself may well have attracted the notice of our rude forefathers, who dwelt in the vast forests which then cover a large part of Europe, and they might naturally account for it in their simple religious way by supposing that the great sky god, whom they worshipped and whose awful voice they heard in the roll of thunder, loved the oak above all the trees of the wood and often descended into it from the murky cloud in a flash of lightning, leaving a token of his presence or of his passage in the riven and blackened trunk and the blasted foliage. Such trees would thenceforth be encircled by a nimbus of glory as the visible seats of the thundering sky god. Certain it is that, like some savages, both Greeks and Romans identified their great god of the sky and of the oak with the lightning flash which struck the ground, and they regularly enclosed such a stricken spot and treated it thereafter as sacred. It is not rash to suppose that the ancestors of the Celts and Germans in the forests of Central Europe pay like respect for like reasons to a blasted oak. This explanation of the Aryan reverence for the oak and of the association of the tree with the great god of the thunder in the sky was suggested or implied long ago by Jacob Grimm and has been in recent years powerfully reinforced by Mr. W. Ward Fowler. It appears to be simpler and more probable than the explanation which I formerly adopted, namely, that the oak was worshipped primarily for the many benefits which our rude forefathers derived from the tree, particularly for the fire which they drew by a friction from its wood, and that the connection of the oak with the sky was an afterthought based on the belief that the flash of lightning was nothing but the spark which the sky god up aloft elicited by rubbing two pieces of oak wood against each other, just as his savage worshipper kindled fire in the forest on earth. On that theory, the god of the thunder and the sky was derived from the original god of the oak. On the present theory, which I now prefer, the god of the sky and the thunder was the great original deity of our Aryan ancestors, and his association with the oak was merely an inference based on the frequency with which the oak was seen to be struck by lightning. If the Aryans, as some think, roamed the wide steppes of Russia or Central Asia with their flocks and herds, before they plunged into the gloom of the European forest, they may have worshipped the god of the blue or cloudy firmament and the flashing thunderbolt long before they thought of associating him with the blasted oaks in their new home. Perhaps the new theory has the further advantage of throwing light on the special sanctity ascribed to mistletoe which grows on an oak. The mere rarity of such a growth on an oak hardly suffices to explain the extent and the persistence of the superstition. A hint of its real origin is possibly furnished by the statement of Pliny that the Druids worshipped the plant because they believed it to have fallen from heaven and to be a token that the tree on which it grew was chosen by the god himself. Can they have thought that the mistletoe dropped on the oak in a flash of lightning? The conjecture is confirmed by the name thunderbism, which is applied to mistletoe in the Swiss canton of Aargau. For the epithet clearly implies a close connection between the parasite and the thunder. Indeed, Thunderbosom is a popular name in Germany for any bushy nest-like excrescence growing on a branch, because such a parasitic growth is actually believed by the ignorant to be a product of lightning. If there is any truth in this conjecture, the real reason why the Druids worshipped a mistletoe-bearing oak above all other trees of the forest was a belief that every such oak had not only been struck by lightning, but bore among its branches a visible emanation of the celestial fire. So that in cutting the mistletoe with mystic rites, they were securing for themselves all the magical properties of a thunderbolt. If that was so, we must apparently conclude that the mistletoe was deemed an emanation of the lightning, rather than, as I have thus far argued, of the midsummer sun. Perhaps indeed we might combine the two seemingly divergent views by supposing that in the old Aryan creed the mistletoe descended from the sun on Midsummer Day in a flash of lightning. But such a combination is artificial and unsupported, so far as I know, by any positive evidence. Whether on mythical principles the two interpretations can really be reconciled with each other or not, I will not presume to say. But even should they prove to be discrepant, the inconsistency need not have prevented our rude forefathers from embracing both of them at the same time with an equal fervor of conviction. For like the great majority of mankind, the savage is above being hidebound by the trammels of a pedantic logic. In attempting to track his devious thought through the jungle of crass ignorance and blind fear, we must always remember that we are treading enchanted ground and must beware of taking for solid realities the cloudy shapes that cross our path or hover and gibber at us through the gloom. We can never completely replace ourselves at the standpoint of primitive man, see things with his eyes, and feel our hearts beat with the emotions that stirred his. All our theories concerning him and his ways must therefore fall far short of certainty. The utmost we can aspire to in such matters is a reasonable degree of probability. To conclude these inquiries, we may say that if Balder was indeed, as I have conjectured, a personification of a mistletoe-bearing oak, his death by a blow of the mistletoe might, on the new theory, be explained as a death by a stroke of lightning. So long as the mistletoe, in which the flame of the lightning smoldered, was suffered to remain among the boughs, so long no harm could befall the good and kindly god of the oak, who kept his life stowed away for safety between earth and heaven in the mysterious parasite. But when once that seed of his life, or of his death, was torn from the branch and hurled at the trunk, the tree fell, the god died, smitten by a thunderbolt. And what we have said of Balder in the oak forests of Scandinavia may perhaps, with all due diffidence in a question so obscure and uncertain, be applied to the priest of Diana, the king of the wood, at Aricia in the oak forests of Italy. He may have personated in flesh and blood the great Italian god of the sky, Jupiter, who had kindly come down from heaven in the lightning flash to dwell among men in the mistletoe, the thunder besom, the golden bough, growing on the sacred oak in the dells of Nebi. If that was so, we need not wonder that the priest guarded with drawn sword the mystic bough which contained the god's life and his own. The goddess whom he served and married was herself, if I am right, no other than the queen of heaven, the true wife of the sky god. For she too loved the solitude of the woods and the lonely hills, and sailing overhead on clear nights in the likeness of the silver moon, looked down with pleasure on her own fair image reflected on the calm, the burnished surface of the lake, Diana's mirror. Chapter 69. Farewell to Nemi. We are at the end of our inquiry. But as often happens in the search after truth, if we have answered one question, we have raised many more. If we have followed one track home, we have had to pass by others that opened off it and led or seemed to lead to far other goals than the sacred grove at Nemi. Some of these paths we have followed a little way. Others, if fortune should be kind, the writer and the reader may one day pursue together. For the present we have journeyed far enough together, and it is time to part. Yet before we do so, we may well ask ourselves whether there is not some more general conclusion, some lesson, if possible, of hope and encouragement to be drawn from the melancholy record of human error and folly which has engaged our attention in this book. If, then, we consider, on the one hand, the essential similarity of man's chief wants everywhere, and at all times, and on the other hand, the wide difference between the means he has adopted to satisfy them in different ages. We shall perhaps be disposed to conclude that the movement of the higher thought, so far as we can trace it, has on the whole been from magic through religion to science. In magic, man depends on his own strength to meet the difficulties and dangers that beset him on every side. He believes in a certain established order of nature on which he can surely count, and which he can manipulate for his own ends. When he discovers his mistake, when he recognizes sadly that both the order of nature which he had assumed and the control which he had believed himself to exercise over it were purely imaginary, he ceases to rely on his own intelligence and his own unaided efforts, and throws himself humbly on the mercy of certain great invisible beings behind the veil of nature, to whom he now ascribes all those far-reaching powers which he once arrogated to himself. Thus, in the acuter minds, magic is gradually superseded by religion, which explains the succession of natural phenomena as regulated by the will, the passion, or the caprice of spiritual beings like man and kind, though vastly superior to him in power. But as time goes on, this explanation in its turn proves to be unsatisfactory, for it assumes that the succession of natural events is not determined by immutable laws, but is to some extent variable and irregular, and this assumption is not borne out by closer observation. On the contrary, the more we scrutinize that succession, the more we are struck by the rigid uniformity, the punctual precision with which, wherever we can follow them, the operations of nature are carried on. Every great advance in knowledge has extended the sphere of order and correspondingly restricted the sphere of apparent disorder in the world, till now we are ready to anticipate that, even in regions where chance and confusion appear still to reign, a fuller knowledge would everywhere reduce the seeming chaos to cosmos. Thus the keener minds, still pressing forward to a deeper solution of the mysteries of the universe, come to reject the religious theory of nature as inadequate, and to revert in a measure to the older standpoint of magic by postulating explicitly what in magic had only been implicitly assumed, to wit, an inflexible regularity in the order of natural events, which, if carefully observed, enables us to foresee their course with certainty and to act accordingly. In short, religion, regarded as an explanation of nature, is displaced by science. But while science has this much in common with magic, that both rest on a faith in order as the underlying principle of all things, readers of this work will hardly need to be reminded that the order presupposed by magic differs widely from that which forms the basis of science. The difference flows naturally from the different modes in which the two orders have been weaved. For whereas the order on which magic reckons is merely an extension, by false analogy, of the order in which ideas present themselves to our minds, the order laid down by science is derived from patient and exact observation of the phenomena themselves. The abundance, the solidity, and the splendor of the results already achieved by science are well fitted to inspire us with a cheerful confidence in the soundness of its method. Here at last, after groping about in the dark for countless ages, man has hit upon a clue to the labyrinth, a golden key that opens many locks in the treasury of nature. It is probably not too much to say that the hope of progress, moral and intellectual as well as material, in the future is bound up with the fortunes of science, and that every obstacle placed in the way of scientific discovery is a wrong to humanity. Yet the history of thought should warn us against concluding that, because the scientific theory of the world is the best that has yet been formulated, it is necessarily complete and final. We must remember that at bottom, the generalizations of science, or in common parlance, the laws of nature, are merely hypotheses devised to explain that ever-shifting phantasmagoria of thought, which we dignify with the high-sounding names of the world and the universe. In the last analysis, magic, religion, and science are nothing but theories of thought, and as science has supplanted its predecessors, so it may hereafter be itself superseded by some more perfect hypothesis, perhaps by some totally different way of looking at the phenomena, of registering the shadows on the screen, of which we in this generation can form no idea. The advance of knowledge is an infinite progression towards a goal that forever recedes. We need not murmur at the endless pursuit. Great things will come of that pursuit, though we may not enjoy them. Brighter stars will rise on some voyager of the future, some great Ulysses of the realms of thought, then shine on us. The dreams of magic may one day be the waking realities of science. But a dark shadow lies athwart the far end of this fair prospect. For however vast the increase of knowledge and of power which the future may have in store for man, he can scarcely hope to stay the sweep of those great forces which seem to be making silently but relentlessly for the destruction of all this starry universe in which our earth swims as a speck or mote. In the ages to come, man may be able to predict, perhaps even to control, the wayward courses of the winds and clouds. But hardly will his puny hands have strength to speed afresh our slackening planet in its orbit, or rekindle the dying fire of the sun. Yet the philosopher who trembles at the idea of such distant catastrophes may console himself by reflecting that these gloomy apprehensions, like the earth and the sun themselves, are only parts of that unsubstantial world which thought has conjured up out of the void, and that the phantoms which the subtle enchantress has evoked today she may ban tomorrow. They too, like so much that to common eyes seems solid, may melt into air, into thin air, without dipping so far into the future. We may illustrate the course which thought has hitherto run by likening it to a web woven of 3 different threads, the black thread of magic, the red thread of religion, and the white thread of science. If under science we may include those simple truths, drawn from observation of nature, of which men in all ages have possessed a store, could we then survey the web of thought from the beginning, we should probably perceive it to be at first a checker of black and white, a patchwork of true and false notions, hardly tinged as yet by the red thread of religion. But carry your eye farther along the fabric, and you will remark that, while the black and white checker still runs through it, there rests on the middle portion of the web, where religion has entered most deeply into its texture, a dark crimson stain which shades off insensibly into a lighter tint as the white thread of science is woven more and more into the tissue. To a web thus checkered and stained, thus shot with threads of diverse hues, but gradually changing color the farther it is unrolled, the state of modern thought, with all its divergent aims and conflicting tendencies, may be compared. Will the great movement which for centuries has been slowly altering the complexion of thought be continued in the near future? Or will a reaction set in which may arrest progress and even undo much that has been done? To keep up our parable, what will be the color of the web which the fates are now weaving on the humming loom of time? Will it be white or red? We cannot tell. A faint glimmering light illumines the backward portion of the web. Clouds and thick darkness hide the other end. Our long voyage of discovery is over, and our bark has drooped her weary sails in port at last. Once more we take the road to Nemi. It is evening, and as we climb the long slope of the Appian Way up to the Alban Hills, we look back and see the sky aflame with sunset, its golden glory resting like the aureole of a dying saint over Rome, and touching with a crest of fire the dome of St. Peter's. The sight once seen can never be forgotten, but we turn from it and pursue our way darkling along the mountainside, till we come to Nemi and look down on the lake in its deep hollow, now fast disappearing in the evening shadows. The place has changed but little since Diana received the homage of her worshippers in the sacred grove. The temple of the Sylvan goddess indeed has vanished, and the king of the wood no longer stands sentinel over the golden bough. But Nemi's woods are still green, and as the sunset fades above them in the west, there comes to us, borne on the swell of the wind, the sound of the church bells of Aricia ringing the Angelus. Ave Maria! Sweet and solemn they chime out from the distant town and die lingeringly away across the wide Campanian marshes. Le roi est mort. Vive le roi, Ave Maria!